quelque chose plus...
Ah bah oui. Oui. C'est rigolo d'ailleurs qu'hier, dans l'EFT, on avait 2 finalistes du main dans notre main. Pierre et Gaël.
Le main event.
Elle a fait bulle de terre, je crois, 10e.
Oui. Et c'était qui?
Pierre Nabil qui fait 6e.
Je suis pas trop...
C'est un scandale, mais...
Je pense que oui, c'est... Des fois, il fait des trucs un peu aléatoires. Bon, en même temps, on peut pas être bon toute notre vie.
Quelqu'un dingue, vraiment quelqu'un dingue.
J'ai entendu, j'ai un pote d'ici, là, que je fais ici. Il est à sa table, je me dis, bah, c'est trop bien, t'as 8 millions, il est à ta table et il y a des shorts. Je me dis, non, c'est pas trop agréable parce que...
En fait, il te sort de ta zone de confort parce qu'il fait des trucs que tu vois pas. Genre moi, hier, il m'a fait faire un fold incroyable à 20 left, l'open en 50-100. Il fait 350 au bout. J'ai 20 blindes.
Oui, tu m'as dit, t'as
Qu'est-ce
As-10.
que j'ai fait avec ma vie?
Je dis, c'est quoi ça? Je dis, et tu sais, bah, moi, tu sais, je suis coach, machin, il est sur le 16. Je me dis, si je shove et qu'il snap 2 rois, je vais m'insulter pendant 10 ans.
T'avais combien de blindes? 20 blindes?
J'avais 20 blindes, mais c'est un 3 bet all-in tout le temps, on est 5 max, tu vois. Mais il a tellement fait ça, je fais, oh, j'ai foldé, et ça se trouve, il a 8-6, hein. Mais
T'avais un PFR quand même assez élevé. Hein.
non, mais c'est surtout que cette variation aussi brutale de
C'est
sizing.
compliqué, tout le monde dit c'est bon de l'avoir. Moi je crois pas que c'est tellement bon dans des situations...
Bah où il y a de l'ICM. À partir du moment où il y a de l'ICM, c'est pas bon. Si t'étais en cash game, tu serais trop content de l'avoir. Mais là on est en...
Ah, tu dis c'est pas bon de l'avoir? Non, moi, je pense que c'est bon.
Oui, c'est bon de l'avoir. Mais en termes de V, mais
Following players, Leo, seat number 1. Victor Matteo, Victor Frida, seat number 2.
Oh, again!
Number 3.
4.
Martin Bartos.
All the tournament.
Martin Bartos, seat number 4.
It is 5.
Thomas Joël Legendre, seat number 5.
Jusqu'à la fin.
Adrien Gouillon, seat number 6.
Oh, t'as failli faire un 8%.
Je bouge, mais
T'as failli mettre un 8%.
J'avoue.
Ok, 4.
Ah, mais j'ai mon client de Ville à ma droite, c'est bon.
Number 1. Maxime Large, seat number 2.
Bon, bonne chance.
Léo Colin,
Mucha suerte, comme on dit.
Muchas suerte de dernier.
Alexis André,
Ton ticket, mec. Ton ticket.
Richard Miklosevic, seat number 5. Et David Nikitai, seat number 6.
Bonjour à tous.
Oh, je vais en prendre un, je pense. Ou, oh bah, si t'en chopes un, oui.
Okay, we're gonna make a real chip count for everyone.
Yes, we can.
Mais on se met à l'aise.
So, Leo, Victor Frida,
Première tête de la vie.
Pierre Neville,
Ça kick ça.
Profitez.
Ça c'est pas la première.
Ah, première.
Bonjour, ça va?
Oui,
ça va bien.
l'année dernière,
mais-
elle fut plutôt belle pour toi.
Oui, bien.
Main event. Table.
Rebonjour, cher ami.
2, 2, 3 and a half.
Tengo tiempo de ir a por un café.
4, 5, 6, 6, 3,
I don't have time to go for a swim.
6, 7.
Quickly, we have to do the chip count so you have time. Okay, and the phones will have to go off the table, guys.
Là-bas,
When
ils sont
you're
pas
ready.
renversés.
Bon, après, moi, je bougerai pas, je vais y penser, mec. Si tu la mets bien au milieu, ça c'est faire gaffe.
7 sur 850, je vérifie juste.
Ah ouais, toi, t'es comme ça, t'es comme ça.
Tu ne peux pas revenir.
On oublie la discipline. D'accord, c'est les premières infos.
7,
Je suis un rebelle, moi.
7, 4, 7, 7, 7, 8, 7, 8, 45. 7, 8, 45.
Merci.
4, 6,
Oh, que c'est gentil, mec, spec.
7,
Ici, pas moi, lui.
11, and 14.
Ah ouais, c'est pour ça que j'en profite maintenant.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 5, 10, 8, 10, 9, 11, and 14.
Yeah.
Il y a un gars là qui va te le prendre. C'est les mecs qui gèrent.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No,
Oh no.
no, no.
Yeah. 500.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 7, 5, 8, 5, 8, 80.
Yes.
Moi, je veux bien un petit truc pour...
1, 2, 250, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 5.
Yes.
No.
1, 2, 2,
2, 1, 2, 2,
2,
2,
2,
2, 0.
yeah, 2, 2, 2, yeah.
J'ai 4 25 000.
5, 1, 2, 3, 3, 5, 3, 7, 3, 9,
9. Yeah.
4.
Donc toi alors combien t'as finale tu dis?
Ouais. Je suis invité par Mina parce que je suis modérateur One Poker, le forum de Mina, tu vois. C'est que mon deuxième event live, j'ai fait le double IPT ici. Et 4 tournois, 3 ITM. Le rugby du moment.
Hello everyone, welcome to Banco Casino Bratislava. We're here for the Winamax Poker Open main event final day. We're down to 12 players, so we have currently 12 players. We're playing down to the final table, obviously. Play is about to get started. You can see on our feature table we have a few players that we saw yesterday. Leo Margetts is there, still with a very healthy stack, 6.8 million. Maxime, who we also saw, 5.4 million. Adrian, who got very short yesterday. I think he dropped down to about 500,000 at one point, but he recovered. He's still there too with 4 million. And Pierre Neuville, he's actually the chip leader on the table with 11 million. We saw Pierre yesterday in action too, Belgian legend. So 2 tables of 12 remain, of 6 rather, so 12 in total. My name is Darragh Carney. I'm a professional poker player from Ireland. I'm also a coach, commentator, podcast co-host of the Chip Race, and a writer. I've written 5 poker strategy books. I'll be joined later when we get to the final table by JJ Hassan, who you'll be more familiar with. He normally does these streams.
Everybody knows.
So we're just waiting for the play to start.
On le formera plus tard.
Yeah. Guys, everybody knows to put cards on the number, yeah?
12 players, 2 tables. Good luck, everyone. 80 and 160.
Small blind, big blind.
See Leo Margetts on stream there, on screen. She's Winamax Pro for a long time. Very accomplished player, WSOP bracelet. We actually interviewed her about that win on Chip Race as play gets off.
Good luck.
Yes, he's trying.
Ah, pardon.
Yeah, on the number.
En fait, il faut les laisser 2 secondes. Ouais. Non, colle-les bien. Et une fois que tu les as laissés 2 secondes, après tu peux en faire ce que tu veux. Tu peux les reprendre et les mettre comme tu veux.
We don't have the typical
Pass.
TV table fly.
Passe.
Il pose 2 secondes. Après, t'en fais ce que tu veux.
Ok,
Tu peux mettre comme tu
ça
veux.
marche.
Affilé, il est
320.
câble.
Ouais, ouais, ça marche.
320.
Raise 320.
So straight away we have some action. Victor on the button with the ace-9. Leo has opened with the king-jack in the cutoff. What's he going to do with the ace-9 here? Looks like he is going to 3-bet.
Raise 825. Pass. Pass.
So Victor 3-bets to 825. Back on Leo. King-jack off is an awkward hand. Not the kind of hand you really like playing against a 3-bet out of position. These players shared a lot of table time yesterday, so there's a decent amount of history between the two of them. Similar stacks. Victor has slightly more, which is somewhat important at this stage. This stage of a tournament, covering another player is a big advantage because it means you can eliminate them. Now, he doesn't cover her by much, but she decides in the end to take the more sensible route and just fold her king-jack. As I said, not the type of hand you really want to play out of position. King-jack suited is a much different proposition. It flops a lot better. King-jack off, just not too many good flops for that hand. Adrian had quite the roller coaster yesterday. He actually had more than this chip. At one stage, he was up to about 6 million. He dropped all the way back down to 500,000 after an incredible call where he called Pierre on a double paired board with just king high. Pierre had a house. But he's recovered well. And you can see he's being aggressive right from the start, opening the 7-5 suited under the gun. Leo picks up kings behind. This is a great time to pick up kings, having raised folded the last hand. If she 3-bets here, Adrian might think she can be pushed around. So she is going to 3-bet, just a question of sizing now. Looks like she's going for an even 800. So she 3-bets to 800, which is a very nice sizing. Roughly 2.5 times his raise. Encouraged him to continue a lot of hands. Ooh, Pierre has a hand behind. Now, ace-jack suited. It's a very pretty hand, but facing an under the gun open and a tight 3-bet. Yeah, Pierre makes a really good fold there. We saw Pierre get out of line a lot yesterday, but he has very good recognition of that's a very different situation when Leo Marquez has 3-bet and under the gun open. Likely up against a very strong hand. Now, Adrian doesn't like folding much, and he has quite what I would call a flatty style. He flats a lot of stuff, but he actually lets this one go. So again, good recognition. I think he recognizes Leo as not the type of player who likely to be doing that too wide. 7-5 suited just doesn't play very well. Problem with a hand like 7-5 suited compared to say ace-5 suited is if you're up against a very strong range that includes hands like kings and queens, 7-5 suited is kind of dead. You have to make a flush or a straight. Whereas a hand like ace-5 suited, your ace gives you a bunch of immediate outs. Leo won't be playing the 7-5 for sure. Now Pierre could open almost any 2 cards here, but he's decided not to. He played very well yesterday. We saw him do stuff like flat early position opens with 6-3 off. That's very much Pierre's style. Thomas in the small blind. He has just over 11 big blinds. He could have thought about shoving that hand, but he decided to let it go with only 11 big blinds. The wild man to his left probably discouraged him. He would have got called as well. Adrian would not be folding a suited ace to an 11 big blind shove.
Plus.
Pierre letting the king 2 off go.
Plus.
Thomas, again, he's got a tempter here. This should really be a shove. 11 and a quarter big blinds on the button. You got an ace. Instead, he's no, he has moved all in. Yeah, so he announces all in, puts his big chips in. Adrian has found a hand, nines, so Adrian is going to call here. Adrian has about double his stack. Or he'll probably just move all in over the top. Yeah, he moves all in over the top. That'll flush out Leo. She wasn't going to call anyway with 7-4.
4 million.
Plus showdown.
And she looks at her cards and folds. So Thomas unlucky to run into the nines, but he still has 33%. As I said, that's the value of a hand like Ace 3 off, as ugly as it is, over a hand like 7-5 suited. 7-5 suited is in terrible shape against a hand like nines. Ace 3 off, still got a 33% chance. The 9 out of the gate. Thomas drawing very thin now, running straight cards. King Jack. And the 3 is of no use despite having one. And we lose Thomas immediately. We're down to 11. Nothing he could do there. He had a hand he had to go with. He could have gone with the previous hand as well.
Thank you.
So down to 5 on the feature table, 6 on the outer table.
Why? Aces on the big line.
And Adrian, real roller coaster. We've seen his stack swing wildly from roughly 6 million yesterday down to 500,000, back up to 4 million at the start of play today. They're sitting there with his 11 million. He definitely likes these types of hands, the middly suited hands. Wouldn't be surprised to see him open this under the gun. And yeah, he's reaching for chips.
Raise 400.
Gone for exactly 2.5 big blinds. Martin won't be tempted by the ace 8 off. Leo won't be playing the king 7 off either. And Victor folds the 6-2 off. So Pierre's first steal gets through. He did fold 3 or 4 hands just to establish the old man tight image.
Big blind. Pass. Pass.
One Americano. Americano.
And Pierre gets a walk next hand. He had a hand he was definitely defending, King 8 suited. Pierre defends his blinds super wide. So King 8 suited is actually towards the top of the range of hands he would defend.
Hello. Yes.
These six-handed tables are fairly unique. Lots of room for the players at the table. They all have essentially their own 1/6 of the table, clearly delineated by the lines and the shape of the table. Adrian. Ace-Jack suited is a hand anybody would open under the gun, but we have seen Adrian already open 7-5 suited under the gun, so he doesn't need a hand this strong to play.
Price 320.
He's gone for the 320, the absolute minimum raise. We've seen a variety of different sizes so far. He opened 325 earlier with the 7-5.
Call.
Pierre has a very nice hand in the small blind. He's dominated, but he's not to know that. Jack 10 suited. Calling ranges in small blind are typically constructed around pairs that aren't strong enough to 3-bet and suited connector type hands with some other stuff that kind of falls in the not strong enough to 3-bet category. 9-9-5 flop. They both missed, and this is a flop most people will miss when you have a paired board with fairly nondescript cards. The 5 is close enough to the 9 that there's obviously a lot of gut shots. 7-6, 8, and 8-7. And if you think about the two ranges, Adrian is weighted more towards high cards, and as I said, Pierre is more towards pairs and suited connectors, some of which interact with this board. He could very easily have 8-7 suited or 7-6 suited. Now, these picked up a flush shot. Pierre is definitely going to bet. This is probably a 2-street plan. If he gets called here, he's almost certainly betting the river, no matter what comes. But Adrian, having checked, and he has one of his better hands. Ace high is pretty near the top of his range here. He's going to have king high, queen high, jack high a lot of the time as well. So if he folds ace high, he's folding too much of his range. So he's going to call at least one and see what happens on the river. And Pierre rivers his flush. Adrian was probably hoping to see a high card which he could represent. The 4 can't really have improved him, unless he was specifically on something like ace king of hearts, ace jack of hearts, those types of hands. Pierre, of course, knows now that he has the best hand. So the only question is, how much can he get paid? Adrian has a very weak range here. Adrian pretty much always has just 2 overcards. So it's hard to know what you can target to get paid by here. So you could go really, really small and possibly induce a bluff raise. Or you could do what, and he has gone pretty small. He's gone less than half pot here. He's bet 950 into 2 million. So he's trying to get a cry call here, or maybe induce a raise, a bluff raise. Adrian doesn't like folding. He always considers all of his options. He did make a really, really loose call yesterday against Pierre. King high, and Pierre had a house. And it was an all-in on the river. So with most players, I would be reasonably confident of the fold, but never say never with Adrian. He does still have some showdown, you know. Pierre could have 2 unpaired cards that are lower that he just stabbed with on the turn and decided to bluff on the river. Looks like he's talking himself into folding, but still taking his time.
Fold.
He does eventually fold. Here won't show him, leave him wondering. With being the 4 of hearts as well, apart from the hearts getting there, obviously 6-7 got there, and that's a very possible hand for Pierre to play like that. He could have 6-7 suited pre-flop. He checks the flop, maybe intended to check raise, but it goes check check. Then he turns it a double gutter on the turn, and he hits it straight on the river. Thanks to everybody who's joined us on YouTube. If you click the like button, that helps us greatly to get out the message that we're streaming all the way down to the end of the tournament today. If you want to be told about other tournaments, of which there are many coming up in the Banco Casino that there are live streams for in the forthcoming months, click subscribe and you'll be notified automatically every time we go live.
Call.
So here we see again one of Pierre's trademark unorthodox calls, just calling on the button with the 3-2 suited.
Fold.
He's going to try and use position and his image to muscle this pot away post flop. Adrian in the big blind, closing the action, a hand that flops pretty well, the 8-4 suited. He can definitely justify calling this one.
Call.
And he does. So 3-away action. Okay, so Adrian has middle pair. Victor has missed completely and has a flop he really doesn't like, all those middling cards. Pierre has absolutely nothing as well. So this board is too coordinated for anybody to take a stab at with nothing. The 9 on the turn. Now Adrian will think he almost certainly has the best hand. So he may lead out here with a bet, just to clear out equity.
Bet 480.
He does. Victor could have a 9 here. He could have ace-9 suited, but he obviously doesn't. Pierre never has a 9 because all of his 9s would bet the flop when checked to. So both players deciding they have no reason to continue. So Adrian again profiting from his loose, aggressive image. Two very different players either side of the dealer there. You have the very low variance but very accomplished Leo Margetts, whose stack won't tend to swing as wildly as Adrian, who is involved in a lot more pots. Victor's under the gun, but under the gun 5-handed is the hijack. So Queen 5 suited is a reasonable hand to open in this spot. You're obviously mostly hoping for a steal, but if one of the blinds calls you, you have a hand with some prospects post flop. Martin has a pretty looking hand on the button.
5, 6.
Go. All of the options are viable here. You can just call, try and play in a position which would be somebody like Pierre Neuville's style. You can decide that the hand's not quite strong enough to call, but it makes a good 3-bet bluff if you think the player is opening wide, or you can do what he did, just fold. Now Adrian has it's a tricky hand. King Jack suited is a much better hand in this spot than King Jack off, facing an under the gun open. And if you call, you're going to be out of position to 2 players. It's a King Jack off is a difficult hand to play. But Adrian doesn't shy away from these spots. And in fact, he's gone for... Yeah, I think this is a better option, the 3-bet, rather than the flat. King Jack off just doesn't flop well enough. But with the King and the Jack, you have 2 good blockers. And the 3-bet works. Again, Adrian really applying the pressure early doors. And this style will work as long as you're not running into hands. We saw him come unstuck yesterday when he ran into Pierre's house. But he has added steadily to his stack so far.
Call.
Martin, legitimate hand here, ace king. He's happy to go all the way with this one. Just over 30 big blinds. You open this, you're praying for an ace queen, an ace jack, a king queen to 3-bet you.
Nice, 325.
And so he raises to 325. Adrian, he might be tempted to play the rush now. He's really been crushing since the start. Queen 7 suited. I mean, it's not a terrible hand, but Martin appears to be one of the tighter players on the table. And for a player like Adrian, probably all 3 options are viable here. You can obviously fold the hand, that's the standard play. You can call and just try and play in position, again the Pierre Neuville play. Or you can turn it into a light 3-bet, which is what he's done. Decided hand isn't quite good enough to really just play on its own merit. Leo has a very tempting queen suited, but against a tight player open and an aggressive player 3-bet, I don't think he like your king queen suited too much. She's asking for the chip stack counts to know how many she's potentially playing for here. She covers them both, but it's still important to know how many big blinds this pot could potentially be. I think she will eventually fold, but she's giving it a lot of consideration.
It is 1,800,000.
No. King Queen suited does make a good 4-bet candidate. Now, she's essentially committed, certainly against Martin. Martin doesn't love it now because just of how tight Leo is. I said when he opened this hand he was willing to go all the way, but when you face a 3-bet and a 4-bet, ace king shrivels up in value. I think you still have to go with your hand. But he hasn't put too much in yet, and he might talk himself into waiting for a clearer spot, because also the ICM of the situation is fairly extreme. He's one of the middling stacks, he's not short. Adrian has no real decision, obviously, with it. Yeah, he has folded. That might look like a very nitty fold, but that's basically the ICM of the situation. And that's what Leo picked up on. She picked up on the fact that she can really get very strong hands to fold there. And just to that action, open 3-bet, 4-bet. with the ICM of the situation as we approach the final table, you suddenly don't like Ace King all that much. And I think he thought to himself, well, I've only put in 2 big blinds. I can just fold and retain my stack of 30 big blinds and wait for a clearer, better spot. So big move by Leo there. And I think it's going to pay off. Adrian only has to call 800 into 3.4, but the problem with a hand like Queen 7 suited is it's just in terrible shape against Leo's value range. Even against a bluff, which Leo essentially has here, King Queen, you can see he only has 30%. If Leo has the top of a range, Queens, Kings, or Aces, he's in terrible shape. The one hand he probably prays she has is Ace King, but it's a real dark tunnel spot. If he calls here, he's really not going to know where he's at the flop. Any flop, even without an ace or a king on it, he's going to have to ask himself, does she have kings or aces, or is it Ace King? So the small 4-bet here, despite giving the 3-better a great price, has a lot of fold equity. And he does let it go, which is the prudent decision. Bit of a first misstep there from Adrian. He loses $1 million. That big pickup for Leo, 1.6 million there. I think that's a spot Leo wouldn't always take. If it was a unique setup, tight player opens and very loose player 3-bets, and in that spot the tight player finds himself in a horrible spot when Leo 4-bets. He's stuck between Leo, who is likely to have a very strong hand, and Adrian, who is super aggressive. So in that horrible spot, you can get him to fold a lot of hands. Leo finds another hand she can open on the button.
It is 325.
Pierre defends his blinds way wider than most people. It's going to be interesting to see if he thinks 3-2 off qualifies. Vast majority of players would fold this, but Pierre, as I said, defends way wider than normal.
Elles sont jolies ou belles? Bonnes ou jolies?
And Leo has flopped a flush draw and some backdoor straight draws as well. It's a pretty coordinated flop. It's a flop where she's going to do a lot of checking. Yeah, so she does check because it's not so much her hand as her range there wants to check. If she knows Pierre well too, she may recognize that when the flop goes check check, Pierre nearly always stabs the turn. That's very much his style. He's like, well, okay, you would have bet if you had a strong hand. So now I'm going to bet and try and take it down. Pierre has absolutely nothing here. Like he literally has the nut low. No pair, no draw. But he's still betting, and he's betting big as well. He's basically potted it. But that's not going to shift Leo. She had a plan. Her plan was, I'm going to disguise the strength of my hand by checking the flop and hoping he barrels the turn. Now he hits a pair on the river, so he might actually just check now.
Check.
Yeah, he does check. She might turn her hand into a bluff.
Check. Showdown, please.
But she checks. She's hoping he has something like Queen Jack or 8-9. Sorry, 8-7. He's going to be pretty surprised. Yeah, that's ooh, you have that hand face. He is very expressive.
Ils étaient moches en fait. Ils étaient moches finalement.
If you ever play Pierre Neuville, just remember that this is the way he plays. I've seen Pierre run over tables because people think they're playing against a standard old man. Pierre has all these moves that work very well for him. When the flop goes check, check, you just overbet the turn always with even the nut low.
Fold. Fold.
Still 11 players left, 5 on this table, 6 on the outer one. Victor is going to open the ace-4 on the button. Pierre, King 8 off is a hand most players would fold from the small blind, but as I've said already a few times, Pierre defends his blinds a lot wider than most. Looks like he's counting out raising chips. Victor sits there stoically waiting for Pierre to make his decision. King 8 offsuit is a hand that really doesn't play very well, so if you're going to play this you might as well 3-bet it. And that's what he's gone for.
Try 6-8.
Gone for a small 3-bet. 680. This stage of the tournament, the small 3-bets have a lot of fold equity. We saw Leo's small 4-bet work earlier. It's just, it's going to be a lot of your stack if you call. If I'm Victor now, I'm very tempted to make a small 4-bet. I don't think my hand is strong enough that I really necessarily want to play it without the betting lead. But it's Pierre. Pierre is way wider than normal. And we have an ace. But he decides to take the more cautious approach and just call. And there's the king. Good flop for Pierre's hand, good flop for his range as well. 2 high cards. Lots of his high card hands have other stuff as well. Flush draws or straight draws. Queen Jack is open-ended. Ace Queen Ace Jack are both gut shots. So on a flop this good, he can fire out with a bet. Victor's missed it completely, so he's probably just going to let this one go. Yeah, he does. No real need for thought there. And Pierre rakes in another pot, extends his chip lead further.
For one time that you can show something decent, you have to show it.
I think Leo might be still having some banter with Pierre over the 3-2 offhand.
So proud to have it.
Fold. Raise 325. Call.
So Victor's stepped out of lines a little bit, opening the 6-4 suited. Pierre's done one of his trademark button calls with the reasonable looking holding 9-8 off. And Adrian defends with 9-8 suited. Adrian flops kind of best, even though he doesn't have a pair. He does have a flush draw. You're not loving your 6-4 on this board. It's middle pair, very vulnerable middle pair. He does have a backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw to go with it, so his hand has a lot more value. Pierre's hand has absolutely no value. The problem with calling with hands like 9-8 off is often you are just going to flop absolutely nothing. So Victor's going to bet this time. The king high board does favor him as well. This isn't just Victor betting because he has a pair. This is also Victor betting because this is kind of his board more than the other two players with the king on it. This is very different from, say, an 8-4-2 board. But Adrian's going nowhere with his flush draw. And now he's picked up a pair, so he can definitely call another bet. I'm not sure there's much reason for Victor to bet again. He's still ahead of flush draws that don't have anything else. Still ahead of ace highs, yeah, so I like his check back here. Just see what happens on the river. And Adrian hits 2 pair. I'd like to see Adrian go big here, because this is an unexpected hand, and Adrian a lot of the time is sitting there with a busted draw. Either clubs or something like ace-5, ace-3. Even given the big blind, 5-3 is possible. So when you have a lot of busted draws and not much value, you can go pretty big and get a disbelieving call from somebody who puts you on. Yeah, this is a great bet from Adrian. He's basically making his hand look like a busted draw now. And even though Victor only has effectively 4th pair now, he's looking at that board going, thinking about all the missed draws. And there are so few hands that would take this size for value.
175.
This wouldn't be a completely unexpected call. Beating all the bluffs. And on a board like this, there are lots of potential bluffs. Much more so than value. Even a king doesn't probably take this size.
Call showdown.
And Victor does call, and I can't blame him for that call at all because of all the missed draws. Bit of a sickener. I think if he did make a mistake in the hand, I think maybe the 6-4 suited was just too wide. You're going to get yourself into a lot of tricky spots with a hand like 6-4 suited. And that propels Adrian right up to second in chips now. But Pierre continues to pull away. Pierre started today with 11 million. He's up to 14 million. Adrian's the other big mover. Leo has stayed roughly level. Martin has drifted back a bit. He just hasn't been very active. And Victor just took a big hit there. Victor is going to have to get straight back on the horse here, and this is a good time to pick up ace-king when the rest of the table might think you're a little bit tilty. And Pierre with the ace-queen. Interesting spot. 5-handed ace-queen is pretty big, obviously, so you can 3-bet it. If you 3-bet it, You probably fold out mostly hands you're in great shape against, and you don't fold out any better hands. So that also means it can be a good flat,
Cool.
which is what he's decided to do, yeah. That keeps in stuff like ace, jack, ace, 10, all the worst aces, and king, queen. Keeps the pot small for now. Adrian has a decent connected suited hand, but he's decided to let this one go from the small blind. Taking a hand off maybe after recent gains. Leo has no interest in playing the jack 5 off.
Heads up.
And this flop is better for Pierre. The 7 high flop doesn't really interact with Victor's under the gun range. Pierre is checking because he thinks he has the best hand a lot of the time, but he doesn't need to bet it. He's not going to get called by worse. And Victor now is fairly sure he has the best hand, but he's going to check again, try and get Pierre to do the betting. Pierre looking at his stack, trying to decide how to size this. Pierre is probably targeting all the worst ace-X. Victor's going to be opening a lot of suited aces, probably all the suited aces. So he has a lot of worse aces, and that's what Pierre is going to try and target with this bet of 900k. So again, he's gone for a big bet here. Now this could be dual purpose. If he gets called here, he might think he's narrowed the range sufficiently to hands he's not necessarily in great shape against, and then he just checks behind on the river. But he might not get the option. Victor might go for the check raise here. Victor is so still, sometimes I think the stream has frozen. But he's reaching for chips. He's obviously never folding here. The only decision is, do we raise now or do we just call and bluff catch river as well? He's gone for the raising option. Try and get the money in now.
All in.
Against the worst aces.
Call. Showdown.
Pierre moves instantly all in. So Pierre obviously felt he had the best hand. He was up against a worse ace. And maybe the first misstep from Pierre. I think when you bet that size and you've gotten check raised, not sure the guy does that with too many worse aces.
One more.
And that's a huge momentum shift. That brings the stacks back to level, I think. Pierre is stewing a little there. I think maybe if he reflects on the hand afterwards, he will think, okay, well, I made a big bet on the turn and he still check raised me.
4 million.
Maybe that wasn't a spot to put all the chips in.
160. 4,160,000.
It's going to take a little while to work out the stacks here. But it looks like after the dust settles, the stacks will be level. We'll have new joint chip leaders, essentially, in Pierre and Victor.
Can you give me 60?
60 000 s'il vous plaît, Pierre.
Thank you.
Gros celui-là. Il est bien. C'est que j'avais une main que j'aurais joué dans plein de situations et qui faisait flush avant ce soir. Je sais pas si t'aurais vu l'arrivée. Bah je me pose la question parce que turn il y aurait eu
Small blind, big blind.
C'est pas encore du fold river.
And just before we move on from that hand, when Pierre shoves there as well, it's hard to see what calls that's worse. Like you're targeting weaker aces, but some of those weaker aces, the weaker suited aces, have actually got 2 pairs. So you're targeting stuff like ace jack, ace 10, ace 9, and then the question is Victor really going to play the hand like that? First of all, is he going to check raise the hand? Is he going to think it's strong enough to check raise? And then is he going to think it's strong enough to call a shove with? I suspect the answer is no. So Pierre's probably shoved in a spot where he's only getting called by a better hand.
Pass. Pass.
Pierre, though, straight back on the horse with the Queen 10 suited. Victor, does he want to go to war again with the man he just took a big chunk out of? Sometimes it's good in these spots. If you think your opponent is likely to be a little bit off balance, maybe not playing their best, it'd be a good time to get into pots with them. And 8-7 is obviously a fine hand to defend. Now, they both flop straight draws. Victor's is just a bad gut shot. Pierre is open-ended. Pierre decides to check. Again,
Check.
just see what happens on the turn. 3 on the turn. This might encourage Victor to bluff now, thinking that a lot of Pierre's hands are unpaired overcards, that he can apply pressure over 2 streets. The problem is his draw is so bad that even the 10 might not make him the best hand. King Queen is obviously in Pierre's range, but he is going for that. He's basically saying, this is my board now, I'm going to bet it. He's gone for half pot. Pierre's never folding a straight draw for half pot, so this is really just, let's get to the river and then we'll play the river. And the Queen makes a pair for Pierre. Victor can have the 10-8 here. And he has the 8, which obviously blocks that hand. So Victor's trying to decide now whether this is one of the cards he should bluff or not. His bluffs on the turn are probably mostly straight draws and flush draws. So diamond hands, and then the Queen does interact with those. Queen 10, which is the hand that Pierre actually has, picks up, might bluff the turn and then pick up
1 million.
top pair on the river and bet for value.
95.
10-8 obviously gets there, King 10 gets there. So
Showdown.
Victor's plan was always 2 streets, but Pierre blocking with the Queen is going to make the call and win back some of his chips.
Super.
I think both players played their hand pretty well there. Victor had to really go for it. The bet on the turn is not going to work very much. It has to be a 2-street plan. You have to be prepared to follow through on the river if you're going to go for it. He got a reasonable river to bluff, but he ran into top pair, so it didn't work.
Big blinds. Pass.
Adrian in the cutoff. Wow, this is a whole new Adrian. He's really changed since he's won that big pot. We saw him open 7-5 suited earlier under the gun, and he's been playing super wide, and now he's just folded an ace in the cutoff. So, significant gear change for him. He's obviously decided he's going to just chill for a while and let other players take the action. Victor has a very nice hand to just limp here. Pierre has a very nice hand to raise. You can get called by stuff that you're in great shape against, like worse aces. So these two are going to go to war again. Victor's hand now, we've seen 3 hands between these two guys. We've seen the King 8 versus the Ace 4, which Pierre won. We've seen the Ace King against Ace Queen, which Victor doubled up, true.
Go. Heads up.
So Victor could have turned that into a light 4 bet, but has decided again, just flat, see what happens. He's missed it in glorious style, so this is probably just going check bet fold. Pierre, top pair, not backdoor flush draw. Lots of reasons to bet here in a wide range situation. Both players have fairly wide ranges and lots of worse hands you can get called by here. You want to start growing the pot in case it comes diamond, diamond. But Victor with absolutely nothing. He literally couldn't have whipped this board worse. He's going to just fold.
Allez, c'est reparti, Pierre. C'est reparti.
Il en faut beaucoup de pareil pour les prendre.
Il faut se battre.
Il donnait un peu de trop. Hein.
So round 4 to Pierre.
Une rencontre difficilement évitable.
De toute façon, il a les pousser après.
Difficilement évitable.
Adrian said he'd taken a few hands off. He's definitely not taking this one off. Once he looks at his cards, he will be playing them. Very deliberate player. He always looks around, checks out all the stacks before he looks at his cards. Then looks at his cards, puts a chip on the card, and decides what to do.
Raise
And
400
he is going to open
plus
200k. Ooh, Victor picks up aces. And Victor has been super aggressive recently. He lost with the 6-4 against Adrian earlier. Lost a big pot there. This is the dream spot. If he 3-bets, Adrian might think there's a bit of revenge tilt going on where he wants to get his chips back from that pot. Ace King's going to look like a monster. We could see all of the chips going in here. I think the blinds are gone up too, so it's effectively 35 big blinds. It's not unreasonable to get 35 big blinds in with Ace King when you have a very aggressive image.
6.7, c'est ça au début du coup, à peu près.
Adrian giving it careful consideration, as he always does, but he trends very much aggressive. So I think we're going to see a 4-bet here. Counting out a stack of 100k chips. Puts them back, thinks about it again.
raise 2 million
And then
400.
I believe he moved all in, or he's... No, he's found a non-all-in 4-bet. He announced 2.4 million. Now Victor actually has a decision. Do you call and let him barrel on any flop and just call him down? Or do you stick it in now thinking, well, he's never folding when he's put that much in? Both plans have merit. You move all in and he folds. It's not a terrible result, obviously, but you would like to get all of the chips in. And if you call, you can expect a player as aggressive to Adrian to barrel off on pretty much any flop, whether he hits or not. So you can expect to get the rest of the chips in post flop.
All in.
But he has moved all in.
Call.
And snap call from Adrian, and he can't believe he's run into aces.
Can I please showdown?
You have the one hand you really don't. You're up against the one hand you really don't want to see, which you're blocking. He walks away in absolute disgust without even turning his cards over. They're going to have to wait for him to come back to turn his cards over. Don't think the dealer can do it. He finally does table the ace king. And he's drawing pretty thin here. He's going to be super short if he doesn't get there. And that kills him. Top set. Can't believe that he's run into it there. He's going to be left with 955k, which I think is only less than 5 big blinds. He did spin up yesterday when he dropped back from 6 million to 500,000. That's just a cooler. He's actually kicking the hoarding now. Yeah. Commented on how calm and collected he was, but that's pretty cruel at this stage. That would upset anybody. He is shaking his head, Riley. It's going to take a while because he has so many of the smaller chips.
6.5.
They're going to have to count the stacks down. The photographer rushes around to capture the moment of pain. High drama. What a run it's been for Victor. Got the big double up against Pierre, and now he's got another double up through Adrian, and that has sent him catapulting up to chip leader now. We're down to 5 on the outer table as well, so we have 10 players left in the tournament, and Victor is sitting there with 14 million now. And Adrian is left with fumes after that cooler. You can see 4 big blinds. I think that's rounded down. It's probably actually 5, almost 5. But Victor at the top now at 69. Pierre also 63. And then Leo and Martin are sort of in mid-stack range, 31 and 19 big blinds. Adrian won't be hanging around long here. The other bad news for him is that he's... no, he's not a blind. I thought he was a blind there. Actually, he is a blind, yeah. So he's big blind. So he's actually had to post 2 of his 5 big blinds straight away. So difficult to see him folding here. Leo has a hand that she's obviously going to open into this sorely wounded big blind. Pierre won't be getting involved in 9-8 this time because he knows what's likely happening. Adrian will be sticking the rest of his chips in, reopening the betting action. And you might like to just call here, just try and flop something. Put in 1 more big blind. Big blind ante changes the dynamic here a bit, because if you move all in from a non-blind position, non-big blind position, you can win the full big blind ante. So even being down to say 2 big blinds is not terrible, but he has decided, no, I'm going to just stick it in. Try and get the double here. Not in terrible shape, obviously, because he's live. Essentially a 2-to-1 shot. There's the 10, but also the ace. They both have a club, so running clubs would actually make the better flush for Leo. And now he's drawing 10. He needs a 10 or a 6, or we will lose Adrian, who has had a real roller coaster in the time we've seen him on the stream. 7 on the river seals his fate. We lose Adrian. Very unfortunate, that cooler. Nothing he could really do. And just like that, we're down to 9. Four on this table, 5 on the outer table. In for an interesting phase of play now. The players are going to have to play short-handed, even more short-handed than this tournament has been to this point.
Pass. Pass.
Martin on the button doesn't seem the type of player who's going to play the 9-3, and there's no small blind, so he shows his cards to the only remaining player in the table in the hand, Leo, who had an ace.
How many left? I can see. And there's one guy with 1 million. Or 1.2, yeah. Yeah.
How many there?
It's 9 in total, so
9.
9 left. And one guy, a ver, no, uno con less than 1.5.
400 play is always interesting because under the gun is actually the cutoff. So early position is late position.
The 5Ks. So
As a very experienced tournament director, we often see him doing tournaments here in Ireland, is explaining to them that there will be a chip race at the next break, so he wants somebody to buy all the small chips. Martin, having folded the 9-3 off last hand, picks up the aces. Will not be folding this time. Says he's cut off, but he's basically the button because of the dead. The fact that Adrian bust 2 hands ago, so he gets button 2 hands in a row.
400.
Leo has a hand she can play here. You can play this a couple of different ways. You can 3-bet it, or you can just call. It flops pretty well.
Total of 5?
Yeah, one option you really can't do is fold this hand. It's just a bit too strong. Now Martin's on the tight side, and we saw Leo take advantage of that earlier when she called 4-bet King Queen suited and got him to fold Ace King. If he has somebody watching the stream and he's being told about that hand, that plays into the dynamic as well. Yeah, so you can 3-bet fold this hand, or you can just call.
900.
Raise 900.
She's going for the 3-bet fold option.
Pass.
And now Martin has the same decision that Victor had when he had aces. Do you just flat and let the aggressive player barrel off, or do you try and get the chips in now? Slightly different situation because it's less likely that Leo has an actual hand here that she's going with. She's much more likely to be light as the small blind 3-better of a button open. So I think I would lean towards calling here because of that. That said, Leo is very, very canny post-flop and is unlikely to just blast off.
Call.
He has called. I really like this. This is very, very tricky play from Martin. Obviously, sometimes it doesn't work out, and now he's going to have a sweat because Leo is open-ended and has a backdoor flush draw. So Leo will not want to fold this flop. 2.1 million in the pot. Martin only has 3 million behind. So she probably feels she has enough equity to get it in now. So she fires out the continuation bet here. $700K into 2.1 million, so third pot, fairly standard size. Now he has the same situation of folding is not an option, but he absolutely hates this board. Obviously, I think he just now it does seem like he has to just get the chips in because there's too many bad turn cards. And Leo snap folds. Wow, that is canny play from Leo there, recognizing that even though she's open-ended, the open-ender might not be good. The queen could be a bad card if she's up against. She can already be up dead against king queen. If she's up against something like kings, the queen won't even help her. So Leo had a very clear plan there. She bet knowing that if she got shoved on, she was folding.
You're missing me.
You want to sell the blues?
And those light 3-bets, they obviously don't always work. It was a good spot to do it. She just ran into aces. She lost the absolute minimum as well. She lost 1 bet after the flop.
It's half empty.
But again, I like how Martin played his hand because he did get that extra bet. If he shoved on her pre-flop, she was just folding. Leo has a nice hand to open now. Queen 9 suited.
400.
Victor with the ace-5 off. If you're going to play this hand, you want to play it as a 3-bet. Doesn't flop well enough to be a good flat.
Right.
And looks like that is the option he's going for.
1 million.
Going for the light 3-bet here with the ace-5 off. Using his blocker. Pierre hates folding his big blinds. You can see, even facing this action, and the fact he only has 6 high, he just didn't like having to fold. Leo doesn't have a hand she wants to play at this point. Victor really profiting now. He's the new chip leader. He got a light 3-bet through last time, and now he's got a legitimate hand on the button. Pierre in the small blind. Quite likely to launch. We saw him 3-bet king 8 off earlier. But those were different times. He was chip leader then. He was the one pushing other people around. Martin has a hand you can definitely defend here. 10-7, middly connected. It feels bottom of calling range. I think 10-6 I would probably fold. 10-8 I don't think about. I'm definitely calling. 10-7 is sort of probably just about a call. He's missed completely, so that's... It's actually good news. You know, sometimes people say, "Oh, he's missed completely." Well, that's bad news. But with a hand like 10-7, this is almost a better flop than say Ace King 7, where you feel compelled to continue.
300.
And we'll just get out of the way quickly. Yeah, no need to waste any time there.
No, I don't have.
Have some over there.
Yeah.
Take your time. Yeah, take it. No worries. We will pause the clock for 2 minutes.
And they're coloring up Leo, getting rid of all her small chips.
And we blind?
Yeah, you're big blind.
But make it doesn't. I will wait. I will wait.
No,
he
you
says-
can.
He says we...
You can play after level.
Yeah, no. So we play, no?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But she said no.
I think you can
Yeah,
play
yeah.
now, and you have a high hand.
Martin, who's the shortest player at the table, isn't appreciating the fact that they're losing some dealing time here. It's often a source of frustration for our players when the play gets stopped while they start to do color ups. That's what breaks are for. Victor again with another hand. Now the rest of the table might think he's just really stepping out because he's got the chip lead. Nothing behind though for anybody to play except Leo. Leo can definitely defend the ace-5 off. There's no need to 3-bet this from the small blind. This is a 3-bet if you want to play it, but from the big blind you can just call because you're closing the action. It is a reasonable 3-betting candidate from the big blind too if you're up against a player you think is opening too wide, so you think they're going to fold a lot. The standard player is to call, but against a really loose aggro player you can 3-bet some of the time from the big blind. Let's see the flop, and we've seen a lot of paired boards in the time I've been doing commentary, and I'm repeating myself, but paired boards are hard to hit. Now the cards are close enough together here, so there's lots of gut shots, 10-9, 10-8, 9-8. Victor is blocking all of those gut shots very strongly with the pocket nines. The standard play on these is just for the pre-flop aggressor to fire out a small bet, and that's what Victor has done. He's bet 1/6 the pot. That will fold out most of the range. Leo trying to decide if her hand is worth continuing for such a small bet. She could have the best hand right now. She could be up against king high, queen high. Her hand doesn't really have much improvability. Even if she hits her ace, she wouldn't feel brilliant. So she's going for a small raise here. Essentially trying to find that Victor really has a hand. The small raise is only going to fold out worse hands, but out of position she wants a bit of clarity. And obviously on the paired board, she's more likely to have a 7. Victor probably only opens 8-7 suited, 7-6 suited, and ace-7 suited. And obviously the one combination of pocket 7s that remains, whereas she defends a lot of 7x. Now, does she want to take another stab at this?
Check.
But no, it was a one and done spot. She was just it wasn't really a big bluff. She was just trying to fold out worse hands, of which there were a lot. Trying to get king high and queen high to fold. Now that she's checked, Victor's in a kind of a tricky spot. He usually has the best hand, and his hand needs a certain amount of protection. He's gone for another tiny bet. Wow. He's bet less than 10% a pot. This is essentially an advanced blocker. What he's saying is, we're not going to see the river for free. You're going to have to put in more money now. But if Leo calls this bet, she's almost always going to check the river, and then he gets to check behind his nines. This is a very creative play from Victor. I like it. It's so small you can actually eke a little bit of value as well. This is such a small bet. It just feels weird to fold to a less than 10% of pot bet. And that's why Leo hasn't folded, even though she has a bad ace high. So you want to go for a double check raise? This is it's so difficult to know what you're supposed to do here. Folding just feels weird, getting more than 10 to 1. Yeah, so I think she decided, well, I can't fold, so I'll just put in those 2 big blinds. And now I think the river goes check, check. Unless she decides to turn her hand into bluff, but she doesn't. Yeah. Again, I really like how Victor played that hand. Very creative. And you got that extra small bet on the turn that most players wouldn't get. A lot of players would bet bigger on the turn, and then Leo just folds. or a lot of players would just check for pot control, in which case he doesn't get the bet either. So yeah, I like how Leo played, how Victor played his hand there, and that moves Leo back to 19 big blinds.
Blinds, please.
We're down to 9, 4 on this table, 5 on the outer table.
Forward. Raise 525.
Pierre opening the ace-3 off, Martin with 10s on the button. Calling here would be very conservative. Your hand is probably strong enough to 3-bet get in, so you might as well just go that route. 3-bet.
Raise all in.
He's actually just decided to move all in. He doesn't want a 3-bet call, so he's just going to take the decision away by moving all in, which is a fine option as well. And Pierre is not going to call off with the rag ace. Just fold. Looks like the players might be going on a break. So the preparations for that break being made with the chipping up, colouring up. So we're going on a break. We will be back after the break. I think we'll be joined by JJ Hassan after the break as well. So that was good news for all of you who are getting tired of listening to me. There you see the chip counts before we go. Victor has catapulted all the way to the top now with 16 million, 79 big blinds. Pierre he's advanced a little bit on where he started. Martin has moved up slightly as well, but he's on 6 million, 30 big blinds. And Leo has gone into reverse in that last section of the play. And she's now sitting as a shorty with just under 20 big blinds. Back after the break.
50, yeah. Thank you. And now can I do the chip raise first on the 5K? No.
80.
So 3 cards here, 1 card there. Yeah? 3 here, 1 there. Players ones are over there on that over there, yeah? Okay. That's it. So yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 900,000 here. 900. $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, yes? So 3 million coming out and 3 million coming in. So we will buy this. That's for her. Okay. Perfect. Keep it there. Now let's just color them up a little bit. We will prepare this and we will leave them in front of the plate, okay? will be 5. Oh, sorry. This will be 5 million. Okay. So this will be 5 million. Can you bring me a couple of racks from there behind the TV, please, Ben? I'm really sorry to bother you about this, but
Yeah.
okay, I'll do it. Don't worry. Don't touch anything. I'll do it. Okay. Perfect. So this is I'll make it 4. They don't need it.
Yeah, probably.
That's 4 million here, and we'll do similar here. So. So 3, 4, and 5. We took her already because she did the chip race, so her chips go out. Her chips go out of play straight away.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we need busters.
I don't feel really good. I'm not feeling really good. I'm so sorry when I...
Okay, so now you will only change them when everybody's.
Yeah, when it comes.
So we have
Can we
5.
already count them?
Just 1 second. Yeah, we'll do it. Just let me do the other one. So this is 5. This is 4. And this will be 3. Okay. So this is for them later. Perfect. Yes. I will do the countersign here first, and then.
All right. They're strong.
But no, I don't like it when I show it when I'm talking. But after. Do you have something sweet?
7, 7.5.
What you mean something sweet? Like chocolate?
Yeah.
Some chocolate now?
I will come. Because I felt really good yesterday, but I wake up today and what happens? This is nice player. This is good. No, no. I don't have energy to talk. And it will be 7 players, like final or no?
Yes.
And here?
Yes.
And no streaming?
Yes, streaming, but that's not.
Yes. Oh, okay. Because it's. Understand. But why so? But why so?
Because if it's not 7, then we go down 8, 7, and we have 3, 4, and 4 hands.
Yeah.
And no one wants to bust. But like that, they're on the final table and they have to play.
Yeah.
It's just to kill the M4 hand stuff.
Yeah. We always do it like this. We have a stream. We have 8 marks, but we start the fight from 9 and the same.
That's better.
Yeah.
Yes.
now I understand why it's a high roller
What do you need?
club.
We need a chip count.
Yeah, it makes
Yeah,
sense.
makes sense.
Makes sense.
3, 4, 3, 9, 4,075,000. Yep. Yeah, 4,075,000.
Rozumiem, że dalej.
Next. 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 14. Let's call it 15.
Really?
No. 15, 8, 15, 8, 25.
Let's call it 17.
No. You know why I do it? I do it like this, and then I take down the. I know.
Okay. It was a number.
Yeah. 4, 9, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 11, 11, 5, 11, 6, 11, 7, 11, 8, 11, 8, 15. 11, 8, 15.
I will take it.
I will take it.
3 million 5.
The whole day.
3, 4, 3, 5, 6, 6, 0, 75. Okay, done. Chip counts are done. Take the picture.
Gdzie listy jak przyjdzie? A mały zbytnie grube prędzej.
3, 4, 5, 7, 8.
To jest przykłada, nie? Pozeram na te testowe.
To 14 albo 15 najwiac.
Ten to ma, no. Ale nie ma już 2, 4, 6, 8. No, 15.
Fajmy que to.
Wtedy dobra.
A kto?
I'm trying to don't do this.
I've closed the door.
I'm trying
If
to
you
don't do
need to be in the
this.
kitchen, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, players, take your seats slowly, please. We're gonna change. 3 million over there on seat number 1. Players, you verify with me? 2.5 million, 3 million. Or 3 million. And we're gonna change. Also 3 million with Davidi. Davidi, 3 million for 3 million. Perfect. So white chip, the 500,000 white chip will be played if it will be good finally.
7 millions risking bowling. Ça sert à rien.
Okay, players, welcome back.
New fashion, risking.
So we got the chip race with you.
Yes.
Okay. Guys, welcome back to the table. We did some color up first of all. So we took 5 million in small chips from you. 5 million. And you're getting 5 million in nice white 500,000 chips.
This is not. 4
Here,
million.
we took 4 million off of you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Okay. Only 4, and you get nice 4 million there. And from you, Michal, we took 3 million. Martin, 3. Sorry, my bad. Okay. Okay, dealers, please prepare the deck.
I just have a question.
Yes, I'm listening.
So this is your chips, 4 million. And your blinds, please, it will be 250.
Straddle.
Straddle. You are big blind, I'm sorry.
We increase 125.
Yes, 125 ante, 250 big blind. Yes. Just 125 because it's half.
Yes,
half.
yeah.
Yeah.
500 is like the new chips is not so I just wanted to show there was no mistake about
Good afternoon, everyone. This is JJ Hazan coming in alongside Professor Poker Dara O'Kearney. Are you there, Dara? No, he's obviously not. He'll be along in a minute. He'll be back. What a fantastic afternoon we've had so far. I've been following all the coverage. There's been some amazing play, some really, really good poker. It's elevated above a pretty good day 2 and some interesting day 1s that we had. And we're down to 9 players for the final stages of the Winamax Poker Open here in Banco. Hopefully Dara will be with us soon. It's just having some technical issues. I will take you through until he is back on. Blinds are up. 100, 200. We're the 200 ante. So pressure will be on the smaller stacks. Victor, who has made the biggest progress so far, with a Jack 9 in the small blind. But he's up against Tricky Pierre, who...
Check. Check.
Yeah, with the ace-6, he's hit his ace.
Check.
Only very small pot so far. Surprised this hasn't got bigger. Yeah, betting his ace now. And as it's Pierre, I can't see Victor.
4.
Can't see Victor folding it.
Check. Million.
Nice little pick up there for Pierre. Doesn't fold his big blind and is betting for value. Will Victor call him?
Call.
He does. I think some people you would fold to on that kind of bet, and Pierre is definitely one of them. But a bit unlucky there. Pierre with a good starting hand though, and a lot of equity when he made the call on the flop. I think these two are battling really well, and Victor took a big pot off him earlier, but mainly he won his big amount when he had the aces against the ace king of a very aggressive player. 9 players left. So the next player out will get 9,000 euros, so will 8th. And then we get to the final table of 6 players, 100,000 euros up top. And 6th will go away with a cool 16,000 from a 500 entry. Fantastic value here at Banco. Didn't quite hit the numbers that we hit last year, but Winamax is a renowned French online and live organization with some really good sponsored players, one of which we've had on this table for a while. Leo on our left, Spanish player, had a great year or two. She can tell you a story about my old friend William Kassouf, who let's say put her off her game a bit at an EPT in the last year. I'm sure she won't want to remember it, to be honest. But that caused a bit of... I think my colleague Dara was actually on that table. So that was an interesting story all round. Wow. Pierre betting into the virtual nuts. Victor doesn't need to do a lot here. This is why Victor called with his second pair last hand, because he knows that Pierre will be bluffing an awful lot of pots. That's just his game. He wants to put maximum pressure. It's very hard, though, to put maximum pressure on a chip leader, especially when he has the virtual nuts. Just call Pierre. No need to raise. No value. Then a nice check.
Call.
Yep, very nice. So Pierre now has to choose to give up or make quite a strong bet. No, he's taken the wise approach and given up. Now, will Victor want to bet for value? Does he think Pierre has anything? Like maybe a pair of 6s, pair of 5s. He has one of each. So very close to a pair of 6s and 5s. He can only get called for value by a full house. He's pretty sure that his full house will be winning.
475.
Lovely size bet. Really like that. Another pot to our chip leader, who's come very much from behind to take the lead on this four-handed table.
Bounty.
The players adjusting nicely
Really?
to the range you can play with such thin players on the table.
Blind.
Most tournaments, which are 9 or 10-handed, don't even start until you've got 4 players on the table. And here we have 4 and 5 on the other table. 9 players left.
250, but and
With
he's
16
only out,
million.
so
Yes, 250 and 1 million.
perfect.
Pierre this time with a good raising hand on the button.
Raise 600.
I'm sure the other players will have noted or been told how wide a range Pierre has. Calls with 2-3 offsuit, that kind of play. Raises with 3-6. He's A man after my own heart. I like the way Pierre plays. It's a riskier play, but you pick up a lot of dead wood and dead pots that other players leave behind. It's a great way of accumulating. Actually, at limited risk.
250 and 125.
C'est que il avait dit.
Although Leo played him very well with her flush draw, and he got very lucky by hitting a 2 on the river with his 2-3 offsuit call. Right. Problem with 4 players is everyone is involved. You've got a small blind, a big blind, a button, and one other player who actually combines more than one place. And this is the player, Pierre, on this particular hand. King 2. Now Martin, our shorter stack on the table, has an ace. Dara mentioned earlier how powerful kind of an ace 5 can be, even against kings or queens. Now no one's putting Pierre on kings or queens. But takes the conservative approach and folds. Victor will not be folding ace 10 against Pierre. Another opportunity to pick up a pot and to let Pierre do his thing and lose chips. Trouble is, Pierre often then hits his king or 2. It's a 2 on the river. He is a lucky player as well as a good player. Okay, just smacks this flop in the face. 2 pairs. Oh, I love it. Check on the flop. He's looking to maximize return. He'll be betting this turn for sure, making it look a bit bluffy.
Check, yeah.
Oh, nice. I like that. Bit of old man work there. What's happening? What's happening?
800.
He just looks so innocent, doesn't he? Look at his face. There's no idea why he's even in the room. I mean, what's he doing there? Is he getting a bus? But he has got a very sharp brain underneath that innocent exterior. Well played. Might have got a call on the flop there, so potentially missing a bet. But what he's really hoping there is that Martin has hit something that will get his 2 pairs paid. But unfortunately, he'd hit nothing by the turn. Now, hands come round quick, and when you're only 4-handed, it doesn't take the dealer long to get those cards around. No rest for the commentator either on this one.
Pass. Pass.
These 2 again. Victor and Pierre. Might be a case of get a room. They seem to be playing most hands against each other. Pierre's picked up the dames. A pair of queens against a queen. Could not ask for a better spot. He's absolutely massive. 85% roughly against 15%. Min raise. Just about 650. He's got a suited queen. He's coming along. Music to Pierre's ears, this one. What might slow him down is an appearance of an ace or king on the flop, but it probably won't stop him. Any help for Victor? Oh, there's a king, but absolutely no help for Victor. So unfortunately, Pierre will not get paid on this. He's doing the same as he did last hand, checking a big hand, hoping Victor hits. Still absolutely nothing. So he'll do a bet on the turn. It'll be check, bet, fold. And even if Victor thinks Pierre has nothing and is bluffing his way through this tournament, he just can't call with Queen 8. So either way, Pierre wins. And Victor will know, there are times where he'll have nothing and times where he'll have everything. And that makes it a very, very difficult to play this kind of opponent. tricky. And they are now pretty short, under 20 big blinds. But this is not a hand to go to war on. Victor, another ace. Does he ever play a hand without an ace?
$500.
Min click. Oh, Pierre will be calling with the Jack 10 suited. May even consider a raise to see where he is against Victor.
Call.
Yep, just making the more sensible call. Martin will get out of the way. And yet again, we have the Victor and Pierre show. Who's your favourite? Do come in with any comments on YouTube, guys. Do my best to respond or answer them.
How are we gonna do 7?
Check.
Quite a lot of you watching at the moment, also through Winamax and Banco Casino's website. So 2 diamonds for Pierre. Dangerous board. Victor will be well aware. He's still going to have a bet, but he'll know that that board is very much in Pierre's range. Just flat calling with the draw. Up and down now for Pierre with a gut shot draw for Victor. Actually, no, he's up and down as well. So Pierre with blockers. Enticing bet of 700. 20 odd percent of the pot. 25%.
Call.
Victor going nowhere with his improved draw. The ace is still winning, but no point betting this at all. So the ace will win. Pierre shows his pretty unlucky. One of the first times Pierre's been unlucky. He had a diamond draw, an up and down straight draw, and missed. Whereas he's got 3-2 against much better hand and hits a 2 in the end to pick up a pot. Almost shocked that he didn't win that. But nice hand there for Victor. I think both players played that pretty well and by the book. Whoever book that is.
Pass.
Pierre now, he does favour the suited picture card, the King 7 suited, had that a lot, raised with it, King 5 suited, Queen 8 suited. Although he raises pretty well every hand he's got, he actually does like these hands. Especially when he's up against the other hands we can see. Now, what's Leo going to do? Getting a little bit frustrated, I think. She's not been able to kind of get much going. Had a couple of hits, had one good pot earlier, but blinds will start to take their toll soon. And 7-5 offsuit just is not good enough to see a flop. You're going to be dominated 80% of the time by pretty well any hand. There's our chip count. Victor moving up with 16 million, but down in terms of the blinds. As the blinds go up, of course, those proportions reduce. But still our chip leader on this table. Table of 4. We have another table of 4 as well. We are down to 8 players. So 9,000 euros for the next player out. Our final table of 6 may be set soon. At some point, Leo needs to get her chips in. Probably not now, though. Pierre raising again with a suited picture card. King 7. The King 7 of clubs has appeared like 1 in 4 hands. It's just been one of those hands that has appeared almost every other hand. It's strange. You only got 4 or 5 players playing, and the King 7 of clubs just keeps appearing. Could be a sign. Not quite sure what a sign of what, but sign that that's the winning hand for 100,000 euros at some point later today. Now this is an interesting challenge. 4 players, 6-3 suited, but not got the biggest stack. So this is one of those choices. Disciplined player will fold. A loose, goosey player like me might want to make a move with it. And Pierre certainly would have. He loves low connected cards, suited especially. And I think he's right. You know exactly where you are. This time Victor with the nut low. He was playing Omaha high-low. Yeah, nice hand.
Heads up.
Pierre dominating him with the Jack 2. No club draw for Victor. Pierre with a draw and the more aggressive player. So I think this will go down fairly quickly. But Victor betting it. Okay.
250.
Slightly out of character. But Pierre going nowhere. He fancies that massive flush draw with his 2. I hope Victor has a 3-street strategy here. He's bet on the first. The only way he's going to win this pot is by continuing to bet all the next 2 streets, this one and the river. And if a club comes, of course, that's the only thing that will stop him. But he's going to continue.
700.
And may well work. I think the instinct there was Pierre was going to fold. He may have to fold. Lovely play by Victor, turning the aggression round against Pierre. Nice little pick up there. I think he's starting to gauge how Pierre plays and making moves like betting that river, betting the flop, which I don't think he normally would be. But against Pierre, it just messes up his game a bit. So, good approach. Poor old Leo. Jack 6 offsuit. She must be getting so frustrated. A female version of Tom Cruise in Top Gun. Look at those glasses. Victor now just cruising at the chip lead, playing pretty well any hand he wants, a little bit like Pierre yesterday and most of this morning. However, he's come across a pair. I think Martin has to shove here. There's no value in calling. It's a shovable hand and only a big hand can call you and you've still got a mid pair. Even if you call with ace king, ace queen, you're in good shape. Be pretty unlucky to come across an overpair. There's chips in the pot. There's been a raise. It's worth having a stab at. You can't really raise and fold, and his stack is just under 20 big blinds. So I favour the shove here.
All in.
Yeah, well done. And then we an immediate pass by Victor. Doesn't waste time. I do. One of the things I dislike a lot on the poker table is where someone wants Hollywood time, especially when we're streaming. They want their Hollywood time. They want their moment in the sun. They spend hours deliberating when they know full well they're going to fold. And so I'm very appreciative of players like Victor, who just folds, which he's done consistently when he knows that he's not going to be calling. That's very different from actually needing the time to think through a hand and work out where you are. But do appreciate that. You get the JJ Gold Medal for Poker Etiquette,
500.
Victor, plus all the chips you've got.
Plus.
Consistently raising with any two cards. This is the way, or a way, of playing a table where you are the chip leader. You're just using your stack and putting maximum pressure. Now, Leo does have a hand. This potentially is an all-in hand as well. 8-9 suited. Don't want to be calling with it. Doesn't flop particularly well.
Heads up.
Oh, my God. Okay. She has called with it. Neither player is hit. Gut shot for Leo. And backdoor straight for Victor. But Victor has the chips and the aggression. But against, if you like, a more solid player like Leo, as opposed to Pierre, he may decide not to be too aggressive. Don't listen to me, son. Put your chips in. I think, had Leo raised pre-flop, she would have got that through for sure. Now she's in a really difficult position. She's lost another big blind, one she couldn't afford to, by just calling. So I hope she looks at that and then at least thinks about whether or not she's played that hand right. I believe she should have pushed all in. Don't know what you guys think on the stream. Very happy to hear your thoughts.
Plus. Plus. Your small blinds. Pass.
Leo raising with the 8-5 offsuit, and Victor folding the Jack-10. Interesting. So she definitely gets respect on the table in terms of, and I think she needs to recognise that, and she has to start making moves because her stack is going to just dwindle otherwise. And that was a move. 8-5 offsuit in the small blind, picked up 500k of the big blind and the ante. So I like that, and I think she needs to continue that. Martin seems to be more playing his hands. This is not a good hand to do it with, though. Sure she won't. Even though she's on the button. But she only has 2.3 million. 9 big blinds. She's in the danger zone. Victor with a very playable King Jack offsuit in the small blind against Tricky Dicky Pierre.
Call.
Just the call. Oh, Pierre likes these hands. Doesn't need to raise, though.
Heads up.
And he's hit 2 hearts, of course. He always hits some kind of draw or bottom pair or something. And now he's hit his 8 as well, so I think we will see a bet on the turn. He probably would have bet had he missed as well, but I think we'll see 300 or 400.
400.
400 bet. He's got the flush draw, he's got the pair. Victor with just 2 overcards. Knowing Pierre's kind of range is very much on the board. I think Unless he's in aggro zone, he'll fold. No, I think that's the right fold. You can't win them all. Sometimes you just have to give up the small ones. Lose the battle, but win the war. That's the key in poker. Sometimes you need to just give up some of these smaller pots so that you are in better position to win the bigger pots.
Pass. Raise. 500. Pass.
Victor, yet another ace, this time a good suited one. Four-handed, ace-8 suited, pretty strong. Martin's going to be folding his 5-4. Real no value at all of calling this.
Call, show, call. Heads up.
Wants to have a look. Random board.
Check.
Victor in position. The initial raiser. He'll follow through on this. 600, 700 maybe.
300.
He's gone back to his small bet, 300. It's enough though.
Pass. Pass. All in.
Surprising move. All in with a queen-6 offsuit. Leo got a very playable hand, but it's very tricky to call. Nice middle suited connectors. Jack-8, Jack-9 play pretty well, but very hard to call an all-in bet against a player that really has hardly played a hand. So it's a nice timing by Martin to put maximum pressure on Leo. She is behind, but it really close. She's got arguably a better hand with Jack-8 suited. She really doesn't know what to do. She's so tempted.
Pass.
Oh, that was a tough spot for her. I could see her pushing with the Jack-8 suited had it come round. Definitely worth an all-in. Now on 8 big blinds. And Martin making a move there, showing he's got more to his game. He really hasn't had any hands though, so at some point you have to make these moves. Leo's been in tough spots, and that was definitely one of them. Very tempting to call there. Pierre with any ace really, at this point with 4 players is a raising hand.
625.
Just a little above min. I think Leo could well push with this one, and let's see if it makes sense to be all in with this hand. 2 ways of winning it. Either Pierre folds, which he probably won't. And then, of course, you got Victor. We don't know his hand yet. Can Victor wake up with a monster? And we may well lose a player. I think Leo, she can't keep losing these blinds. She has to make a stand at some point, and that's as good a hand as any 4-handed to make a stand. Thought she said the word all there. Good miming. Oh, wow. Okay. It's a surprising play, honestly. If you want to ladder one more place, 1 or 2 places, then I totally understand the play. But right now, 9,000 for 8th and 12,300 for 7th. So you could argue that, you know, there's 3,300 difference, and that's what she's playing for. But I think, in my book, you always play to win a tournament. You don't focus whether it's 9,000 or 12,000. In this case, you're going, I want the 100,000. And what do I need to do to get there? Now, she's got a very playable hand. She's got a pair, but she's so short-stacked that another hand of kind of Jack 8, Jack 9 may well call her. She's going to be pushing.
Raise.
And Pierre, he's going to be tempted by the 9 too. He will be. He will be tempted. Oh, King 9. No, he'll call. He will call with King 9. She hasn't actually gone all in. She's got a 25k chip behind. He will be tempted. He's got money in the pot already. It's only 1.6 million. He knows King 9 plays very well, especially short-handed. He doesn't want to see Ace King, and that's almost it. I mean, there's not many other hands she's going to be that worried about, especially an underpair.
1,800,000. Raise.
And he pushes. Automatic call by Leo. So we may lose a player here. Leo has the best starting hand, but only just. And King 9 by Pierre, who tends to hit boards. Wouldn't surprise me if he hits King and 9, the way he's been running. Yeah, there's the King. Oh! Wow, what a flop! Top set against the maid house. Pierre now needing runner on a pair or a 9. What a fantastic, there's a 4. Needs a 4 or a 9. Otherwise, we've got a lovely double up by Leo. This is wonderful. 15% equity, and he misses. Pierre didn't even miss. He hit a king, 2 kings on the board. So Leo's patience has worn off. Her fellow Winamax
325.
team behind. She has a regular Spanish partner, I know that. She travels with a lot. So fantastic double up there. And maybe she's proving me wrong when I suggested she should be pushing with the Ace 7. Doesn't change my opinion on it. It is only an opinion. But she got very lucky there by hitting the absolute on the flop. So double up, she's back in the game and smiling, which is always nice. She's gone up to 15 big blinds, out the danger zone for now. Let's see if she can start to pick up some hands to play. And there's the first one. King Queen offsuit, just to calm it down now after the excitement of that pot. Just reset herself. I see a bet of around 600, 650 maybe. Is she considering a push here?
Raise 500.
No, just a minute raise, just taking her
500.
time. Pierre, Pierre. Playable 10-9. He may well want to see a flop, but decides against it. Martin now ace king, and Leo's in real trouble after that big hand. How's he going to play it though? There's so many ways of playing this. He could flat call to trap, but often that is not the best idea.
Now you have 39, yeah? 3.9.
He's right, 3.9 in total. Obviously paying attention, it's very good. Always a good asset for a poker player to know exactly how much your opposition has. I try my best to do that.
This is 3. Yeah, I mean total. Yeah.
Yeah, he got it right. Great spot for Martin. Here, ace king against Leo's king queen. Just doubled up.
Raise all in.
Wow, maximum pressure applied. Oh, wow. Good fold. Great fold. I was wondering whether the adrenaline from the previous hand would take her through, but she'd reset properly, thought it through, and made a great fold. As important part of the game as making a good bet is making a good fold. People don't like folding, Pierre on this table especially, but it's a very important element to poker. It's not all about aggression. Sometimes it's absolutely the right choice. And Leo showed good instincts there with the fold.
Players and dealers, once you finish the current hand, you're on a 15-minute break.
We'll have a 15-minute break, guys, at the end of this hand. I'm probably going to do some
500.
chipping up. There's still awful lot of chips in front of every player.
Fold.
Victor raising with his stack, king 2 offsuit. Pierre with a cheeky call with an ace 4 suited, under-repping his hand. He's looking to play tricky again. Will it work for him? Well, it certainly will. He's got the nut flush draw against very little.
Check.
But Victor,
Check.
oh yeah, he's checking again. Oh, but he's let the king hit.
Check.
He may have won the pot if he'd have bet the flop. And now the ace has hit, a disguised ace. So either player bets, there will almost certainly be a call. There can't be anything else. Queen makes a straight. There's 2 pairs there as well. Jack 7, Jack 10, King Jack, King 10.
Showdown.
So wasn't even a bet. I think the way that panned out was very sensible, really. The only possible bet would have been Pierre on the flop with his nut flush draw. Right, on a 15-minute break. We'll see you soon, guys.
Chip counts. 2.5, 28, 3, 0, 5. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 5. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12, 1, 12, 12, 2, 12, 3, 12, 4, 12, 4, 25. Okay, 1, 5, 6, 6, 8, 25, 6, 8, 25. Thank you. Let's go. Let's do it from the beginning. So Leo is once again 3,025,000, 2, 4, 6, 8, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 5, 15. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 4, okay. 3, 3.5, 4.5. 3, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, 5, 8, 25. Okay. Yep. This is better.
Sí, sí, que además los más calientes. Antes hay dos suites de Bears. que tienes la ciega que más todo. Rey, dama 6 más. Y todas las que, aunque no son bloqueo oriente, ya sí. No, y 18. 9, 7, 8.
Jakie to tu trudne. Nie wiem, co na to powiem. Przejdziemy fajnie. Jak u nas, no. To u nas tak było, widziałem. Żebyście wy wiedzieli, co teraz mamy robić. But I was, yes, but I was there when you had so many. Something I don't want to disturb.
I'm a professional. You can understand.
Sure. Yes, I know. This makes me healthy.
You want another one?
No. I don't like the chocolate you draw. So then I need energy. I had to go. Red Bull, and I will have a heart attack on the table. And
Actually, something like that happened like 2 days ago in France. There was like a opera stuff,
And you know the guy who does that? He had a heart attack on stage. He died. Guys, we're gonna have to end the show.
He died.
Okay, let's go back.
Well, it happened. And a few weeks ago in another casino, it happened to one of the players died on the table.
Okay. I know it happened like in the World Series just before the COVID. One guy,
I don't know, few weeks.
no, like World Series before the COVID, main event. Guy has aces. Was all in, called by kings, flop king, turn big. He got ace, heart attack. He doubled up, he couldn't even play. He went to the hospital. He didn't die. He didn't die. But he lost his
It happened.
yeah.
I don't know, in this case what happened, they took his payment.
I don't know, maybe they let the blinds run. I don't know.
Maybe he will come back.
Guys, in the hospital, he wakes up. The pin is taken care of. Don't worry. Allez, bonne chance.
8 players. Today is my colleague session. I didn't last it.
3 postals.
Main event players, about 1 minute left on the break. Take your seats, please.
I have to do something.
Do something. Système Pro.
Et je vais hard life, hein, désolé. La vie est dure aujourd'hui.
Oui. When you say first king,
And then, yeah, it's
and
never...
then
I saw...
the 7-day God.
Non, mais l'ordre, c'était j'ai voulu le roi, après le 7, mais après, c'est fini, mais non, après le roi, ça me fait un peu...
Oui, mais bon, il n'y a pas beaucoup quand
Pas
même.
beaucoup,
Hein.
mais c'est pas tellement...
Il y a 4 outs, hein. Mais 10%, c'est 10%.
Non, et tu sais jamais si...
Please prepare the deck.
Oui.
Ou non. Ouais.
Oui.
Że to już wypli, ale no. To bo ciepło albo zima, nie trzymajcie tym.
Okay, we're still monitoring hands. We're playing soft hand for hand. We're not hand for hand. We're soft hand for hand. Dealers start, please.
Once, please. $150.
Bye.
Fine. Right, 600.
Welcome back, everyone. In time to see a push by Leo with 8-6 suited. Probably get this through. Martin will think about the 5-3, but I'm pretty sure he will fold it. So we're down to 8 players. Leo had to make a good fold just prior to the break with King Queen. Martin pushed all in with his Ace King, and tricky spot, but the right fold. She now has 12 big blinds. Martin 23, Pierre 49, and our chip leader on the table, Victor, with 66 big blinds. They're all in pretty good shape. Leo did go down to 6 big blinds at one point. And another decent ace. No point in raising with this, with a short stack like this. Just get it in. Yep, well done. Pierre hates folding his big blind. I remember earlier Dara mentioned it, and I was thinking, you're absolutely right. I was commentating on him most of the day yesterday, and also some of one of the day ones, and he really doesn't like folding. But this is too much for to call with a 5-3 offsuit. He can't believe it so much. I think he'd probably call if it was 2 million. For some players, this would be Hollywood, but he genuinely is thinking about calling. He knows he's got 2 live cards, but it's not a good call. Yeah, I think Pierre will come to that conclusion as well. He's so tempted.
I don't know what I should do now.
Obviously, he's French, she's Spanish, so they're a little bit of English. Second language, I guess, being spoken. So you're going to chuck this in? In terms of the strategy to win the tournament, I suppose you can make an argument for it, and he is 30%. So there is an argument for it, but in terms of the likely win from a 5-3, it's pretty small. The 30% equity probably shows it's not quite as bad as people might think, but I don't think it's a good use of a third of his stack. And a fold in the end.
Raise 600.
Victor's raised pretty well every button he's had, regardless of the cards. Martin will come back at him with an ace-6 suited. He's relatively short stacked as well. $20 big blinds. Played pretty well so far, though. Made the right plays at the right times. That's all you can ask for. He's hit his ace and 6. He's massive. almost doesn't matter what Victor's got. Victor's hit bottom pair. May well 3-bet, representing the ace. But little does he know that Martin has top two and may only be worried about a flush. So this is going to go Martin's way. Let's see how it plays out. Problem Martin's got is there is a flush on board, plus a variety of low straights. So he may want to end it now by raising. And if he's almost hoping Martin has that ace queen, ace jack, and will come back at him. So I favour the raise here. No, decided to slow play it. It's not a great card for ace-6. It's made quite a few straights. In fact, Victor now has a gut shot to the 3. Not a lot of value in him betting it, though. May have to check this. So now Martin is clear, but the diamond has hit, so he's probably not going to put many more chips in. Will Victor represent the diamonds? Certainly an option. Got the chip stack to do it with. And if that's the case, if Martin thinks that, he may want to put a blocker bet in, just to kind of prevent a much more difficult call. Blocker bet of 400 as opposed to having to call $1 million. That's what we mean by blocker bets. It kind of blocks a potential aggressive move from your opposition. Plus he has big 2 pairs here. I mean, you know, he has what he must consider to be the winning hand. And we'll be unlucky if a straight or a flush has got there. I think we'll see a value bet. And then he might have to reassess if Victor comes over the top. It's quite a big value bet. He wasn't worried about the flush. Nice little pick up again for Martin. He's starting to move up the leaderboard. 8 players left, 4 in each table. Working our way towards the 100,000 first prize here at the Winamax Poker Open at Banco Casino in sunny Bratislava.
Big blinds? Yes, I can. People, yes. $600 pass.
Victor not slowing down in the least.
Pass.
And in fact, that's one of the better hands on the table. All the hands are so bad that the 10-3 suited stands up pretty well. He's 60% favourite against the 4-5. I think that's quite funny. Raising with what he considered to be pretty poor showing, and it's actually one of the better hands on the table. This time it's Pierre with a good raising hand. Six.
575. You play 300 blind? 250?
Small blind is also wrong.
Yeah. Raise is 600.
Empty also.
Yeah. So raise is 600. Yeah.
The big blind is now 300, so the min raise is 600. I think Pierre was on the previous blind level.
Yes.
Poor old Leo's still getting no hands. Yeah. Now Victor, well, certainly want to look with King 3 suited, but little does he know he's dominated by Pierre. It's usually the other way around. 70-30 towards Pierre. Oh, he's spiked his king, King 3. This could get ugly. Beautiful check there. He's got the virtual nuts, but that card will feel like a very safe card for Pierre. Yep, he knew he'd be betting it. It's not a big bet though, it's only 500. How does he get value here? Does he just call? Or does he raise here to try and induce a re-raise from Pierre? Trouble is, he could be repping the ace, and Pierre may feel that. It's a tricky spot, actually, to get value. I favour a small raise, but we'll see what he does. Yeah, I like this.
1,200,000.
And an immediate call. He knows he's going to get a call on the end as well. This is lovely. He's getting maximum value here, Victor. He'll be putting in a bet of around 2 million, 1.75, 2 million, and almost certainly get called. And Pierre will rue his luck. But then it's been the other way around an awful lot in the last 2 days.
$2,800,000.
That's higher than I thought. 2,800,000. Big value bet. He's pretty sure that Pierre has a good hand, and he's making it look a little bluffier than he might do with a smaller bet. And Pierre, sniff this out. I just hope he doesn't, for his sake, doesn't get too involved by trying to push Victor. If he thinks he's ahead, just a call is fine. He's also weighing up the opportunity of whether a more aggressive play would be the play. This is tricky. It'll also certainly bring respect to Victor. He's played very solid poker. Just evening up his stacks so he knows where he is. 6.7 million in the pot though. Getting a bit more than 2 to 1. And because the ace is on board, he may feel kings and threes with the ace kickers enough. Oh, bit of a dummy. Oh. Didn't get anything out of Victor, I promise you. He's given nothing away. Absolutely solid. Like a statue. Pierre really doesn't know what to do. This is not Hollywood. There's no acting involved here. It's just he's in a tough spot and doesn't know which way to go. He's looking at the dealer for help. What should I do, dealer? I don't know. Oh, very good fold. That's a really good fold. Good poker instincts there. I think he just knew he was behind. And he may call another player there, but I think against Victor, it's a really good fold.
Big blind. Big blind. 300 and 150.
Martin thinking about it, but I think he'll fold. He won't normally get out of line with a Jack 5, which of course means he'll raise.
600.
Problem with raising there, exactly what I'm about to say, and I didn't even know her hand. Problem with raising there is you've got no equity to call if someone re-raises, which of course they will do. Now, how's Leo going to play this? She doesn't need to shove. She's got two aggressive players behind her. Do you know what? I love the call here. It's it's tricky, not recommended in the book, but you've got two players behind you. The chip leader that's played most hands. She's playing it a bit safer by shoving. She's not going to get a call.
One chip in front.
Pierre with 10-2 offsuit. Probably not far off Doyle Brunson's age. Maybe a little bit younger. But he'll fold, and so will the Jack 5. I didn't like the raise there. Any big hand behind is going to re-raise. And she's ruining her luck in that she didn't get a call with the aces, telling her friends. Can't believe that.
Pass. $600. Call. Pass. Heads up. Check. Check. $700.
This time it's Pierre that has the better hand, and Victor making a good fold, even with a gut shot.
Big blind. $600. Ace. 1.8. Pass.
Pierre making a very strong 3-bet.
Pass. Pass.
1.2 million, takes it through with the ace-9. Good bet, nice pot.
Pass. 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 $600.
Martin raising with the ace-6 offsuit. This is an opportunity. Leo refused before with the 8-9 suited, so I'm expecting her to refuse the same with the 9-7. But it is an opportunity to push. But Pierre has a better ace, and tricky dicky he is. He's just flat calling, underrepresenting his hand, and he's hit 2 pairs. Hoping he gets a bet from Martin, who was the original raiser. On paper, should be putting a 3-bet in.
$375. Race. 1,075,000. 1,175,000.
Nice raise here by Pierre. Martin does not have anything. His only option is fold or shove. And against a player as tricky as Pierre, could easily have an ace-3 here. We know he's got the ace-10, he's still winning and not folding. But tricky spot for Martin and the right fold. Well played, Pierre.
Ah tiens, ah mais on voit la table en direct.
Oui, c'est en direct.
Ah oui, si c'est en direct, on voit pas les cartes, oui. Sinon...
Untouched.
But
No,
you're streaming that one as well.
Here, there, but no cards.
And you play 4.
Pass. 600.
Victor's usual raise on the button, this time with a playable Jack-8.
Fold.
Pierre dominating him with Queen 10 off suit. An extra call. Does Martin want to get involved with a king? May do. But unfortunately,
Pass.
he doesn't have that many big blinds, and so can't speculate too much with those kind of hands. King 10-3, 2 hearts. So Pierre has hit second pair. Victor has hit the flush draw. Neither of them tend to be too aggressive with these kind of hands. Often just small bet or check. Pierre
625.
is up against a draw, but he's not going anywhere with second pair.
Call.
Victor looking to hit his flush. Not yet. That's a good card for Pierre. Well, Victor load up a second bullet. Or with the check. Oh, sorry, it's
700.
Pierre to play. Yeah, nice small bet. Giving Pierre all the options. Certainly not folding. But it's a nice small amount to call for your heart.
Call.
Again, a fairly good card for Pierre.
800.
He's got 2 pairs, and it didn't look like Victor had a king with the way he was betting. Will Victor try and make a move here? Fairly easy to represent the king the way the hand's played, but whether or not he has the tools to do so, I just don't know. And it looks like he does.
3,300,000.
Wow. Wow, fantastic play by Victor. I was hoping he'd do it. I just don't know him well enough to know whether he would. And that's a really, really good play. This player deserves to win this tournament if he continues with those kind of instincts and that kind of aggression. Absolutely fantastic play. And the story made sense, and Pierre just immediately folded. Didn't even think about it. Fantastic play.
Raise 600. Call. Pass.
I think we will see a heads-up battle between Leo and Pierre. Unfortunately for both of them, they've got the same hand. Victor with the usual raise. This has to be a shoving hand. Victor folds, and Pierre will probably call. Gonna weigh it up, think about it. Still a big chunk of his stack, not far off 50%, but he's got a big hand. Doesn't like it. I think the fact that it was Leo raising put him off a bit. He felt he's more likely to be behind than in front. So she picks up a nice pot there. As our chip counts, Victor's still in the lead by far, dominating this table in all aspects. I love the way he's played. Just built up at the right time. We still have 8 players left.
Pass.
Leo with another mid-ace. This time not quite as strong, but she's on the small blind. Maybe worth a raise. But she's raising the chip leader, who has played very, very well all day. Very slow start. Didn't really have any hands, couldn't get going, and then had 2 big double ups in a row.
Cool.
Just a call. She's playing this a bit tricky. Victor checking her stack.
All in.
Wow. Maximum pressure applied. And I think he feels he can bully her off a pot of this kind of hand. Mid-ace. He feels he can get her to fold, and he certainly does. The problem with folding so many hands previously, it does invite that kind of play. Very well played, Victor.
Pass.
Victor now with a better than average hand, pair of 7s.
Call.
Just flat calling. Looking for Pierre to do his normal aggression, I think.
Check.
Wisely just checks.
Heads up.
Neither player hit much here. 2 overcards to the 7s. Spades, connectors. Certainly won't stop Victor betting, but in this case he's checked.
Check.
Check behind.
Check.
Could see Victor repping this ace.
400.
In fact, it's Pierre representing with a gut shot draw. Tricky spot for 7s, 3 overcards. And a player betting into you. The only difference is it's Pierre.
Check, check, showdown.
Is he going to fire another bullet? He is not. Victor, serial raiser on the button. Does have a good hand this time though with the Queen Jack suited.
Pass.
Martin a suited ace. Not the hand you particularly want to see a flop with. He's only got 10 big blinds. I think he will have to shove. And Victor may well feel his Queen Jack suited has got enough equity to call. Plus it will only be 3 million out of 19. So my prediction is shove, call. Of course it'll go completely opposite that because my predictions are never right. Well, in this case, I'm pretty sure there's the shove.
3,300,000.
I think once he gets a count, 2.7 to call. Queen Jack suited is too strong to lay down. We can see the odds are 56-44. Leo hoping he calls and wins to move up one place in the ladder towards that final table of 6. I think he has to call once he thinks it through. The value is too high, and he has a strong hand.
Call, showdown.
And there's the call. We're just checking on the other table, so there's no confusion as to who would be 7th and 8th.
Showdown.
And there's the showdown.
Sir, showdown.
Martin's ace 2. Victor's Queen Jack of spades. The rest of the table all want Victor to win this. Martin, of course, wants the other way around. Seven, 8, 9. Gut shot for the Queen Jack plus the overcards. Ace still ahead. Not a lot in it. 60-40. Makes no difference. Split possibilities with a 6. 2 clubs though takes out some of the queens and jacks. Makes him a big favourite. 8 of clubs, not flush. Big double up. Martin, lovely double up there. And the show goes on.
One more hand, 150, 300.
Set.
Dáme ještě ruku, dobré?
One soak over there?
Mám 50.
Victor raising with 9-4 suited. Pierre
Call.
calling with King 10 offsuit. Martin may well get out the way with 8-5.
Pass.
Leo the same. Doesn't really want to get involved with Queen 8 offsuit. Out of position.
Pass.
So 150, 350 new blind level. Argumentación de
Heads
blanco.
up.
Victor has smashed this one. He's got a pair with a flush draw. Pierre, King 10. He's hit the second pair with the second not flush draw but needs runner. This could be interesting. I don't think either of them are going to make it too expensive, though. Yeah, I just think a call.
Call.
Don't want to go anywhere yet. Sits second pair. Victor, he's now hit 2 pairs, king 10. He's going to be very comfortable. Great card for Pierre.
Check.
Does Pierre want to put... Yeah, he needs to be betting this to prevent the draws. $1.5 roughly. 1.4 million. That's it. Makes it much harder for Victor Call with his draw. But he hasn't just got the diamond draw, he's got the 4 as well. What he doesn't know is that the king 10 is dominating that. So apart from a4, he needs a diamond. So he's in a tricky spot. He can afford the call, but is it a good call? He only has 9 outs. Any 4, any diamond. If he hits 2 pairs, he's in trouble.
All in.
I don't think Pierre can fold this. He's underrepresented his hand. He's only losing to an ace-king, an ace-4, an ace-10. Perhaps a lucky set of 4s. Very tricky spot. Wow, this is power poker by Victor. He's turned his draw into a bluff. It's a big pot though. Pierre would be in position to win this tournament if he calls and holds. This is a tough spot. He certainly underrepresented his hand though. Oh wow. That surprises me. That really does.
Blinds up.
More power poker. Successful power poker from Victor. Wow. That fold surprises me. There were a lot of hands he could be losing to, but we're only 4-handed.
Around 50, 50. Blinds, please.
Martin back in the game with a big pair. He's on the button though. Probably just going to do the fairly standard min raise, maybe a little bit more.
Raise 700.
His advantage here, and he's up against the most aggressive player on the table, who has a playable hand of Queen 9. Victor, he's got all those chips through aggression. Usually the right time, the right place. He's a big dog on this hand. Doesn't want to hit his 9. Oh, straight draws. No. Ace, Jack, Jack. The ace may slow down Martin a bit. But he has to bet it to find out where he is. But Victor's aggression has often taken hands he has no right to take, and that's the reason he has 19 million chips and is our chip leader.
$500. Fold.
Yeah, nicely played there by both players.
$350, $150. Is that right? Fold. Fold. Call. Free. Check.
Decides against making the raise. He has raised with this kind of hand when he sensed weakness from Victor in the small blind. He's hit two pairs, massive flop for Pierre.
Check.
Probably check again. He doesn't like betting the flop, but this time he is. Good to see. He's got to hope that Victor has hit something. No, he hasn't really.
Bet. 600.
Top two. Had he raised pre-flop, Victor would have folded anyway. Probably makes no difference this hand.
Fold.
And a fold.
Yes. Yes, but I have to do it again. Yeah. Так, 3. Так.
Leo sits down just in time to see a very playable hand under the gun. King Jack off suit. Wow. She must have something better to do. Folding King Jack four-handed is
Raise 7.
strange way of playing, actually.
Oh.
Very odd. That surprised me more than a lot of the hands. Okay, oh, I see. She knew that Martin had ace jack. That was it. Wow. I wish I had that poker knowledge. I can see the hands. That was quite a surprising fold. It's a strong hand four-handed. As it turns out, Martin is completely dominating her. It'll certainly be a re-raise. Always does the double look, double check.
Raise all in.
And an immediate fold. Next hand.
And 150. Raise 700.
Victor raising with Jack 9 offsuit. Pierre likes these low suited connectors. We'll want to see a flop.
Fold.
Decides to fold.
Fold.
Bueno, no, pero para joder, sí que hay, o sea, no puedo. Mis rangos dependen de cómo yo soy.
Fold.
Martin on the button, considering he has raised before with these quite wide suited cards. And he's playing on the fact that he's had a very solid reputation. But Leo has a pair. Pair is a pair in this game. She had sevens earlier and shoved. I'm pretty sure she'll shove with the sixes. It's the right play.
Raise all in.
Yeah, just takes the time a bit. That's fine.
Fold.
súper importantísimos también.
Fold.
¿Salió un call?
Not a lot of help for Leo. Relative short stacked. 7-2. Will Victor do his normal raise despite his cards? He will.
Raise 700.
Immediate call though from Pierre. That will set the alarm bells going a little bit. And I'm not quite sure what you want to hit with 6-2. Is he also thinking about a raise? No, he is not. Well, he might have been thinking about it, didn't do it. 6-2, dominated by 6-2. It would have been a good battle, wouldn't it? 6-2 suited against 6-2 offsuit.
Call.
I don't like this call. Three-handed, and you're really only looking for a flush. Probably be 2 hearts on the board. Top pair for Pierre. Unfortunately for them, bottom pair for Victor and Martin. Victor, the more aggressive player on the table. Dangerous board though with the flush and the straights. Will Pierre bet quite strong to try and get rid of them? He will.
Bet 900.
He doesn't want the calls.
Fold. Fold.
Wow. Except bottom pair is called. Not a lot of use for either player. 8's still winning. Trouble with Pierre's spot is Victor has raised him with inferior hands and put too much pressure on, all in pushes, that kind of thing, and he's had to fold. So he has to weigh that up, remember how the hands have been played. Victor just has not stopped. He is a machine. He's been putting maximum pressure on Pierre, who yet again has folded the best hand. When he goes back and sees this and see how much Victor has bullied him up, he may poker from Victor again.
Okay. 350. Raise 700.
Standard raise there for Victor with a Jack 10. Martin in the small blind with an ace. How's he going to play it though? Nope, doesn't like it. Leo with Queen 5 suited. I may want to see a flop with this. But she has tended to fold rather than play too much post-flop action. Okay. Martin now with a good ace. Only 3 players in. He's up against the blinds. There will be a raise here. Now look again. Double check. Not a bad pattern there for you poker players out there. Always double check your hand. I once thought I had kings and it was king 4 because I looked at the same king twice. It's easier than you think. So always double check. Gives you more thinking time, and it's a very good habit to get into. I don't think Leo's going anywhere with 2-3. Victor, our chip leader, Queen 8 suited. Well, he's going nowhere. Definitely be calling minimum. Or will he want to put max pressure? He does. Now Martin has a decision. Ace 10. He won't know it, but he's well ahead. He's 65% favourite, almost 2-1. But he now will fear that he is up against a pair or a better ace. Let's see what he does, though. This is the kind of decision as to whether you want to just cash in a tournament, although we're already in the last 8, or whether you are looking to win it. Tough spot. Right on the line, ace 10. As if he does play this and win it, he has 15 million in front of him. And that changes the whole dynamic of the game. But he's the one under pressure. Wow. Okay. Victor is cleaning up here. His aggression and use of stack has been wonderful. I don't know whether that means we've lost a player from the other table or whether someone has doubled up and their friends are very happy.
Tu dois perdre, c'est 5. Non, c'est stack de 20.
Yeah, with a suited king on the button. I'll certainly get credit if he does want to play it. Pierre with a pair of threes would have called her.
Deux fois que déjà tel ou...
Yeah.
Welcome.
Il y a un short là-bas.
Yes.
Il y a un short.
Dame avec 8 blinds. 8 bébés.
Le bébé, bah oui.
Small blind.
Neo really not getting the run of cards at the moment. And also had some difficult decisions. Victor with an ace on the button. He'll be doing as usual.
All in.
Pierre does like a king 7 suited. Victor realizing the power of the ace, putting maximum pressure on the other players. Pierre working out where he is in the tournament, what is chip stack, the value on this hand or future hands. And then Martin, who hasn't looked at his cards yet, will do the same, depending on Pierre's response. He does like a suited king, but has to fold, and Martin will fold as well.
blind, no?
Yes.
And 150.
150. There's 7.
Oh, yes.
To je volí, ne?
They're all in the call, yes, but the cards are face down.
Yeah, I know, but
no.
who is in all in? I want to know.
No. Van a terminar la mano aquí y después vamos a abrir.
Ah, qué cabrón.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Another pot going Victor's way. He just increases his stack. Looks like we have an all-in on the other table. And we may well be on a break.
Dealers, please prepare the decks.
Ahora tengo menos.
Okay, dealers, deal the next hand, please.
Pass.
Martin now with a attractive ace-9 offsuit. How is he going to play this? You push all in and everyone folds and you feel fine. You push all in and someone calls, you feel you're miles behind. It's not an easy game, poker. So many different levels to it, nuances, timing, luck. That's what makes it such an amazing game, and he has pushed all in. As expected. Is anyone going to wake up with a big hand? Certainly not Leo. No need for Hollywood now. Come on, just fold. This is the bit I don't like. Just fold. You've got 9-4. You're not going anywhere. You're not going to do anything. And the ace-9 gets through. Leo now with Jack 9. Only 13 big blinds.
$850.
Victor using his stack to raise with 8-3 offsuit. Pierre may feel he needs to make a stand at some point, and this would be a good point to do it, because Victor will fold to any raise. And the fold. So even though they know Victor's raising every hand, and some must be poor hands, especially that one, he's got the perfect size stack to put maximum pressure on 3 relatively short stacks. So this is really favouring. This time Leo with an ace, a connected one. Has to shove really. Just hope no one wakes up with a big hand. She has tended to fold these, but has had opportunity earlier when she had the ace-7. In fact, she would have been up against an ace-7 had they called. But I think she's missed some spots. Victor, again, just massive pressure. I love this. It's very hard for players to call. It's very hard for a player to pick up a premium hand, especially four-handed. And he's well aware of that. So he's raising and pushing with absolutely anything. And even if the other players on the table know that's what's going on, and I'm sure they do, most of them, there's nothing they can do about it.
Yes.
This is real power poker.
$700. Pass.
Victor raising, but Martin with a very playable Queen Jack suited, dominating Victor. But will he have the confidence and understanding to play it? He wants to make the final table like most of these players. Well, he wants to win it, obviously. But this is a good opportunity if he can just... At some point, the players have to fight back against Victor. Otherwise, they're just going to get crushed and crushed and crushed. One raise and he's folding most hands.
Pass. Blinds up.
You have to make a stand at some point, my friends. Otherwise, this guy is going to roll over with a big, heavy roller. The ones that you build motorways with. Or in this case, his chip stack.
¿Con cuánto está el pelado?
Pass. Pass.
Martin folding very reasonable hands. They're all worried about Victor. Leo with Queen Jack has to make a move at some point on the small blind. She could get unlucky if Victor wakes up with a big hand. She's only going to pick up the blinds and the antes if she does push. And that's assuming that she does. And she's lucky enough. Victor does not have a calling hand.
400,000, 400,000, 200, 400.
But didn't we play last hand also 2-4?
Yeah, it was 2-4,
Okay.
but they didn't know.
This is the first hand on both tables of 2-4.
No,
What?
it's our second hand of 2-4.
First of all, in the previous level they had one more hand. In the previous level you had two more hands. So you are still one hand ahead, but we're following that. Don't worry.
Pass. Pass.
They're thinking about keeping the aggression on.
Fold.
He has a very attractive 9-7 suited. If he does raise, he'll get a fold. But if he checks, he could get a good, pick up a decent pot. I think he'll be tempted to raise with this.
Check.
Oh, he was tempted, but
Heads up.
not enough. He's in position though with a good middling hand. And he's hit his 7, he's going nowhere. 2 hearts on board. Backdoor flush for Victor.
Check.
Not a good card for Pierre. He's let another heart hit. That's given a straight draw to both players, but also a flush draw to Victor. He may have played this too late. Victor going to be betting it.
575.
I think he's just going to call. This is a really high risk strategy. That's why I would have favoured the shove pre-flop and even a big bet on the flop. As it turns out, he has held, but Victor will put maximum pressure on him. He'll probably go all in and then put the decision on Pierre. Not many hands are beating the 9-7. There is straights there and hearts.
$1,150,000. Call, showdown.
Maybe that will alert the other players that Victor is pretty well at it all the time. But then I think we know that.
Deal on TV. Prepare the deck and wait.
I think we'll be on a break, guys. I'm not quite sure how long.
Attention, dealers, once you finish the current hand, please stop dealing.
It's final.
Mistake?
It's final table now, yeah. He passed.
Just do the ring draw and then we'll have a break. The ring draw, so we move the chips and then we have to break. We're going to do the redraw and then we're going to have a break. We are going to do the redraw first and then we're going to have a break.
Bueno, ya te he dicho que no mucho, pero más porque...
Let's break up the chips, please. Break up the chips. Okay, players. TV table is as follows. Leo Margets, seat number 7. So Leo should be here. Where do you want the 7th chair? Pierre Neville is there, yeah?
Yes, he,
What's his name? Victor Mateo Frida, yeah? He's 4. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Davide, you will be 1. I will move the chips.
J'ai juste besoin que tu te mettes devant le logo, je te fais un portrait, tu sais, tu la connais, cette putain de...
Okay, players. David is seat number 1. Okay.
Voilà, là.
Pierre Neville will be seat number 2.
Sorry for that.
Let me just move here to seat number 2.
Attends 2 secondes. Oh là 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 là, cette photo d'école. Ouais.
Victor will be seat number 3.
Which Victor?
C'est bon, toi, tu peux y aller.
Hochstol.
There is 2 Victor.
Okay, Victor Hochstol will be seat number 3 and Victor Matteo.
J'enlève juste la banane, c'est peut-être
This is
Je t'aurais pas jusque là, mais c'est bien, ok.
Victor Hochstol, yes?
Ouais, c'est pas mal ça. C'est bon ça, on est content quand même. Oui.
Just leave them
Vous
like
êtes
this.
fatigué.
We won't touch them yet, okay? Okay.
J'ai besoin de toi aussi.
Richard
T'as
will
vu,
be
ça va
seat number
vite.
5. Martin Bartosz.
Après, je vous fous la paix. Ouais.
And Richard, seat number 5, Richard for me.
Tu viens des lunettes?
Yeah.
Ok, les petites mains croisées. Non, croisées devant, c'est mieux. Enfin, genre.
Richard,
comme ça.
you will be seat number
Ouais. Allez, fais-moi une petite tête.
We will now, once everybody
Peut-être
moves
comme
the
ça.
chips, we'll sort the break.
Parfait. Magnifique. You don't move. You don't move.
What?
I need you there, just there.
Okay, okay. I see. Fine.
No, don't go, just here. I need a picture of you.
Photo.
Voilà. Okay, we are not going to jail today.
20 minutes, please.
Give me that. Yes, this is nice.
This?
Yeah, this is super nice.
20 minutos volvemos.
Super. Thank you very much. Very, no, it's good, huh? Thank you for that. Léo, j'ai besoin de toi 2 secondes. J'ai besoin de toi 2 secondes.
I am in the middle. I'm in the middle of a meeting.
2 secondes. Pose ton sac. J'ai juste
Victor is C3, eh?
Non, mais
He will prepare the button later and everything. So.
juste devant le truc. J'en ai que 2 secondes. Attends, j'ai juste
Ouais,
besoin
ouais,
de
je te laisse la place. C'est bon?
Ouais, c'est bon pour moi. Attends.
Who is this?
Alors lève un peu ta casquette, que je te vois.
Okay.
Tu lèves la tête. Ouais, voilà, c'est ça comme ça là. Attends, on a mieux, je pense qu'on a mieux. Ouais, il faut que tu arranges un peu tes cheveux, ma biche, tu vas gueuler après, je te connais. Parfait.
Ok.
C'est bon, est-ce que je vais...
Quand il est sur la droite, alors c'est surtout ce qui me fait peur. Donc ici, ce qui me fait très peur, c'est le câble. J'ai peur pour le câble. J'ai le gaffer peut-être. Gaffe. Ouais, s'il te plaît. Parce que...
Hallo.
My friend. J'ai mis le flou sur la caméra. Il n'y avait pas de flou sur la caméra?
Ouais. Ah, t'as vu installer la table, t'étais prêt à jouer.
On va mettre un peu de gaffer sur ce câble là.
Ouais. Chercher ça.
There is no way making for this. It's not like a cross you have to bear, but it's...
Ah ouais, tu mets la chaise au milieu. Ah oui, c'est au milieu. Ah ouais, mais. Ah oui, c'est au milieu. On le met pas sur un petit côté, on le garde plutôt. C'est ça la question. C'est que les roulettes, ça va faire. Parce qu'en fait, si tu mets là sur le côté, regarde, moi quand je suis assis, j'ai cette tête comme ça, tu vois. Et l'autre, pareil. C'est pas, t'es rarement, tu vois, les deux pieds. Attends, je vais enlever la chaise pour bien se coucher. Alors, ça, du coup.
You are there.
Je vais avoir les trois.
So you prepare where you want the chips, yeah?
Yep.
Kitai Davidi, 3 million, 5, 6, 6, 8, 6, 9, 25. Rick?
Bien sûr, aussi d'aller voir de vous. Ouais, je pense pas que t'auras. Dis-moi si j'arrive à avoir plus de moves que ça.
6, 9, 25 it is. Shall we... 25, yeah, they can go actually. They can go, 2.5 million can go.
C'est bon, Guillaume, ça sera.
So 2.5 million we will change.
Oui, regarde. Ah, c'est mon âme. C'est très bien.
Yeah.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait?
So, Matthew is aware. When you speak.
Eva.
Two, 3.5, 5, 6, 6, 450.
Ok. Là, ici, là, je vais avoir besoin de passer bien au-dessus.
Yeah, we'll do the color up here. So we prepare while you're like this. 2, 4, 5, 10, 10, 8, 75.
On va tester. Le recul en fait. Ok,
10, 8, 75, 5, 7, 9, 10, 10, 8, 10, 8, 75.
Mais je les vois pas.
Vas-y,
Mais
vas-y,
tu
Caro.
faut que tu les regardes. Et pas sur le site de Winamax. Viens, regarde.
Okay, so you have a
Tu
lot.
sais, il y a le truc de photo.
Your seat number 2, Monsieur Pierre. You will be. Oh, sorry. Sure,
Je suis pas sûr sur ça. Je sais pas où tu veux l'emmener.
Là, ça.
Moi j'obéis aux femmes. Surtout quand elles ont la main douce comme ça.
J'ai quand même un kilo, ça, parce que je suis derrière.
Tellement malmené à cette table. Qu'est-ce qu'elle veut?
Ah. Oui, ça c'est super. Je te remercie beaucoup. Parce que pour moi, c'est très utile.
C'est moi qui te remercie.
Ça y est, vous êtes libéré. Fais gaffe à
Bon,
au
où est-ce que
câble
je
par
suis
terre.
moi ici?
C'est là.
J'ai même pas idée. J'ai enfin gagné un pot avec le troisième paire. J'ai même pas idée. Ah, j'ai encore tout ça quand même. Un petit peu. Ah, ça me casse un peu.
C'est ça, tu fais des silhouettes, non? Hein? Tu fais des silhouettes? Non, c'est surtout déjà de voir si les gars ils ont de la place ou pas. Ah, quoi. C'est toi quelques mois. Touche pas le jeton. Non, je touche pas.
Are you players?
No, we are not. We are TV staff, but we don't touch anything.
Yeah, but I just have.
Don't worry.
No, okay. Well, no. Just 1 second for me to finish this. Then you can sit down. This is a very, very tricky part. Well, you're touching something now. Are you touching something, Mike? You're touching something now for me. So don't touch, please. Relax.
Je vais juste enlever pour laisser la table.
J'ai quand même.
Je peux déplacer le pied.
It's his, yeah. You have to be clean, no problem. Seven and a half, 17 and a half, 20, 23, 23, 23 to 50.
Technique de professionnel. C'est ça qui est bon. Je savais pas qu'il y avait 11 là.
Du sel sur les tables. I use the same, I just put it here.
Yeah, no worries, but this is something that we really, really need.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
Just to clean the table.
So,
Can you just?
what 14,
Je touche plus rien,
19, 20, 21, 21, 350, 21, 350, 350. Okay. Perfezione. We never doubted it. 1.5. Okay. 4, 6, 7 and
Can
a
you
half.
do the same for me here, please?
7 and a half. 1 million. 2 million. 6 million. That's it for me.
Let's make the color now because we're off and you made the chip count.
I made the chip count. My chip counts are correct. Yep. No worries. Okay. So.
Can you please
Ouais.
Thank you.
You want to cover up a little bit more?
Yeah, it's good.
It's okay. I don't want to kill the stacks because I like to have them. I like to.
And I will do the same on the seat 4.
Right. Okay. 2.5 million. Thank you.
Voilà, voilà, ça sur...
1.5 million, please.
C'est par siège?
Oui.
Qui c'est qui est prêt?
1 million, please.
Non, parce que je vais prendre mon petit papier, mettre au siège. Non, faut pas que je le fasse comme ça.
So,
thank you.
7.5 million. Seven and a half for 7.5. And 2, 4, 5, 6 million, please. Excellent. That's it. We shall double check just over there if we are okay. We had 50 million, right?
Yes.
So 10, 20, 30, 40, 47.5, 48.5, 50 million for 50 million, spot on. Thank you. Much appreciated. You want to
Yeah, it's okay.
close?
Yeah. Thank you.
As you wish, okay?
Yeah.
Button is not drawn.
Button is not drawn yet, no. You need a seat. I think you're seat number 6. We'll do it now, 1 second. Everything is over there. You can go on, no worries.
I mean, we can keep this with us. So we know 6-5.
Martin, you're here. Seat number 6. We're 7 hands on the final table to be the balance, so we'll be here. This is your chip stack. Open the chip 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's it. So this is Leo. This is you. And you're going to be playing here with normal cards until we reach 6 players. And then we will go back to the RFID cards.
This one is on the line, on the middle.
Okay.
The fourth one. Like this, there's more space for
On the edge, yeah. They play on the edge.
Yeah.
For at seven players, they play on the edge.
Oh,
Perfect. Yeah. I think like that is okay.
Alright.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So him a little bit just over there, and that will be perfect. Okay. Chairs are here. Excellent. I will need.
Can you come?
Yes.
Tu fais une page par.
devant la caméra.
Non, je fais le.
Attention Mathieu. Parfait.
Bon.
Je pourrais être capable de faire.
We come back at 4 to 5. We come back at 4 to 5. 5, 15, 7 minutes. Right about that. There will be others here. Will take the others?
Yeah, you can keep them, so we'll put them all together. Okay.
come back, we will do the speech. We will declare the and then after that, straight 7 hands and we are home. 4.
Today is not my.
It's not your day.
Not my session. I don't last it.
Yes.
Yes. Now.
It's the final one that counts.
Yes. How we told yesterday. What the happens in France? You told me. Triple derby, go home.
Yes, it was in Marrakesh.
Marrakesh. Yeah.
Yo estoy muy reggaetón. Sí.
Puedo ganar directo, si no.
Yes, my brother from Guatemala. No. Okay, let's do that. Okay, players, welcome back to the final table.
On est où ici? Des trucs de tickets? Hein? Qui, moi?
Yes.
I don't do.
Yeah, it's like my house. What else? I don't know. Tea. You ask for me or what?
I'm gonna change your batteries so we don't have any problem during the show.
Yeah. I don't want to hear you.
What is he saying?
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, as usual.
As usual. Listen, now I will tell you like normally like before or what? But I had to tell you like normal before fold, but everything is the same. Yeah. Off. Okay. Yes. Sir, can you take your bottle, please? Yes. Ďakujem pekne. Aha. No. I'm having something behind me. I hear something behind me.
On va rester à l'extérieur. Pierre, s'il vous plaît. Pierre, s'il vous plaît. On va rester à l'extérieur, comme ça on va vous introduire un par un.
It's finished. Ah!
Voilà, je vais mettre la table ici, en sécurité.
Ah! Ah!
I will call you from short stack chief leader. So first will be Leo, Martin, Pierre, Davidi, Victor.
Yes. Yes.
Victor Frida. D'ailleurs pour la prononciation, vous pouvez valider un retard de la stack à et la partie. Bookstore. Je vais m'appliquer, je te le promets. C'est pour ça que je vous dis. Allez Mathieu, allez. Ah non, c'est l'autre. Ah la
One?
C'est où what else there?
I don't know where is. People ask me where they are sitting, but I don't know.
Yo estoy aquí.
Ladies is 7. Ah.
Tu me dis où je me mets Loïc si tu veux sonoriser ici, la sonorisation
Ok. Si c'est la sonorisation dessus, tu t'approches du micro.
Ok.
Limite, tu te mettrais peut-être au centre.
Après, il faut qu'il puisse passer. Hein.
Ah oui. Après, nous, ça ne nous dérange pas. Parce que c'est un peu chacun dans scène. Tu mets derrière le croupier.
Derrière le croupier,
Ouais, je pense que c'est bon.
Maybe just for the introduction of the player, I will take a seat.
Okay.
Oh, not the seat, I will stand.
Yeah.
For the light and the sound.
They move me. They're going to make some photos. What? I can be on the photo.
Allô, la régie, vous nous donnez un top? Allô, la régie?
I don't want to be. But they don't want to be. Because Yes. Yes.
Oui, oui, non, il faut que I have to stand here, you stand here.
Oh.
The player will gonna sit.
Yes. Susie. Susanna.
Just start together and...
Are they going? What are they going to do?
I'm just thinking about seeing the players because I told me stand here.
What time is it? What time is it? Maybe I will change when they start. Yeah, I know. I'm going home. I'm ill. I can do.
Bonne chance to her.
Yeah, I can do it.
Muchas para nosotros. Va a decirlo en francés y en slovaquiano porque hay dos slovaquianos.
¿Cómo es en eslovaco? Muy bien.
Ce qui veut dire c'est bon. Ça veut dire c'est bon. L'ingénieur son, tu veux le micro ou au micro d'ambiance, tu me dis, c'est micro d'ambiance, micro cravate, micro ce que tu veux.
Yes, makes sense. Yeah, I have to work. But 7 players and it's okay. I think 5 hours will be enough for this presentation. Yeah. Yes. They will be like sharks, you know? Pam, 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 ham, ham, ham. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't want this hand anymore. It's pretty bored. I like this final table. High roller. It also looks so boring. I don't like heads ups.
Pour le mix.
Co máme?
Kurácie s rýžou. S rýžou a s kompotíkom. Je to aj kompotík a šalátiky.
Ano?
A typická polievka.
Really? Really good. Really good.
Attention, mesdames et messieurs, ça va commencer.
Bien, mesdames, mesdemoiselles, messieurs, bonjour. Nous sommes enfin prêts à démarrer cette table finale. Ils étaient 1577 joueurs au départ. Il n'en reste plus que 7 pour lancer cette table finale. Tout de suite, je vais vous présenter les joueurs comme de tradition du short stack jusqu'au chip leader. Et on va les accueillir un par un autour de cette table. Le short stack de cette table finale, elle nous vient d'Espagne. C'est la véritable figure de proue du poker espagnol, présente dans la team depuis 2018. On la connaît depuis 2009, où elle était last woman standing au World Series à Las Vegas. C'est là où elle a éclaté au grand public. Elle a gagné enfin son premier bracelet en 2021, c'était le closer. Elle sera devant un stack de 4 625 000 jetons au siège numéro 7. Léo Marget. Nous vient de Slovaquie et c'est un pro local, un régulier du casino. Il aura beaucoup de supporters ici, très clairement. Pro en cash game, en PLO, il a 35 ans. Il est 12e de la all-time money list slovaque. Il sera devant un stack de 5 400 000. Martin Bartos. Ensuite, il nous vient de Belgique, quelqu'un d'extrêmement connu dans le poker, dans le monde du poker, une figure, j'ai envie de dire, November 9 en 2015. Il avait terminé 7e du main event des World Series. Entrepreneur, je ne sais pas s'il faut dire à la retraite, parce que toujours actif dans le monde du coaching et dans le monde du poker. Il a une 4,9 millions de dollars de gains en live. Ça veut dire que son objectif sera de passer les 5 millions de dollars aujourd'hui en remportant ce tournoi. On va souhaiter bonne chance à Pierre Neuville. Un autre qui va tenter de battre une marche symbolique dans son head-on mob. Soit je vous fais un roman d'un quart d'heure, soit je vous dis c'est le génie belge, Davidi Kitaï. J'avais prévu 3 pages sur Davidi, mais non, pour faire vite. Au siège numéro 3, un Nantais qui habite à Lisbonne, en fait. C'est un joueur pro bien connu, on va dire, sur Winamax, régulier des événements Winamax tant en live qu'online, gagnant du King 5 l'an passé, finaliste du King 5 cette année. Si vous voulez retrouver un petit peu plus sur cette fabuleuse équipe des pokers dompés, vous allez voir dans les archives de Winamax, c'est absolument génial. Un stack de 10 875 000 au siège numéro 3, Victor Oxtel. Alors les Victors vont avoir beaucoup de supporters puisqu'ils sont 2 en tête finale, nous allons en acquérir un deuxième. Il a 27 ans, établi à Malte, joueur de poker professionnel en MTT. Il a déjà presque gagné cette semaine, il était runner-up du Heads Up cette année. C'est un reg online et en live très régulier sur nos événements Winamax. Un stack de 21 350 000 au siège numéro 4, Victor Fridard. Et enfin, le chip leader de cette table finale, celui qui a amassé le plus de jetons, il en a 23 250 000 devant lui. C'est un Slovaque, il vient de la ville voisine, je vais essayer de ne pas écorcher, de Kravna, un truc comme ça. Un grand admirateur de Davidi, il a hésité à le buster à la bulle, il voulait vraiment le jouer en table finale. Et je crois qu'il y aura beaucoup de supporters locaux ici pour cette table finale. Merci d'accueillir Richard Miklozovic. Maintenant, temps pour moi de regagner les coulisses et de laisser ce tournoi dans les mains des vrais professionnels du poker présents ici, à savoir Zosmik qui représente le casino Banco qui nous accueille et notre directeur de tournoi, Michael Mir. Bonne chance à tous et rendez-vous pour le
Thank you very much. Good luck, bonne chance.
Marcel, ono teraz, akože ich usádzali ma, budeš losovať button, dobre? A začneš mať normálne karty nestreamové a všetko je tak, ako bolo teraz. Áno, klasicky losuješ button, vidíš. Áno, áno.
Donna, Chérie, Bella.
So we're gonna first make the picture all together, and then we're gonna shuffle the cards, and then we start. Attention, caméra,
Oni ešte robia nejaké fotky.
Il y a ça. Non, pas sur leur figure. Non.
T'es sûr qu'on doit voir un Winamax?
T'as dit qu'on revenait ici,
Oui, je suis obligée de
Welcome to the final table, everyone. This is JJ Hazan for the seven-handed. So we've gone from six-handed to seven-handed. It's going to be interesting where they show their cards. That bit I haven't worked out yet, because of course there are those numbers you see, the 4, the 5, the 2, the 1 are card reader places. So we will see where the 7th card reader places. I'm honestly confused by this, unless they actually have 7 pods ready there. But you can see someone squeezing between the 4 and 5. There's Leo, one of our Winamax sponsored players, who I think is in seat 7. She's just come for the photo. So 7 players left.
Ok, soyez plus gai quand même.
And 2 players have come, 3 players, I'm sorry, have come from the other table. You'll see them there in 4, 5 and 6. And one of them, Richard, is our chip leader with 23 million. Victor, who was bullying everyone up earlier, is in second with 53 big blinds. And our 2 shorter stacks, Martin and Leo, 13 and 11 big blinds, have been our shorter stacks most of the feature table. So still a lot to play for. 7 prizes.
all good? Great.
Merci beaucoup.
Good luck, guys. Good luck.
So we draw for the button.
Yep.
Everyone wishing each other good luck. A lot of these players know each other.
400,000.
12,300 euros for the first out.
You're gonna have a full ante until you're down to 4, and when you're down to 4, you're gonna have a small blind ante.
One of them.
It will be interesting to how they go in the middle between 3 and 4, whether we even get to see his cards or not. This is a new one on me, so I will do my best to keep up with what happens. As far as I can see, there's only 6 card reading boxes, but there you go. So 12,300 for the first out, all the way through to 100,000. Probably be a deal towards the end. There's 200,000 in the first 3 places, so I'm expecting some kind of deal there. They'd all get 65,000 each if they did a deal, plus playing for 10%. So here we go. 7 left. Winamax Poker Open here at the wonderful Casino Banco in Bratislava. Lots of events coming up in the next few weeks. The Banco Masters coming up the 2nd of October. I will be playing that one. And then the Slovak Series of Poker, 300,000 guaranteed. The Banco Masters, as always, 250 guaranteed for a 170 buy-in. And then later on in the year, at the end of November, the festival. And I have booked my week already. I have an apartment right next to the Banco Casino 500,000 guaranteed event. Lots of satellites online. There's a good one tonight on Party Poker, which I will play, depending on how long this final takes. Here we go. Victor
800.
making the first raise. We saw Victor in one of the day ones earlier. And one of our chip leaders, Victor F, who is in the middle of seat 4 and 5,
Call.
is calling. I'm assuming we won't be able to see anyone's cards by the look of it. This will be fun. Okay. So this is our chip leader from the other table, Richard M. We have 2 Victors. We have a Richard.
Pass.
He's folding the small blind. And Martin is folding the big blind. So,
Heads up.
one of these two will be the victor. Yep, that's a good joke. No idea what hands they've got, so let's see what they do. There's 2.6 million in the pot. Victor H is checked. Our aggressive friend Victor F. I'm not sure he knows what check is. No, there we go. Don't need to know his hand. I knew he was going to bet.
1 million, yes.
1 million. Now it's Victor H setting this up. Is he going to raise? He has the shorter stack of the two, half the stack of Victor F. And folds. So the surprise, surprise, the spoils to the victor.
Pass. 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 $800. Pass.
Chip leader passes. Victor continuing his aggression.
Pass.
Martin passes. Leo with only 10 big blinds. He's on the big blind. There's been a min raise. If she has the kind of hand she's going to play, she has to shove, but she's deciding just to call. Interesting. I guess we're not going to see the cards until we are 6-handed. So let's just see the kind of play and the pressure exerted, mainly by Victor, on our shorter stacks. Leo first to act. Why is the camera on Victor? Nope. Okay, check, check. It's a good card for many draws. There's 2 flushes. There's straights. There's big cards. Unless they've both got 6, 7, 6, 4. I don't think Victor will let this go, whatever he's got. If he bets and he's raised, though, he'll be committed. So a more prudent option is to do exactly what he's done, which is check. Any 10, any king.
Check.
Will Victor go all in to put the max pressure on? Is Leo trapping? She knows how aggressive Victor has been on his feature table for a good few hours. So we'll know how he likes to play.
1 million.
And he's betting 1 million. Leo weighing up this bet. Unlikely to have a 10, because he probably would have bet the turn. But Leo could have anything here. I don't know what she's got, but to min raise back would be a lovely move. Unless she got re-raised, and then it's not a lovely move. Very accomplished Spanish player. Achieved 27th in the World Series main event 1 year, was the highest placed female a couple of years ago. That's a tough event to get through to day 9, day 10. Decides to think she's going to fold. Yep. Well, we don't know what their hands were, but yet again, Victor picks up a pot. I think he's won every pot he's played in the last 2 hours.
J'ai une plainte pour tricherie.
C'est ça?
Ouais.
Horrible. Regarde, je te lis comme un open book.
The dynamic may change, whereas Victor could bully all the short stacks. On his left is an equal chip leader, who's now coming back and re-raising.
2,500,000.
So the dynamics will be drastically changed for Victor F.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
And of course, Richard M, our chip leader, does not know, or probably doesn't know, quite how much that the other Victor has been bullying the table. And I think bullying is the right word. He literally steamrolled it over the last table. But he can't do that with the chip leader on his left. He will have to pick and choose his moments a little more selectively than he has been.
réveiller. As. Ace. 800. As.
However, that will not slow down Victor's raises. He knows that he just has to get through Victor on his left, and then he's back to bullying the short stacks. Davidi Kitai and Pierre, the two more renowned players on the table. Now Pierre, we know, likes the old low connected cards. Victor could have absolutely anything. Pierre has checked.
$900. 1 million, sorry. 1 million, but
It was a bit more than 500. 1 million is the bet into 2 million pot. If Pierre thinks he's ahead or has a big draw, he has to shove. And in this case, he didn't, so he folded. And yet another hand to Victor. Is he going to steamroll over this final table like he has the previous feature table? I'd say yes.
all in. Pass, pass.
Leo,
25.
all in 3.2 million. And the big blind folds. She picks up the blinds and the ante. The tournament director earlier said when we get down to 4 players, the ante will be the value of the small blind, not the big blind, which is quite normal in poker. It goes down when there's less players.
Pass. All in. Pass.
Martin
Pass.
shoving all in with his 4.4 million. I think that's for another tournament going on. Small blind. Has Victor got a hand? No, he doesn't. Martin is our local Slovakian player. Actually, I may be wrong.
Who lives in Malta? Oh, you live in Malta. You're going now to Malta also to play the millions?
Yeah.
I'm going tomorrow. What flight you take?
Yeah, I think Martin is our local player, Slovakian. The rest are French or Belgian, although Leo is Spanish. 2 sponsored players on the table, but a lot of support locally for Martin, who has made the final here of the Winamax Poker Open. And just guaranteed €12,300. So they're all in the 5 figures. Going to be a good payday, whatever happens. But obviously, they want that trophy. They want that 100,000 up top, and need to try and navigate their way through. There's one player that will certainly be pushing for that more and more, and that is Victor.
Go.
Just a call against the chip leader. But it will stunt his game quite a bit. Looks like he's thinking about a raise.
Check.
Nope, checks it instead.
Heads up. $550.
And chip leader Richard decides to fold. Victor starting to control even the chip leader.
Pass. Raise 1,025,000. Pass. 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 $950. Pass.
Yeah, now raising. Needs to get back involved. As our local Slovakian player got any hand he can call with. We're around to the big blind. Leo does not have a hand she can call with. So Pierre picks up a nice little pot there. No point guessing what hand he had.
$900. Pass, pass, pass. Pass. Big blind. 400.
There's still 3 or 4 shortish stacks on this 7-handed final table, where unfortunately we cannot see people's cards. Looks like a misdeal. Everyone playing fairly tight, except for the most aggressive player on the table, Victor. That's the one with the sunglasses, not seat 3. Richard is our chip leader in seat 5. Here's our chip leader. Our Slovak hero, Martin. 11 big blinds. We have an all-in announced. Martin is all in. Leo very short stacked, but she's been very tight. She's really not called much when she's had a decent ace. Now what will Pierre do? 4 million to call, more than half his stack. And he folds. So local hero Slovak Martin gets his raise through. I don't know if he's ever had a rail before. It's always good fun. The British, the English and Irish poker players are very, very good at railing. When you're in Vegas and someone makes a final table, the amount of support you get is absolutely tremendous. We're known as a football fan nation, and to be fair, some of the fans behave a little bit like football fans, but it's such a great feeling if you're railed by your British poker mates. It's happened to me once, and was not in Vegas, but in Amsterdam, and was really good.
1 million. Pass. 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 Call.
Pierre coming in with a call. As the most aggressive player is out of the table. That's other Victor. What will Victor H do? If I remember rightly from day one, fairly solid player. Didn't take many risks. and in this case decides against calling, so we go heads up. Chip leader and our cheeky chappy Pierre Neuville. That's very much in Pierre's range for sure. He loves a 6-7 or a 5-8 or a 3-4 suited. If he did have it, he would also check it. He'll want Richard to bet it. I don't know how much Richard knows about Pierre, but this is very much in his boat's house, this flop.
$1,500,000.
Strong bet. Very strong bet by our chip leader. Pierre doing his usual interpretation of someone that has no idea where they are, let alone what they're doing. When I get older, I think I need to take this one on. I like it. It's a very nice technique. But in the end, he does fold. So Richard increases his stack, and we do not lose a player yet.
$1,025,000.
Pierre has raised the button. Against the two victors. First victor all in. He will have a good hand. He will not be doing this lightly. I am going to say he's got ace, jack, ace, queen. We don't know. We don't get to find out. But he will not do this without a strong hand. Especially with the other victor behind him. And we have a change of dealer. Back with one of our lovely local dealers. Very good crew here at Banco Casino. The amount of big events come thick and fast, at least 2 a month. 250k guaranteed in 2 weeks' time, where I will be playing. I will be mainly playing the side events and commentate on the main event, final table. But nice weekend in Bratislava. Good food's good, drinks cheap, and the men or women, depending on your proclivity, are very friendly. Here's Leo with an ace. He has to push. Any ace when you're that short is a push in this game. Are we going to see her looked up by anyone? Not so far. We've got small blind and big blind. 2 big stacks. Getting a call.
3,225,000.
3 million to call. Both of these players, small blind, big blind, can afford it. It's whether or not they've got the right hand. Leo will be doing this with a really wide range. I think Richard should and will call with Jack 10 suited. He can't afford not to. It's a very strong hand. Best hand against big pair, and Leo doesn't have a big pair. Quite right to think about it, but I think He's getting good value to call as well. He has a very strong hand. Even 7-handed, Jack 10 suited is a good hand. He's here to win it. To win it, you need to knock players out.
Call.
Thank you. At least you made me sound like I knew what I was doing. So, ace 5, marginally ahead of the Jack 10 suited. But unless an ace hits, I do like the look of a Jack 10 suited. Will we lose our first player on the final table? And then hopefully we'll get to see the cards. Oh, what a flop for Jack 10 suited. Ace 5 with a gut shot and still winning. Any spade, any 10, any jack. Leo smiling. Still ahead. Four of spades. It's not the card she wanted to see. So we lose Leo, one of our Winamax players. Very good player. Very solid. Played a tight game to ladder her way up to 7th. Could have been out a long time ago. And our chip leader with a very good call on Jack 10 suited. Now they all move round and maybe we'll get to see the cards again.
They will still like normally just...
Players, you will move each to your designated seat, so everybody will move a little bit.
Iba tak, potom tuto dávaš karty na číslo, ale...
Čo sme dával, dobre? Čak som ani nemohol dávať.
Akože teraz to bolo jedno, nemal si magnetické, vieš, ale teraz budeš takto. Takto.
Jasne.
A tu máme 4 požiť.
Okay, have the regular TV deck.
Yes.
No, I will have to ask you for your phones now, because now we cannot use them. Whoever has the phone has to hand it over again to me.
What?
Any phones, guys?
No. In what?
Phone.
Yes.
Yes. I have only 2.
No.
Pierre, on aura besoin de décaler votre veste, je peux les mettre là? Votre veste.
Votre bateau?
On aura besoin de la mettre plutôt en haut.
Dans
la caméra. Ça vous dérange pas? Oui, merci. Je vous la mets avec le téléphone.
Aha, Richard.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? On stop?
Yeah, for now, for few seconds, sir. Yeah. Okay, I will ask him. Now? No. Yeah. Okay. Which guy have a smart? One of the guys have a smartwatches or 3? 5. Aha, it's our. Yeah. Ríšo, máš Apple Watch alebo niečo? No, si musíš dať dole. He has Apple Watch, yes, and yes. You see everything. He put it down. Yeah. Yes, Yeah, yeah. That's such a river. Yeah, yeah.
Ah ouais, j'ai fait un test son. Léo, bravo, magnifique parcours. C'était une table de finale réunie, 577 joueurs. C'est la joie de vivre.
Ça marche. We're starting now. Maybe they will want to fix everything. Main event players, final table. Please take your seats. We're going to restart shortly. Players, take your seats, please. Dealer, please prepare the deck.
You see everything. Yes, I know.
Allez, dealer, let's go. Don't wait for the others.
Don't wait for players.
Okay, players, welcome back. Now, we need whoever didn't give out your phones, I need your phones now back, please. Prepare the deck, button is where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And we'll continue with lines 200,000, 400,000. Stop, please.
Welcome back, everyone. Final table of the Winamax Open. A few French people, a Belgian, and a Slovakian. Pierre Neuville with Ace Jack, big hand at this level. Is he going to shove or is he going to raise? I think just a raise.
Raise 1,025,000. Fold.
And we can now get to see their cards because there's only 6 players. Martin with a pair of 6s may well feel this is as good a hand as any to get it in with. Not a lot of point in calling. And if he does shove, I think Pierre will call and we'll have a classic race of a pair against an ace-jack, and we will lose, almost certainly, our sixth place finisher. Yeah, he's counting. He has no other move but to go all in or fold. Can fold, of course. But against Pierre, it would be a minus EV action, I think. Pierre really could have anything. It's taking his time.
Call.
That surprises me. Okay. Another surprise. Just a call with a pair of 6s. Unfortunately, 2 overcards. He just doesn't know where he is. Pierre will probably play this fairly aggressively. He will follow through. And then it's about whether or not Martin believes him. He did raise pre-flop though, so repping a king is a quite reasonable choice. By not raising, he's put himself in this position. If he'd have raised and the chips were all in, he'd be ahead. And it would be up to Pierre to hit. Meanwhile, well, it's called anyway. Pierre, the master of hitting turns and rivers. Doesn't hit this one though. And that gives added value to Martin with a gut shot draw. Only an ace or jack for Pierre. But how will Pierre play it? Will he put maximum pressure on?
Check.
Six is still winning. The only way Pierre can win this is by going all in.
Check. Check. Showdown. E6.
Thought there was showdown value in the ace jack, but would be unhappy to see the pair. Lots of excitement in the casino. That's the Martin fan club.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
How much you have?
Lots. 4 million.
Thank you.
Fold.
Oh!
Oh! Still cool, but...
Jsem dva popiči. Já toto musím vykalovat. Dílerka jste musím věnovat.
Navidi winning that pot with ace 2.
Nie, pohodě. Snažím se.
Ukrajina?
Nie, są ze Słowacją.
Pierre now committed to a big blind and an ante. I think he only had 5 big blinds. So he may well get under pressure here. Bit too excited, those Frenchies. Apologise for the noise, everyone. Very loud. Banco Casino doesn't normally get this loud. Martin now with ace-8 offsuit. Increases his stack a bit. He's on the button. Pushes with the ace-8. Davidi with the queen-jack offsuit. May not be strong enough to call. And nor will the 7-6 from Pierre, even though he's committed. Martin's fan club are yes babying. Very playable hand, king 9 suited, especially for an aggressive player. However, ace-10 is a stronger one. We're going to see a raise here. Too strong not to. What? Wow, Martin. I'm sorry, Martin, but folding ace-10 suited, 6-handed is on the wrong side of conservative, my friend. You were miles ahead of Victor, and you had equity to raise. So, not the best play I've seen. Yes, he's still in, but there was a good chance to add to his stack a few million, or to double up.
Fold. Fold.
To VD. 10 big blinds, folds the king 10 offsuit. Victor now calling on the small blind. Well, the other Victor want to put extra pressure on both players. Decides against it this time. Not going to work every hand. And he's hit his 4, of course he has. So 2 pairs to chip leader Victor.
Check.
And unlucky Victor with Queen Jack and well behind. Has to hit a Queen or a Jack if he gets a chance. Which I doubt he will. I think we will see chip leader Victor betting this. About half the pot. Yep. Underfold. Very hard to keep going with that kind of holding on a low connected paired board.
Hodinu huča vnímal.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Something I have learned is Davidi is not a fan of low pairs, small pairs. And good instincts because Mr. Aggressive chip leader Victor has woken up with kings in the small blind. Oh, he's sneaky flat calling, hoping Richard will either raise him or hit something on the flop. Very nice.
Raise 1 5.
And he has been tempted. He's raised. This could be battle of the big stacks. $1 million to call, or will he raise? He's already disguised his big hand, so he may feel it needs further disguise. Nope, he's hoping that Richard has a proper hand, so he's re-raising him in the hope he has a proper hand, and unfortunately for him he doesn't.
Yeah, because he's Slavic and also it is just Slavic. Yeah, okay. Fold. 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 Raise million.
Chip leader Victor with a very nice 7-10 connected suited hand, but he's up against an ace. How will Richard play an ace 6-handed?
Fold.
Martin's Queen 9 on the big blind. Only 500k to call, getting almost 5 to 1. Decides against it, even though he was in the lead. Such is the power of Victor's aggression. This time Pierre with the aces. Is he going to flat call and induce a raise? Only got 2 million, 4 big blinds, so he hasn't got an awful lot to work with. But it's well timed to have the best hand in poker. Looking fairly vacant as usual. That's just his thing.
All in.
2.1 million all in. It's not going to take that big a hand to call this. Victor has players behind him, 3 players behind him. Tricky for him to call with Queen 9 suited. And Martin probably won't be calling with King 4. Davide can't call, so all a bit wasted. There we go. Victor with a pair of 5s. Under the gun.
Pass.
Decides against playing a small pair. Nice raising hand, 8-7 suited. Min raise.
Pass. All in.
Pierre all in with ace-9. Will he get looked up by Richard with his 7-8 suited? He probably will. Not a lot to call now, 2 million into 4.5.
$2,850,000, 2,850,000. Good luck. Call, showdown.
Can Richard knock another player out with his 7-8 suited? Or will ace-9 hold? It's good flop for ace-9. Runner, flush or straight for the 8-7. Running pretty thin, 5-7%. Well, he's up and down. He's increased his 7% to about 11. Has a good chance. Well, 11% chance. And that, I'm afraid, is not it.
Combien? 2,850,000. 2,850,000.
2,850,000.
C'est ça. Oui. King, když budeme posílat 10, to dobré.
Small blind. Pass.
Trop peu.
C'est moi qui fais peur.
Personne ne trouve.
Ouais.
Je vais dire,
Incroyable.
tu sais ce que j'ai?
Non.
Non. Et ça c'est incroyable. Juste au moment où je me pose, je me dis bon, Banco là.
Vamos,
Rien, et puis là, il est dans une pôle.
Small blind.
Martin now picking up a premium hand of nines in the hijack. Mainly been raises to 1 million. Let's see if he wants to change that.
All in.
Holden announced the VD will be folding. Pierre will be folding. We're down to the blinds. Ace Jack. Victor may well be calling. That's most of his stack though. Going to get a count. It's a tricky spot this. Ace Jack against a fairly solid player's raise. He's not like Victor, the other Victor.
$7,225,000. 7,225,000. Pass.
Decides against that, and the Martin fan club go wild. He has increased his stack. It's just about doubled up since we started this final table, so he's done well.
Small blind. Pass. Call. Raise 2 million. Pass.
Easy pick up there for Richard, increasing his stack. There will be pressure on these short stacks very soon.
Pass.
Davidi getting no help with the cards. He's only had 2 playable hands and was in tricky spots. One was an all-in against him. Jack 10 suited. Nice hand for Victor.
Raise 1 million. Pass.
Makes a standard raise. Chip leader with King Queen though. How does he want to play this? Just flat calls.
Pass.
That gonna, nope, Martin 7-2 will not see a flop.
Heads up.
So we got Jack 10 suited against King Queen. Whoever hits will help the other player. Top pair for Victor. Richard not really hit anything at all. So may get this through.
Check.
Flush draw now for Richard. This is a dangerous card for Victor. He needs to bet this to try and alleviate the ICM value of the flush draw with the 2 overcards. That's interesting, he doesn't. And he has the best hand depending on what happens on the river.
Check. Check. Showdown.
Safety first there for Victor. Top pair doesn't call for value, but there's too many straights and there's even a flush draw there. So I think that was a sensible way of playing that. Gets a slightly bigger stack.
Good game, ce fut un plaisir. It was nice playing with you guys. It's information. I need to write for
Davide showing. And he's a bit tired. He's probably tired of getting no hands. That's always a horrible thing in poker, especially on a final table where you need those hands to move up the ladder.
Oh, oh, 7-5, 8 deuce,
And push.
Jack 4.
Yeah, I think he's gone. He's a bit cracked. He's gone.
All in.
Nice bet by Martin. Davide was inciting him to raise, and unfortunately he looks down and sees 3-4 suited. There's probably nothing he can do about it. He's certainly live if he calls. He'll know the value of it. Which, unfortunately, against all in, it's not a lot. Small blind pushes with 9-8 suited, which is the right play. And Davide just does not have a hand he can effectively call with. He may gamble, but not in great shape if he does call. Has to hit a flush, 2 pairs straight. And he lets it go.
Can you change this, please? Pass.
Another ace for Martin. 17 big blinds. Oh, not in the danger zone. Doesn't have to play it. But it's the kind of hand that will make better hands fold if he pushes. It's on the button. Only got the blinds to go through. One is a very short stack.
All in.
And he decides to go for it. Davide 6-2 suited. Can't really call.
Pass.
And now the big blind. Queen 5 offsuit. Pierre will not call either. Great timing from Martin. Picks up another pot. The pressure on Davide and Pierre will increase.
Raise 1 million. Pass.
Nice raising hand there. King Queen offsuit. Martin will be folding this one. At some point, Davide has to make a decision. At the moment, that is not it. Pierre 9-7 suited also folds. Does other Victor have a hand? Well, he does. He has an ace. He has an ace 6, but he's not happy about it. Good raising hand, bad calling hand in any game of poker.
Je vais gagner le tournoi.
Moi j'ai 3 dames. 3 dames. Je vais essayer de tous les j'ai pas joué d'avant.
Pass. Pass.
Davide raising, he's not pushing with Queen 4 suited. Victor in the small blind, King 8. Davide will get a lot of respect for the hand because he's hardly played one. However, 6-5 suited by Victor. Hard not to see a flop with it. Just got to hope diamonds don't come because Queen 4 is dominating him there. It's a clever bet though. Infers he's a lot stronger than he actually is. So well done, Davide. Wins around.
Small black. Small black.
Davide with his first proper playable hand, ace 3 suited. Even then, he's playing it carefully. So a small raise. No, 2.4 is quite a bit. Victor's got kings. Chip leader Victor has kings. And is raising. No, he just called. He's winding him up. I think Davidi's complaining about that, saying, how can you leave me with this amount? Victory kings, so any ace, flush or threes. That's not it. Kings massively in front. Drawing dead Davidi.
Check. $1 million.
Victor betting his set of kings. Davidi has improved slightly to a gut shot draw, but he has no flush draw, no real draws. He's losing even against a pair of twos. So I think he has to give some credit to Victor for having a hand here, but he's going to be left with 1.3 million. That's the problem with the half your stack raises that he tended to favour. Is he going to go for the gut shot, or is he going to just wait a little bit and try and use his two big blinds to the most effect? Also depends when he's on the next big blind. He's in the hijack now, so he's got a few hands to decide to get it in with. Doesn't have to call here. He really has nothing, and may have to think, even if he hits a five, the five of diamonds may not be good for him. So unfortunately for Davidi, even his ace is no good. He is just drawing 2 of 5. One time is the call. Definitely is a one-time situation. And that is not it. We lose Davidi Kitai, one of the big names in the Winamax stable. 6th place. Good luck, sir.
Merci. C'était pas cramé ce club.
Je pensais qu'il allait se mettre avec ça.
Là, je suis venu dans le groupe, c'est comique.
$1,500,000. Pass.
Pierre raising a third of his stack with Queen 10, but Victor as King Jack has him dominated, but closer than you might think. Decides to fold, but Richard will probably not fold his ace-7. Just a question of how he wants to play it. He doesn't want to play it. That's really quite a surprise. It's suited ace when you've got chips against the short stack. Okay. His chips, not mine. So Pierre picks up a little pot there.
When you blind level 300,000, 600,000, empty 600,000. 366. And at the end of this level, we're going to have a 60-minute dinner break. In 40 minutes, 60 minutes.
3-6 now. And at the end,
1 hour dinner.
after the level we have break.
So after this next level, the blinds are up. We will have a 60-minute dinner break.
I cannot afford to pay 6. It's much too expensive.
Blinds now up to 300, 600, putting even more pressure on the short stacks. Victor now making his moves with a variety of hands. I don't know what Richard's. No, Martin, ace-2 suited, yeah, definitely one to think about. Pierre, king-9 calls.
Heads up.
And the jack 4-4 has smacked Victor in the face. How's he going to play this? He's hit it so big, he really can't be betting it. Needs to let Pierre bet somehow. Queen would be a bad card on the end, giving Pierre a straight, or a king would also be a bad card.
600.
Small bet by Victor. Getting something out of it. He's going to bet, but he will not get paid. Unfortunately for him, Pierre has missed everything, but is right down to 3.8 million. 6 big blinds. Doesn't matter what you bet, you're not going to get called. You can't raise him in terms of taking him off the pot. I think Pierre can do it all here. Unless he really feels his king is playing. That would be a pretty bad read. It's a fantastic flop for Victor. But then he's made all the poker. He's played all the poker this whole day. So anything that comes his way, I think he deserves. He's been the most aggressive, played the most hands. His VPIP must be huge. That's 70% or something. Can't remember a hand he hasn't played. But he's also raised with absolute rubbish and got there, and definitely been playing all the poker. Others have chosen to ladder. He has chosen to try and win this tournament, and he's taken it by the scruff of the neck.
Yes. There is 1.5.
9-10 suited, nice raise for Richard there. Yeah, now only has one play, which is all in or fold. So Richard takes that down with a nice 10-9 suited. Pierre will be shoving with the sixes. 3 players behind him. Queen 2 suited on the button will fold. Victor may well call. Oh, okay. King 5 suited. He's already only 3 million to call, getting nearly 2 to 1. I would have thought the Jack 10 would take slightly more consideration, but he does have the chip leader behind him. So fair enough. You don't want to just give chips away. Each level now, each part of the ladder is big.
3 miliony. 3,5. 3.5.
It's a tricky spot, really. Though he can afford to. He doesn't want to double Pierre up. But he has got a suited king. So, not a bad hand, really. I don't know what the book says on this one. I think this is more an instinct-based one. Very wide range Pierre's going to be pushing with. Lots of mid-connected cards that the King 5 suited will be ahead of. And desuited. It's a fair argument for calling, I think, here. It's in his interest to knock a player out as well. But he chooses not to. So 5 players left. 5th place is 21,000 euros. Fantastic result for all of these players. And then we have a 7k jump to 28,000. And then an even bigger jump, a 14k jump to 3rd for 42. 22k jump to 2nd, 64.5. And then a 35k jump to 100 for 1st. So now we're in the real money. 80,000 between 5th and 1st. That's a big spread. A lot of euros. So every single decision is vital. One wrong step, and you could be taking home 20 and not playing for the possibility of 100. Ace 10, 12 big blinds. This is a tricky kind of spot when you're looking to either ladder or play to win the tournament. A few players behind you. This is the problem with the short stack with this kind of hand. No right or wrong here. To me, looking to win the tournament, you shove. Looking to ladder, you fold. Neither of them wrong, just a different style. Okay, I prefer this one. If someone wakes up with a massive hand behind, which they are not going to, and again 5-handed, it's quite hard for someone to have a better hand than Ace 10. Oh, Martin's playing Hollywood, trying to get a count. I don't like. It's a waste of time. Do not like this at all. You're not calling with 9-4 offsuit. Let's get on with it. Come on. I'm sure everyone will agree with me on the stream on that one. We've got good numbers on YouTube. I hope you're all enjoying it. Very strange seeing these hexagonal tables with 6 suits, but we have 5 players left, so this is a fairly standard end towards the final table. Nothing that different. Ranges are widened, chip stacks taken into account. Victor with an even better hand, Ace 9 suited. Picked up 1.5 million last time. making a min raise. Which may work out well with Ace Jack behind him. I think we'll see a 3-bet. Might not actually. Might be interesting if he calls this. The trouble is if anyone raises behind. I think that's an all-in bet. Yep. That's going to be very tough for the other Victor. He's not checking how much the other player has. He's trying to find out how much he's got in terms of the laddering. That's why the min raise he did, I think, worked out pretty well, because he might have been called and been all in if he'd have shoved.
That's why I asked you. To know how much you raise.
Raise 1.2. Fold. Pass.
So Victor using his stack to raise with a 6-5 offsuit against other Victor's ace-4. Let's see what he does.
Call.
Just a call. Playing it pretty slow. Not a good flop for ace-4 of clubs. Victor even has the flush draw. And we'll probably bet other Victor off this.
$800. Fold. 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 Yeah. Okay.
Victor, short Victor on the small blind with King Jack offsuit.
Raise and in.
Shoves in the hope that he hasn't got a calling hand, and I think that's the right way of playing him. You can't call or raise. You got beaten up on the last hand. You've got a playable hand, and that shorter stack. Really, just fold or shove.
Raise all in. Oh.
Yeah, pushing his 7 big blinds, but Victor wakes up with an ace-10, and we are likely to see our 5th place finisher here. Ace-10 dominating ace-6. He needs to hit a 6 or hearts to beat this hand. We may lose the wonderful Pierre Neuville, who's been a joy to commentate on. Very tricky dicky player. Oh, he's up and down though. It's increased his equity. It's a great flop for him, to be honest. He's moved up in equity. And he's hit his 6. Split pot possibilities. Only a 10. Good for Victor. And he's doubled up. We have... Oh. Yes, go. Oh, hello. Oh, he's off to his fans. I love him. I think he's brilliant. There's one up for the old guys, which I probably just about qualify for. Being an Irish Open Seniors champion and a couple of other seniors titles. I don't think I have a choice now, but it's lovely to see, and I love the way he plays his poker.
Yeah, but I just can't think that he was just talking.
Pierre back in the game as he sees it. Don't go mad though, you've only got 15 big blinds. He's calming himself down. Lovely. It was a big dog there. Ace-6 against ace-10. Hits an up and down draw. Hits his 6. Doubles up. Victor raising with rubbish, but very, very hard for anyone else to call.
Hej. Aha, nemyslím si, že je štych.
Asi by se někdo bylo správně.
Komu je znáš, ako někomu 100 000.
Čím má veľa vnúček?
Victor now on the shorter stack. Folds ace-8 in early position. Totally get that. Whereas other Victor raises with anything. Queen-9 offsuit in this case. He's up against one of those hands that are quite tricky to play. Pierre, Queen-6. He does like calling with some strange hands. Just plays on instinct a lot.
How much you play?
Is that a silly question? He must know Victor's one of the chip leaders. Maybe if he had 10,000 and he raised to 7, he could get it through. I think that's what his thinking was. I can't really tell.
Raise 1.2. Pass. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Victor with a pair, only 20 big blinds and shoving against. May well get called here with ace jack. Yes, he gets called. We're going to a flip. 4's at risk. Little Victor and Big Victor has the ace jack. Both have played this perfectly well. It's not about outcome poker. Well, it is, but it's also about how you play. Where's everyone else gone? They've gone early for their dinner break. Yes, good luck, Victor. The ace is hit. He's only drawing to 2 4s. Very, very thin now. He's fought hard, little Victor. Same 2 4s, but only 5% now. 2 cards to hit. 5, so ace jack prevails. Our chip leader Victor has increased his stack.
Big blind.
Cosa bisogna fare? No, ne možno čo čakali.
Sorry guys, NT is 300,000 now, so we play with short NT. Just to let you know. Thank you.
Ante is now half of what it was. Pierre is still in. played some of the best poker this week. But we have two big chip leaders, well, one very big chip leader in Victor. There's only one Victor left, who dominated the feature table before we got to the final table, and they let him dominate as well. And I think he will look to do the same here. If he does win this tournament, he absolutely deserves to, because he has played some fantastic, positive, aggressive poker. Martin still digging in there for Slovakia. Pierre for Belgium.
No. I didn't really.
Likes a suited king, but does he like it enough to play it? Four-handed. Not at this point. Victor will raise with the 7-6 suited. For sure. Very consistent. Min raise. Martin will shove with his ace-queen. He has 8 big blinds. Yeah, I think Victor will probably call him.
Three. 4.7. Five point.
So 5 million raise, but 4 million to call into 7. So he's getting about 2 to 1. He's got suited connectors. He knows the cards will be live. Can't really fold. It's at 10% of his stack. And he needs to knock players out to win this tournament. If he folds this, I take it all back. Got to call this. Well, my chips would have been in already. I already know where I am. You know, quite far behind. But he actually is 44%. You know, he has more equity than he realizes. The suited connector bit makes a huge difference to this hand. 7-6 offsuit, fair enough. So no one should be surprised at the other hands. I think Victor knew Martin would have a big two cards, and I think Martin would have realised after a bit of a pause that he'd be up against suited connectors. Much more difficult call for ace 6, ace 7. Ace queen is hit. Oh wow. The Slovakians are in. Oh, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are more outs now for Victor than on the flop. Any 3, any 8. Oh. So double up there for Martin. Still in the game.
Nothing.
More. 5,125. Count the hundreds, please. 100 more.
Yeah.
5,125. Correct. Thank you.
Oni to tam mają opóźnienia z tego
Wow.
So 30, 300 enter. No, 6, 3, just half. Yeah, thank you.
Koliko ga je napisal?
Raise 1.2.
Victor raising with 3-2, any two cards, and gets it through. And he's going to do it every single time.
Raise 1.2. Fold. 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 Raise 1,400,000. 1,400,000. Raise all in.
Pierre making a nice raise. Victor putting maximum pressure on, but I can't see Pierre folding now. He must know that Victor's game is aggression. He folds again. He's done it 5 times, and pretty well every time he's done it, he has been ahead. And this is just maximum poker pressure from Victor. Fantastic performance. He time and time again gets the best hand to fold. I mean, that's so impressive. And if you look at the chip count, he has 43 million. Richard, who was the chip leader, 20 million. Martin, 11. Both. And Pierre, our short stack. That's why he can do that. Maximum pressure only has 5.3 million. 4 left.
Hyvä puolustus.
Next player out though gets 28,000 euros, and then we get a big jump up to 42, 64 and 100. Here we go.
All in. Pass.
Now Victor reverting to, if he has a decent starting hand, he doesn't just raise, he shoves. And he puts even more pressure on the other stacks. He'll be unlucky if someone like Richard wakes up with a big hand, aces, kings, queens, and snap calls. That will be half his stack. But until then, it is working very, very effectively. Richard now with a pair of 5s on the button against the 2 shorter stacks. One with half his stack, one with a quarter.
Raise 1,500,000.
Putting in a big raise. Or bigger than has been the custom.
Pass.
Does Pierre want to call me King 8? Just calls.
Heads up.
And there's his king.
Double check.
Is he going to check call this? Not sure there'll be a bet though. I think Richard may just check this. No, unfortunately for him, he's bet.
1,200,000.
Pierre will push.
Pass.
An immediate fold. So he got maximum value there from his king 8.
Small blind, big blind. Pass.
Martin now with a suited ace. And the problem he has is he has Victor on the big blind. So it's fine playing against the shorter stacked Pierre, but trickier. That's why even at this point, with 15 big blinds, you may just want to shove if it's a hand that you like. Four-handed, ace-5 suited, very good.
All in.
And he has done that.
Pass.
And it's very hard for other players to actually have a hand. You have to remember that. It's not as big a risk as you think.
Pass. Pass.
Allez.
All in.
Same tactic, all in with a king 6. He knows what the pay jump is. And they're on a 1 hour dinner break. Fantastic poker by Victor. If he doesn't win this, I'll be very surprised. See you all in an hour for the denouement, the final of the Winamax Poker Open. The last 4 players left. Pierre Neuville, short stack, and a very big stack in Victor. 45 million, 16 million, 11, and then 8. We will see you in an hour.
8 million shot.
Yes.
Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 24, 34, 44, 44, 6. Yeah?
Yes.
Then. Eight, 13, 14, 15, 5, 15, 6, 15, 7, 25.
Yes.
it will be possible to move the players on 2, 3, 4, 5?
When they come back, we'll do, okay?
Yeah.
No worries, yeah.
No problem. Just ask you if it's possible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So if you see 2.5, 7.5, 9.
To wait
10,550,000.
Yes.
Huh?
I don't need to wait for the last one. I already know I'm good.
Okay, tell me one thing. You want me to move them 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah? He just came.
Yes.
Who is this guy? I don't know.
He's the director.
Ah, yes. If he's the director, yeah. For him, we can move him. He can say, hello, I'm the director. Okay, so, Ben, no, come with me. Benny. So, he's the button, yeah?
Yes, he's the button.
Okay, so we'll move everything here. He'll know that he has loads of chips.
I think he will remember where his stack is, yes.
Yeah,
We will find out.
But still. It's usually not how you move the stacks, but okay. Okay. Good enough. So here's the button. Now the glasses will go here. Again, who put the red light there? I want to speak to him.
Do we will continue with this deck or the new one?
What do you mean the new one?
The other one.
What do you mean the other one? This is the only one.
Okay.
Do you want another deck than this one?
No,
This one isn't
I'm
good
okay.
enough for you?
You changed it many times, so.
No. It's because sometimes like a card is not red anymore, so I just switch them. But we'll keep with this one. Okay.
Keep the spares like los dos que me quedan. Lo voy a activar. Sí, no, ya tengo uno. Yo estoy estos dos calculando. Estabas esperando a ver hasta dónde llegabas.
Max, un peu moins de bruit, s'il te plaît. Ok? T'as pas vu au compte pour rien. Avec nous, on dégage l'espace si tu veux. D'être là. Au McDo, Max? Au McDo? Sortir. C'est vrai que si on mange pas. Non, vas-y, je tiens la vie. Déjà, ça va me tuer tout le monde. No quiero pensar que ya es mejor o peor. No la comisión. No, voy a escuchar la vida porque escucho todas, tío. No, para todo el día. Estoy picando, espera, no me voy a olvidar. Spanish word, put the A at the end. If you want the French version, without the A.
Qu'est-ce que je peux faire? Je viens avec quoi? Ou c'est de l'autre côté justement?
Alors, j'ai besoin de me donner du mot.
Est-ce que tu sais ce que c'est pas que tu fais de la reste?
Oui. J'ai déjà fait il y a 2 jours. Et j'ai pas les couleurs.
J'arrive.
C'est noir. Les deux sont noirs.
Ah, no. H.
Fixed with the H.
Ah, ok.
C'est pas une petite guerre celui-là. Eh ouais. Eh ouais.
Il y a Victor à tapis.
Oh putain! Allez Victor!
Un flip.
Il a appelé tapis volant. Allez!
Donne-moi. Pardon. Donne-moi un bon 2 mètres. J'attends. Guillaume, je pense que c'est bon. Je pense que c'est bon. Je te dis ça tout de suite, ouais. Mais c'est la réponse. C'est bon, Guillaume? Ouais, merci. Bizarre, je devrais être un peu symétrique. Normalement,
Je suis content sur les caméras.
là j'ai ça. Ouais, comme on n'en a plus ici, les caméras ça ne servent à rien.
Je me disais que genre les marques des pièces, je crois que les fois on les pas. Et elles se sont super.
Ça, il faut voir. Ouais, je vais avoir ma cam. Ah, ouais, ce que je risque d'avoir, c'est la cam.
Ah oui.
Celle-là, c'est pour. Je vais peut-être essayer de décaler.
De toute façon, tu l'auras mal.
Ça va bien. J'en profite pour arranger aussi les spots.
Pour
les spots, les remettre.
Il y en a un que j'ai écarté. Non, c'est bon, on est bon.
Même les deux là et là.
Ouais, c'est pas remettre pas trop.
Parce que là, du coup, tu le finiras à plus.
Ah oui, je vois ce que tu veux dire. Exact, t'as raison. Du coup, qu'est-ce qu'on aura? Ouais, t'as raison.
En gros, c'est.
Il vaut mieux aller.
Tu vas avoir ça.
Il faut prendre la bâche, juste cette bâche là.
Ouais, voilà. On choisit un élément et puis on l'affiche.
Ouais, c'est ça. Un truc qui est entre les joueurs. Toi, tu peux prendre le mec avec le masque de plongée, je pense. Ouais, voilà. Ok, je vais aller voir le robot.
Ouais.
Keď skončia tí traja, my si doneseme sa veci, lapy nejaké, tie ceny, ktoré mu dozdáme a zagratulujeme. Tretie miesto, druhé, prvé.
A dáte nám vědět, že kedy se to skončí, či jak to bude, že?
Dáme vám vědět, čo uvidíš na tabuli, teraz chvíľa.
To ešte nemám čas.
No viem, že nemáš.
Nabití je tí traja potom, neviem, oni skončia asi dvaja. Oni neodídu hneď, hej?
Neodídu.
Neodídu. Len aby si vrátali, že aby sme mali materiál.
O 40 minút prídete, tak keď bude nejaký francúzsky futbol, ktorý tiež asi môže vedieť niečo viac, čiže treba to asi byť. To môže trvať aj pol hodinu, aj 3 hodiny.
Toto je len 40 minút.
Keď sa dá niekomu to určite povie, že myslí na...
On avait dit la 5, hein, donc c'était trop fait. Jouer pour trop fait. C'est que là, le fond qui est intéressant, l'argent, c'est pas ça vient, c'est voilà. Le trophée, c'est le mien. J'ai l'impression de carreau avec la manger. On va aller manger.
that was really the idea. I need one of this. If you have. What? One of them if you have. Extra, to go. I have 78 years. And I have one. Waitress! Waitress! I want tea. Make your own tea.
A young woman with books for brain computing.
Huh? You don't have books.
No, I have a brain.
Doesn't matter. The other thing is more important.
I don't want to.
You want tea?
I want hot water.
Burn.
I want tea. Tell me the copy one? I think it's this one.
What cup do you want?
Oh, one is the large. No, this is not.
Well, what we go. The one will.
Why are you doing this with it?
Players are thinking in 6 minutes left on the break. Come on, everyone, take a seat. We are ready to go home slowly, so let's go.
Yeah, I'm ready to go for only that.
Dobrze, że to super robię.
Ale na siłę, ale
Pójdź. Jednak są drugie do robotki. Trzecie.
Ale držím ti místo tady.
Słuchaczka, co masz? Co mi to nie jest?
Co?
Może mi jeszcze dać, jeśli chcesz.
Making problems.
No, it's okay.
He's very close.
Very good.
Because malo što mi poznajemo, we work with one. We work with his group on many times. He's automatically in the good book.
Aha, nic nebyli. My jsme se znali s sebou, protože my tam nedělali suši už, tak aby máme
Luxus, jak klasy. A co masz? A nie?
Jaký hovězí těstoviny, ale jsi suši. Hovězí těstoviny? Hovězí s těstovinama?
Ja tam vypnu jenom ten live.
Ja sam rozumiem tam video. Ten jak jest ten wiki, ale no jest tym dobry. Sad dawaj.
Jo, protože tam byl ten live.
A tady je víte, že tak já věc celá. Není možná trochu dál, nebo ne?
To može. To ti je stvar da straš. Ima bilo jedan nešto, znaš. Dobar je. Šta je izgubio? Sam na redu zapiram svoje male.
Já tě vyfotím trošku. Potřebuješ Hillerov, tady by mohl od Martinka.
To je ono, to je ono. Ovaj moj stek sam pokupio. Ajde, ajde.
Ale jak ten svak byl předěživý.
Ali, da li ga nije ovo greška ili
To se mohli spravit, čekaj,
Není tu tam.
Čo
Take a seat, please. We're going to start shortly. Dealers as well. Okay, so we moved everybody. So we moved everybody a little bit. So if you are over there, guys. By the request of the TV crew, we moved your stacks that you're 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
It's easier for them to coordinate and to see everybody, to have everybody in the picture at all times. Prepare the deck, please.
Ale v letu.
Tak, nestíhali, ale čo?
Nestíhali absolútne. Ja tu som bol hned vedľa, víš.
Ja také.
Kedy som dojedol? 29 som dojedol, tuším. Katastrofa. Ledva, mám brucho bolí. A tu Banco si išla na záchod ze zmrzlinu, vyšťal sa a si ho ruky neumiala, išla ven z tú zmrzlinu, odpadol som. Veľký pán.
To je už to jedno.
No však hej, to
On len peňazky chce.
úplne nasálené.
On len peňazky chce.
Ja neviem prečo.
Just a couple of seconds for the TV crew to give me a good go. And we'll start short.
On nechce peňazky, podľa mňa. On nechce peňazky, on má navyhrávané najviac.
Však sa teší jak oni, ty kokos.
On chce zase trochu.
No, on chce iba vyhrať, že?
Ja si myslím, že to prekoná nejaký rekord, alebo však ako úctihodné v 80-ke toto robiť. Ja nevládzem po dvoch dnoch, čo nemôžem poradne sa. Človek nevyspí, ty kokos.
A že on bol pred, ja neviem, pred 7 rokmi bol na finálnom stole v Open Bratislava a tam 9 dní hraš každý 12 hodín.
Jak som na to pozeral, stále to na kúhe, to není možné. 12 hodín, ty kokos, po 9 dní, to je brutálny výkon.
Oh, he's coming.
Ne, že by som mu neprijal, ale
nemusel.
Dúfam, že pôjde preč. Kokos, štvrtý. Zima.
300, 700.
300,000, 700,000, 700,000, sorry, 300, 700, 300. 300,000, 700,000, ante 300,000. 373. Good luck. Thank you very much. Bon chance. Allez.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final part of the Winamax Poker Open here in Casino Banco Casino. Pierre, starting with a decent raising hand, only 4 players on the table, king, queen offsuit, unlikely to get called at the moment, and I'm pretty sure that will get through. Good start for Pierre.
Race 1,400,000.
Victor up to his normal game of raising with every hand, but this time he's up against aces. Now Richard has a big choice here, because if I was him, with all the aggression Victor was doing, I would flat call with aces. I know it's not in the book, but Victor is such an aggressive player, you are likely to get maximum return rather than raising and then him folding. He's folded every hand that he's been re-raised. So I would definitely be flat calling here and under represent your hand. It's not good poker. It's so hard to get these big hands, and everyone's just going to fold. You'd be very lucky if Victor actually has a hand like jacks or queens or something, where he could even consider calling.
Pass. Pass.
I think he missed some value there by over-repping his hand. Well, by representing his hand. If he'd have under-repped it, could have got a lot more.
Pass.
Pierre with a raisable Queen 10 with 20 big blinds. But of course he's up against the aggressive Victor.
1,500,000.
It's a raise. Victor has put maximum pressure on this particular player, Pierre. He has pushed him all in on about 5 occasions, and Pierre has folded every time. And I think 4 out of those 5, he has had the best hand. This time, Victor deciding against raising. Interesting. First time. Neither player is hit.
1 million.
Backdoor flush for Pierre. Same for Victor, but a smaller one. I think Victor may actually fold one. We'll see. He really has nothing to do with this flop. It's just a matter of if he thinks he can take Pierre off it. He decides against, and Pierre increases his stack by about 20%. Yeah, about to get involved with 10-3 offsuit. Not advisable. Not against Victor. Take him on, yes, but take him on with the right hand at the right time. That would not have been it.
Raise 2,300,000.
Quite a big raise on the small blind against Richard. And again, Victor is fully aware that Richard has to have one of about 6 hands to be able to call a big raise. It's fantastic poker. Real example of how to play a big stack and how to put maximum pressure on your opponents. Can anyone fight back at this stage? At the moment, does not look like it. Might need to be some luck or someone changing gears, which currently in print. But this hand is an interesting one. 10-7 suited from Pierre. But he doesn't think so.
Raise 1,400,000 pass.
This is a spot with 11 big blinds and an ace to put maximum pressure back on Victor by raising. I'll see if he does or not, but he should be ready. Lovely play. That's the way of fighting back against a bully. Just shove on him. The Slovakian cheer group have increased.
Pass. Pass. Yeah, it's like this. Yeah. Raise 1,500,000.
Richard now entering the fray with a Queen 10 offsuit raise. And the cut-off. Pierre has nothing to defend with.
Call.
But Victor decides to call with 7-6. He's looking to outplay him later, put the pressure on. He's got an up and down and a gut shot draw for Richard. So they both hit this flop. Richard has to think that if he bets, either Richard will put him all in or under pressure with a big bet, which has been what he's been doing. I like that. And now Victor has hit an up and down and a 6. So Victor ahead with a pair. Only a gut shot Queen or 10 for Richard.
$2,100,000.
Victor now betting as he believes he's ahead, which he is. Hit a pair up and down, no bet on the flop. So likely to be winning.
Pass.
Takes down another pot. As our money positions 28,000, 42, 64.5, and 100,000 up top. May well be at least a discussion if we get probably heads up, and if that is Richard and Victor. I think they will look to Martin this time has the aces. Now a push all in, very difficult to be called four-way. So again, I would look to that's lovely. Really like that. I think it's a much better way of playing the aces than Richard did with his shove earlier. It's making the raise. It's allowing perhaps Pierre, but almost certainly Victor to come back at him and to maximise return off the aces. This is a much better way of playing aces. Unfortunately, Victor has nothing, but Richard does have a hand. He has King Queen. All in and a slap call. Martin has pulled a beautiful one out here with the way he's played aces. Richard, as soon as he was called, thought he was in trouble. This is really well played by Martin. And Richard was the one who didn't play his aces so well. He has hit a king though. His equity's increased. Any queen, any king, backdoor straight. That's not a good card. Needs a king or a queen to survive. Sorry, he will survive. But nice double up for Martin, yes! And that's beautifully timed. Double up for Martin there. Oh, hello. His mum's here. That's nice. Oh. I think the drinks are on you tonight, son.
7, 5, 8.
That's helped Victor as well.
575. Yep, sorry.
10,650,000.
Yep.
So now Richard is the short stack with 6 big blinds. Pierre 14, he's been there or thereabouts. And Martin has doubled up to 31 big blinds, 22 million.
650.
With Victor still our chip leader by a long talk, double anyone else.
Dlouhá cesta, dlouhá cesta.
Small one, big blind. Pass. Pass. Pass.
Just to rub it in, Martin had a pair of sixes, but no one wanted to play him. Fantastically timed double up, puts him right back in the frame to win this tournament. Been very patient, played very well. His shoves have been absolutely the right time against some of the more aggressive players.
Raise 1,400,000. Pass, pass.
Pekná polovačka.
Budem radšej, keď dopadne dedo. Než ty.
To už ustráži, si myslím, pokiaľ
No, neviem,
nebude
on
mať.
On to hraje pre...
All in.
Richard pushing his 4 million in the middle with Jack-8 suited. He will not get a call, but he has 2 players to get through. Pierre will not call him. Tough one for Victor as well. Very tough call. He knows he's live, and that's about it. It's not a great call. Just let him take it down.
Nie, iba keď sa hrajú 4 ľudia pri stole, to je jedno či na final alebo od 4 ľudí.
Pass. Pass. Raise. Pass. Pass.
This time Victor has a proper hand. He's raised everyone on the button. And if anyone has any kind of hand, they will come back to him. Martin has 10s. This could be big trouble for Martin. He knows how aggressive Victor's been, but this time he has the premium. The bullets, American Airlines, the nuts. How will Martin play his 10s? That is a fantastic hand. Just cool. He's looking to slow play his 10s and milk Martin. The only problem is Martin has the overpair. I'm sorry, Victor has the overpair. I think Martin's going to be check calling, which would be his strategy. Makes sense from the way he played the pre-flop raise. Four-handed, 10s is massive.
1,100,000.
Little information bet there coming out from Victor, trying to find out. He's hoping that Martin has hit this. He does have second pair as such, tens. Only a king beating him. That's nice. I think Martin will lose. This could be a 10 million pot by the time we get there. Victor's body language has been still and focused all day. Now the pressure ramps up. 3 million. Basically, Martin needs to decide whether his tens, whether he thinks Victor has a king, and whether his tens are any good. He's just going to call this, or is he going to think about raising? He gets away with losing only a kind of 10 million pot. I think they've done really well. I do think he's tempted, though. Try and put pressure back on the chip leader to look at establishing a chip lead himself. And this is one of the hands to do it with, pair of tens. This could be a misstep if he misreads. Oh, wow! What a fold! Martin, that is a superb fold. It's almost like winning a pot, that one. To get away with only losing 4 million when you have a pair of tens four-handed. Something there, something told him he was behind. That's a really good fold. Very impressed by this young man. I might meet him in a couple of weeks' time at the Banco Masters, which is one of the next events coming up here at Banco Casino. 250k guaranteed for 170 buy-in. Fantastic value. This time Victor has Queen 10 suited. Also pretty good raising hand. And Robert behind him has gone all in. I don't know how much yet.
$4,075,000.
4 million.
475.
With a raggy ace, Pierre will fold, but Victor may well call. It's quite a small call. He's very live.
Like this?
Queen 10 suited against ace 5. The ace 5 of Richard at risk was the chip leader when we started this final table. Or will we lose our third place finisher and increase Victor's stack? He said it is. No, he hasn't. Got a gut shot for the ace 5. Ace is still winning. Victor needs to hit a queen or a 10 to knock Richard out, or the short stack will double up. ace kicker. Well done, Richard. Double up there. Martin now with a pair of sevens on the button. He's got tricky Pierre to get through on the small blind and big stack Victor. Just a call. Is he looking to induce a raise and shove with his hand? He's got 18 million now. He's not short stacked anymore. That would be strange. Or does he just feel it's not worth it? Victor has an even worse hand and has a 7. Is he going to push all in? Yep, he certainly is. When he has these kind of hands, you can put your money on that one of the options he has is to go all in. Maximum pressure, everyone folds, and he picks up a very nice pot. This really is good poker. I want to meet this young man and tell him how impressed I've been with the way he's been playing. Fantastic way of playing a final table. I should record this and show it as a training video. Another raise all in. This time Richard does have an ace and is calling, and I think they're going to see the kind of hands Victor's been pushing with. 10-3 offsuit. Pierre looking very carefully, taking note of that. The 10-3 are live. The ace-5 is playing at the moment. Pair of nines is not good for the 10-3. Diamonds are now a possibility. Diamond, 10 or a 3. 12 outs. Jack. It's no good there. So nice double up there for Richard. Sorely needed from his point of view.
5, 7, 9, 9,150,000.
Napínam.
Aha.
Still 4 players in. And now Pierre is our short stack. I wonder if Victor's going to adjust his game at all, because he will get called on some of these pushes by the shorter stacks. He doesn't want to double everyone up. This is a good example of a hand, 5-2 offsuit. He almost hasn't looked at his hand, and he's raising. There's Martin. Four-handed ace-9, pretty strong. But he folds.
Raise 1,400,000. Raise all in.
Nice play there by Pierre, picking up the aggression of Victor. Victor may need to adjust his game to maintain his chip lead. At the moment, he feels it's the right strategy, but as the shorter stacks get nearer, you have to kind of think about changing gears a bit, not being uber aggressive and raising every single hand, because you will get caught. Richard here with an ace-5, very playable ace-5 suited. He's doubled up courtesy of Victor a bit early on. How do you want to play it? 3 players behind.
Raise the 1.6.
Just over the min raise. Now Victor has been pushing all in with these kind of hands, but it has worked. It's been massively effective. But whether it continues to be, I like this. Just peel one. You've got two connecting middle cards. Have a look at a flop, and hopefully don't see an ace. Yeah, not a great flop for Victor. Richard will bet this, and I think we'll take it down. Must be a football match going on in Bratislava or something. Nice hand there.
Fold. Fold.
Pierre loving low suited connectors, but in this case folding. Victor has an ace though. How does he want to play it? Big aggressive all in. And Richard just is so hard to call. I mean, if you've got ace 10 suited, do you call? Don't know. Truthful answer. Probably not. So it just takes such a... It's really not a risk. There's our count though, a lot closer than it was. 34 million, 20 million, 17, and Pierre in and around the 12 big blind mark with 8.5 million. But Pierre knows how to use a short stack. If he is going to play a hand, he puts it all in. Which, this will be interesting to see whether he does with this pair of sevens. You might just want to raise this and hope that someone else comes in with him or he raises. It's a strong hand. I don't think he's going to get much action. No. This time Victor with a pair. Is he going to max it up again? He is. These players are going to get sick of this guy. Queens, Martin will call. I'm pretty sure he'll go all in and call. And this is a massive hand if he wins this. That'll put him in a big chip lead and cut Victor in half. You can't fold queens four ways. Yes! Wow, this table, Pierre is going to love this. Completely changing the dynamic. What are you thinking about, Pierre? Just fold, mate. Just fold. 2 all-ins. Pierre doesn't look like he knows where he is. Very confused. 4s, and I try to warn Victor just to vary his play a bit, because all it takes is this exact example: a player behind waking up with a big hand. Wow. Safe for 4s at the moment. Queen's winning. Two 4s in the pack, 5%. Jack? The Slovakians have gone mad. Oh, there's Gurley. Big hug for boy. Excellent.
And 15, 15, 5.
It's a misstep from Victor. I just had a feeling he was doing it too much. He got in a great position with it. I think he just needed to change gear, slow down a bit, play big hands, let the others knock each other out. You know, different way of playing it. But he kept up the uber aggression. And there's aggression and uber aggression, and he was in the uber side. Maybe he's an Uber driver, who knows? And there's our payouts. And Martin's play so far is pushing him towards that top spot. Pierre surviving, hanging on around the 10 to 12 big blind mark.
5, 7.5, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 8.
Yeah, like this.
Alright, so 5 millions, 8 millions, 10, 12, 14, 15, 15, 15, 8. 15, 8. And the new blind level 400,000, 800,000. Augmentation de blinds 400 000, 800 000.
Tam bol asi nešťastný koláč. Teraz si poslal, jeho si poslal, že si mohol posledného poslať.
Áno, vidíš.
Ne? Vychádza to.
Vychádza na knihy, tam boli. No píte dačo, ne? No ne? Tak nepoď.
Another nice raising hand with a short table.
Raise 1.6.
Bit over the top there. I don't think he won a big part, just the blinds. I'm not sure his friends understand. They just love it when he wins a pot. I love that. Yeah, that's Slovak for relax. I just won the blinds. Yeah, we'll push with this ace queen. Has anyone got a hand to resist? Won't be Richard. No. After that, Pierre pick up a pot. Pierre with jacks now. 2 hands in a row. But this time he will just raise. He's hoping someone will call or raise him. He wants some action with these jacks. Oh, Queen 9 snap fold, but Martin may not fold the 9-7 suited. He's already on the big blind.
Call.
It's a pretty good flop for jacks, except Martin could represent an ace or a king, depending on how he plays it. Yeah, just slowing down. Got a gut shot now.
Check. Jeden na polu, 1.5.
Pierre finding out where he is.
Fold.
And I think Martin just folds. So another nice little pickup for Pierre. Back above 15 million.
No, you are not big blind. Makes sense. You are big blind, sir.
I was big blind, you raised.
I raised it again?
Yeah.
For 800, 8 for 8 big, 8, yeah. Pass.
Victor now on 14 million, having to change his game dramatically. Could have changed his game when he had 35, 40 million. And just waited a little bit more patient for big hands. He literally raised every single hand, especially on the button. Is Martin going to take out another player? Massive raise though, 18 million. Martin with an ace jack. This is a tricky spot. It's not an ace king, it's an ace jack. It's not a big pair. What's he putting Richard on? This is the kind of decision that makes or breaks a tournament. You get this right, and you are in pole position to win. If you fold it, that's fine. That's just, you know, a decision. He's thinking about it. He really is. Ace Jack four-handed is a pretty premium hand. He's here to win it. Are we going to have a Slovak champion of the Winamax French? I think he's looking like folding. Tough decision. Wow. Oh, if he could see the hands. And Pierre will fold as well. Once he realises he's in a final. I wonder if those straps around his hand are from the hospital. It's quite hard to tell, isn't it? I love the way he plays though.
Koľko majú staking? Jak bude ukázané.
Guys, 1.6. Fold.
This time, Martin's the one raising with a very dodgy hand, and it's Victor calling. It's been the other way around throughout this final. But the foot is on the other shoe.
Check.
Gut shot for the 5-4, but Queen Jack has hit nothing. So if Martin follows through and makes a 3-bet, could take this down. 1.5 million maybe, something like that.
At 1.4.
Making it very complicated for me there, mate. 1.4. It was 1.5 million, just in a very complicated way, using all his coloured chips, and gets his 5-4 offsuit through. So he's now able to manipulate the table and play aggressively as the chip leader.
Yes, okay.
Osnaž se. Na té dopravě to vyhrají.
Martin now with a small pair. Always the double look just to check. Certainly be raising. Should be raising a bit more than normal. How's Richard going to play his ace? Actually has 2 overcards to the 3s, although he won't know it. Richard decides to fold his ace, and Martin picks up a reasonable but small pot. Yeah, tempted by 2 low cards, but making a wise fold. Richard now with the King Jack offsuit. He will raise, but will he push again? He's seen it work most of the night so far, but this time he just makes a raise.
1,600,000.
Martin with a premium ace king though. It's going to be a re-raise. Just a matter of how much to maximize return.
All in.
Wow, all in. And now where's your King Jack, my friend? Probably in the bin. Can't see him calling. It would be a strange call. What are you beating with King Jack? A bluff, basically. Any other push is going to have a pair or a bigger cards than King Jack. I'll just count to 10 until he folds. 1, 2. There you go. 2, pretty good. He had all the way to 10, but he did it on 2. Very impressed by that. Well done, Richard.
Môžeš sa potľapkať. Na mene, že si to nepotváram.
Čo si mal teda? To sú čo? No, dve pekné vysoké karty.
Big blind. Na tým som zahodil veľmi pekné vysoké karty. Som asi bol možno najlepší, jak si šal z Banco.
Victor has a nice raising hand, ace-10. This is the kind of hand he should have waited for, I think, rather than putting it all in with his any two cards policy.
Raise 1.6 pass.
Might even bring in an inferior hand.
Heads up.
Pierre calling with the bottom and ace. Ace-10. Let's hit a gut shot Broadway and is ahead of the ace-2. Quite a tricky flop to bet on. He'll bet anyway, but yeah, now not far behind in chip stack to Victor.
Pass. Call.
Yeah, may well push for the pair. Very hard for Martin to call with 9-6 suited. Not that Pierre knows that. But
Call.
Just deciding to call. Giving Victor a free card. Don't like that from either player. Can't be giving someone a free card in this game. Fives are winning at the moment. Tricky flop though for fives. No, you won't think you're winning. Anyone going to represent this? Yes, Martin is. I'm glad someone's betting. Pierre not letting his pair go.
Heads up.
Wants more information.
Check.
Two diamonds though for the 9-6 of diamonds. He's already bet the flop. May follow through with a kind of lowish blocker bet in the hope he gets another card.
Check.
Interesting. And oh, hello. Hello, Flush. Hello, Flush. Nice to see you. It's fairly disguised as well because it's come runner. Small bet here and you might get called.
All in.
Pushes all in with a 9-6 suited and Pierre has to fold. May not have been the best way of playing that to get value in terms of once he sits, but that's what he did. Still chip leader.
All in.
All in announced from Martin with a 10-7. He's looking to get this through because no one can call him, and it's worked, and he's using the technique as shown by Victor earlier. Very nice poker. Yeah, with an attractive 10-9 suited. It's a good enough hand to shove with. He has about 8 big blinds.
Pass. Pass.
Just raises though to 1.7. It's going to do the same job though, really. And if you shoved, you might get called by a big hand. So probably a more effective way of playing it than shoving it. Everyone folds anyway.
Pass. Pass.
Martin now with a lovely pair of 9s in the small blind. He's going to put pressure on Pierre. Just how much pressure. And Pierre will not call with Queen 7. This is just posturing. I should say even Pierre will not call with Queen 7. He does have to look at how many chips he has left, for sure, but he will not be calling.
Vodu s citrónom vyfrešovaný perlín, do pohára vyfrešovaný citrón veľa. Perlivu. Vyfrešovaný citrón veľa. Hlava mi vyjde.
Pas.
Martin again with a raising hand with a king jack off suit. Has that second look. Decides to shove, knowing that they cannot call without a good hand. Gets it through.
Race 1.6. Pass. Pass.
I think Martin has got the Victor disease a bit. He's raising almost too many hands. And Richard will at least see a flop, if not re-raise.
All in.
And there's the all-in push and the fold. You don't need to play every hand, Martin. You've got the chip lead. Just find the different gears. Let others knock each other out. Good tactic. All the local Slovaks are behind you.
Pass. Pass.
Is Richard thinking about shoving here with King 10? Just to raise, maybe. Different way of playing it. He's up against King 9. He dominates him, not that he knows it. See what happens.
Ja, Henderson dat staat goed genoeg.
Great shove by Martin. Probably going to show him the king. And I think Richard will assume he was behind.
Where's my king now? Split.
King de ça.
Pass.
Richard with a very pretty Queen Jack suited, looking to raise. He's up against the chip leader.
Raise 1.7.
And an easy fold with a 6-3. I hope Pierre doesn't get out of order on this one.
Pass. 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 All in.
Yeah, been patient, waiting for the right opportunity. Not really the right hand, but the right opportunity. Pushed with 4.8 million. Victor has a decision. He has a decent hand. King 7 suited. He happens to dominate Pierre, but he won't know that. 60% favourite. And it's the third of his stack. It will also get rid of someone on the ladder and increase his stack tremendously.
4,750,000. Call.
Call made. He's going to look like a genius. Pierre will not be happy seeing this, but he has come from behind quite a few times and won pots that he really shouldn't have. Now, anything could happen. Still had 40% equity. 2 live cards.
Ale náš plánovaný, že to chce už, tak neposlal mi to, zahral to.
That's a very good flop for the King 7. Only a jack now. And we have lost Pierre in 4th place. He's played a great game. Has really survived well. Played fantastic poker on day 2 and ended up our chip leader coming into the final day. But very popular in the room. Well played, Pierre. And we are down to 3. We're in the big money now. I don't know whether there will be a discussion at all, but the blinds are 43 million to Martin, our new chip leader. Victor and Richard the same. If I was Martin, I'd be talking the deal. We will see.
Obidva, tak majú?
No dobre, môžem kľudne spávať.
Miliónov, nie Black.
All in. Pas. Pas.
Nice play there with Martin, all in with a pair of twos. Still a pair. If someone calls you with your ace king or ace queen, you're still winning. So nice play there.
Next hand blind zero. Raise up on 6.
Richard now with the kings. He's made a raise. Will Martin want to play back at him, or just fold, or have a look at a flop? May want to have a look at a flop with a suited jack. Yep. Well, he's missed and Richard's hit top set, so I think that's fairly simple. I think we know what will happen there. Richard slow playing it, enticing Martin to do something, but he really has missed this completely. It will be a pure bluff, and probably no need to. Drawing dead from the outset.
Maybe on 500. Pass. Blinds up. Issue blinds.
Kamen, zase tady.
Yes. Yes, I read him.
A v podstatě, kdyby to nevytočil, tak na toho by to už bylo reálně.
No hej, ale tak...
Samozřejmě by sa mal comeback bez problémů, ja nehovorím.
Jak ja. Dobrý pejďom tam.
22 litrov?
Richard raising up with the ace. Martin will probably fold the queen 4 in the small blind, and Victor, don't know what he'll do. Could be anything. He can't do his normal massive aggression game, but can certainly call and have a look at a flop with middle connectors, which have hit second pair, third pair for Richard. Backdoor flush for Victor. This could go anywhere. Victor's checked. I hope he's checked to call or raise. Hitting Richard. Check behind, very nice. Six is still winning, and I don't think Victor will be feeling uber confident. Richard was the original rate aggressor. I think ace-2 now. Richard will feel very good, and Victor's 8-6 is crushed. Richard will be snap calling any bet. Nice little value bet there. Victor just sensibly folding.
Lines up.
Ah. Koľko máš teraz? Tak, možno hlavne. 18, 19? 21.
Martin pushing with the threes. Victor has a real decision here with King Queen. This decision could be worth €20,000. Second to third, third to second. Big decision. If he calls and he loses, he's out. If he calls and he doubles up, he'll be back as chip leader. He's not been put in this position much. He's mainly put the pressure on other players to make decisions. And now Martin is using his stack effectively. Very tricky to call this with King Queen. Just those two hands, Ace King, Ace Queen, that dominate you, and you always think the opposition may well have it. We know he doesn't, but yeah, I think it's really tricky to call there.
Vidíme. Musíme aj karty mať. Dobre, a vytočíme.
Šajbu si vyhraj, tak to je, čo si mal.
Oh, nice. Ide ti? Eto, 10, už by som... Ide list.
Pokračuj. To, na trojke.
Slovenské hry to bylo zaujímavé.
To bolo brutálne.
Na to, že hrála si 98%.
Allez, du temps.
To by bolo, no.
Now Richard with a premium hand. Does he want to induce? The raise rather than push here. I favour that. You want to get as many chips in as you can with the ace king, preferably pre-flop. Shoving does not always achieve that. Maybe a 2.5. Nice, nice. Jack 10 suited is going to want to see this. Doesn't need to re-raise. Got the chips in front of him. And if he does, he'll be in trouble. He will get a call. Needs to vary up his game, not always pushing every hand. But folds his queen 4. So we have Jack 10 suited against ace king. What kind of flop are we going to see? 10 has hit. Could be up against an overpair though, so Martin has to be very careful on this.
Check. Yeah. Call.
Richard needs to hit his ace or a king. The 10 is still winning. I don't think Martin would be folding to a kind of normal size bet.
Check.
Don't know how much Richard thinks he needs to bet to get this through. I don't think Richard's folding. Sorry, the other way around. I don't know how much Richard thinks, but I don't think Martin's folding. Check, check makes sense. Ace king has value if Martin hasn't hit, but not sure he needs to bet it. Martin now betting his hand for value. He believes he's ahead and he's right. Does Richard really think his ace-king is winning, or is he posturing here? Trying to get a read on his opposition.
Fold.
Nice pick up there with the Jack 10 against Ace King.
Small blind.
Use small blind.
Fold.
Victor with a pair, three-handed. He's going to push. Quite right too. 7-2. Big blind folds.
No nepichla, jak poješ za ten sen? Že ty nepich. Dobrý, hej, ostatok všetci, povinni. Len kvôli tomu, že musíš šoferovať samozrejme.
Som bol lepší.
2-2. Right.
Koľko sa hodín to všetko?
4 na 11. Dobre, ne? Zase 10 hodín.
Richard pushing with eights. Not going to get any opposition with that. Martin now with a premium pair of jacks. Again, you know, no point shoving with these hands. You need to try and induce, get some action from someone else, and then pounce on them. Small raise. Oh, he's decided to go all in. The problem with that is one of the other players has to have a good hand, and neither do. As our payouts, 42,000 euros for the next player, but a whopping 22 more for second and 36 more for third. So big jumps now, all the players conscious of that.
Tak víš, že keď uzahrame dohodu, tak to vyjde potom. Budeme tam.
Rezolím.
That will get through.
Jak to zabral toho na dvojce?
Oni hej, no, 2 versus 2. Tak on už... Z toho bolo až.
Nekonečný príbeh.
Som sa tu držal zubami, nechcem ísť.
Richard with 13 million, that's 13 big blinds. Started this final table as chip leader. Equal with the player on his right. Martin with 8-2 offsuit. And Victor had the better hand and wins the pot.
Máš to všetko ve svojich rukách, takže... Škoda, jdeš pěkně. A že s tím vyhrál, je to půjčné za to. Okay.
Jak powiesz?
Victor with an 8-6 suited pushing, but Richard's got aces. It's going to be a call and a bloodbath. We are going to lose our third player. Victor's aggression getting the better of him. However, he does cover Richard by a little bit, so he will have some change if he loses. This is a massive pot worth, like I said before, 20,000. Bad timing there for the uber aggressive Victor. Don't need to shove every hand. Did mention that a few hours ago. He's got an up and down, 8-6, backdoor flush and up and down. He's got more outs than he deserves. Set of aces, he's still got the up and down. It doesn't change much. It doesn't change anything. He's got the same cards to hit. And aces hold, and it's a big double up for Richard. He's back competing with Martin. I think he's a Slovak as well. He could have two Slovaks in first and second. Victor crippled now, down to 2 million. Two big blinds.
12.
As we come towards the end of the night, exciting stuff.
$425.
Yes.
Much is the total?
12,925.
Correct.
There we are, the two big blinds of Victor, 2.5 million. Richard now has doubled up, but he's still half the amount of Martin. If and when Victor gets knocked out, I do expect the other two to talk about a deal. There's a big jump between 65,000 and 100,000.
Ja som 10 no. Obidve
27 to je vysílám.
10 jo. Ty dobre, to možno aj rozhodlo ti to.
Dajte blindy, chlapci.
Ale keby vypadnem na ESA, tak ako bol som letieť s vami. Tak
tak väčšinou.
Samozrejme, že nebolo by to prvý raz. Nebolo by to prvý raz. Ja som na vás.
Nie, to je ako...
Čo?
Sorry. No. Dobre, nie, ja som posunula button.
On je button.
Small blind.
So Victor, the only advantage he has is he's on the button with his ace king. Sorry, he doesn't have ace king, he's on the button. So he has maximum value. Maximum value with the small and the big blind in. And Jack 10 will call, and he's dominating the Jack 6. Telling his audience Jack 10 against Jack 6, which is 6 in Slovak. So in a great position to get to the final two with Victor at risk. Tournament director's a mate of mine. Very nice guy, worked a lot in London. There's the 6, but he's got shot to the 10. So it needs a 10, a jack, or a 9. Otherwise, a small double up for Victor. His friends are happy about that.
Dobre, tá lepšie ešte než minulé.
Tak čo? 2,375,000. 375.
Correct.
3,75.
Correct, 2,375, yes.
Oh, les as sont bébés là. On a connu l'histoire. C'est à nous maintenant.
Nie możecie mi zabrać, że...
Tu les auras les as la victoire quand il va te faire. Tout pareil, tout pareil.
Nie ma teraz. No, minus. Da, minus.
Koło.
Opakować, dawaj. On est derrière.
Zazwyczaj dużo osmiczku, a to znajdę.
A nie wiem, gdzie są małe.
Już miałem ustawić.
Žádnou finále.
Nebude.
Ten to ukonat.
Allez, deux. Je suis un énorme règle. Tu sais faire. Deux.
Rogna.
Pas de salle.
À la fin des 40. Oh, les deux rivers.
9 de pique.
Arrête, c'est rigolé, 9 de pique.
Non era fai ok. Can I have a break, yeah?
I think they're asking for a break, but I'm not sure there's a scheduled one. Yep, they're having a break. Not quite sure for how long, but we've lost our third place finisher, Victor, who played an amazingly aggressive game early on. And we're down to the final two, and I'm sure there'll be a deal discussion. We will be back very soon.
Come back at 45. At 45, 15-minute break, okay? I would need a trophy, I need the collar up and everything, so I need a lot. Yeah, sorry. I know, joking. Good is good. Okay.
Can we move on a seat?
Okay, let me first do the color up, chip count, and everything. When do you want? 2 and 5? Yes.
Juste mettre des sièges. 2 et 5, on met des sièges.
Not a problem.
Stop.
10, 16, 17, 20, 30, 40, 51, 52, 52,
Faites ça, ouais. Faites-le. Le trophée. Le trophée.
025. 10, 20, 22, 24, 25, 850.
T'as vu les stats? C'est 50 contre 25, on est mort. Ah bah si, Tic, ça c'est parfait. Mais Tic, c'est le meilleur spot. Sur les deux derniers Slovaques, pour le 10. Si c'est un français Slovaque, ça ne dit jamais. Mais là...
20, 22, 25, 8. 25, 850 is here, yes. And here we have 30, 40, 46, 51, 52, 53, 025. 30. Much better. 20 million. We'll still keep all three colors in there. Okay, you can collect them over there towards you.
Je pense que je peux l'avoir à peu près correct. Si tu le poses. Ah, that's what I was looking for. Excellent.
Here he is.
Okay. So the last hand, he was. Button will be there.
Here?
Well, the last hand, he was the big blind, so he shifted from the small blind, he was the big blind. So he has to be big blind.
Qui est un peu derrière. Alors, je pense que c'est mieux si tu te lèves. Voilà, et décale-toi un tout petit peu sur ta droite. Voilà. Attends, ok, maintenant mets-toi bien au milieu. On va aller refaire les deux, je vais voir ce qui est le mieux. Je pense que ça c'est mieux. Super, merci.
Good promotion. It's a good promotion. So.
Najlepšieho, ktorého môžeš mať.
Iba budú nadávať, že...
Nie,
Ja aj na to viem, že vidím, že to najväčšie. Takto sme sa bavili až s Míšom, že...
Chip guns are perfect. Yes, I mean, him I don't know directly, but I know Valerie for ages.
Prečo nemáme rozťahnuté karty, miláček?
Akurát to robili s čipom, tak som chcela ešte dať...
I know Valerie for ages and he's automatically the favorite. one little negativity. Don't cover the logo.
So above the logo?
No,
or under the logo?
in between. Don't cover the logo. That's excellent. Perfect. This is beautiful. This is TVs. We need the logo. It's very important. Okay. I thought it was okay.
It was okay, it was okay.
You didn't lose it. No.
No, I like small.
Tu peux m'aider?
Yes. Jack of clubs. Little bit, just a jack of clubs. Yes. Okay. Now,
Ça a l'air de
Franchement?
I'm happy now.
Ça a pas assez mal. Hein.
Ça tient, hein?
Comment on pourrait assurer le truc plus un bout de guet fort en plus? Ça va faire moche derrière.
Ah non, on s'en fout. Ah oui, non, un bout de galfard, non. Non, puis je pense que si tu vois, ça va pas lui faire.
Ça marche moins bien avec
Alors attends, non, si je le mets. Tu peux regarder si on n'a pas un autre truc à roulette comme ça? Plutôt que ça, s'il te plaît. Merci Guillaume.
J'ai fait un brief avec les journalistes. Ouais. Donc il y en a un qui fasse l'espagnol, un le sortant et un le gagnant. Comme ça on ne perd pas ni l'un ni l'autre pour les ITV.
Alors c'est pas vraiment au centre en fait, on pourrait croire que ça l'est, mais pas du tout. Tiens Lolo, dis-moi quand est-ce que c'est à peu près au centre.
Je veux dire axé.
Ouais, c'est ça, dans l'axe quoi.
Je le mettrais légèrement plus sur la gauche. Parce que le plus vers le siège 3. Voilà. Et un peu plus dévissé. Dévissé chouïa.
Dévissé dans ton sens. Donc
c'est dans le même sens en vrai. Dévissé. Ouais, t'es bien, parfait.
Ça c'est parfait.
Pour moi c'est parfait. Pour moi c'est axé, moi je suis au niveau croupier, je suis axé par rapport au flop. Pour moi ça regarde le flop. Ouais.
Guillaume.
Ça ouais.
De quoi?
Ouais.
Je te le tienne pendant que tu...
Non, je veux bien que tu m'aides Lolo. Il faut que tu m'aides, il faut que tu le tiennes ça. Ça tu le prends, tu fais ça. Voilà, super. De quoi?
Il vient de prendre une initiative de merde. Non, de l'autre côté, quand celui-là tu le mets, les vis vers l'extérieur du truc.
C'est ça, comme ça en fait.
Non mais celui-là tu le décales et celui-là tu le mets, comme ça les vis elles sont...
Ouais, je vois ce que tu veux dire. Merci Nico. Ok. Pas évident. La prochaine fois, il faudra qu'on achète un stand. Vraiment quoi, un truc t'arrives, tu le poses, ça tient quoi. Ok, pose-le un petit peu.
C'est vrai qu'il n'est pas calé sur une gauche. J'attends que tu le mettes bien.
Viens le poser un peu s'il te plaît. Pose-le. Voilà, que je vois à peu près.
Il n'est pas maintenu, hein. Si je lâche, il tombe.
Lâche. Okay.
Je pense que c'est pas bon. Je pense que 2 ça se déséquilibre s'il n'est pas parfaitement mis.
Vas-y, pose-le un peu, il faut le pencher quand même. Faut que ça tienne. Voilà, merci.
Attention, t'es pas mis grand chose.
Ouais, faut que je tienne. Voilà. Ici.
Je pense que la fin est bien. Tu maintiens? Je te remets. Pour moi c'est bien.
On va en mettre qu'un seul.
Légèrement bougé, j'ai l'impression.
Oui, c'est pas grave.
Je le visser un peu la partie droite plus vers moi. Ouais, là c'est bien.
Okay. Allez, Banco.
On regarde ce que ça donne à la cam.
Ouais, ça bougera pas. Allez.
I like the
Myslel, že máš váci? Možno vymeniť pozíciu.
Laisse tomber. Laisse tomber, je pense pas que tu peux me donner du mot là-dessus. 5 cm là. Non, ça c'est les limites. Ah ouais. Ah non, Attendez, le RJ est en train de stream.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in Slovakia, Bratislava, for the last heads up of the night. 1,577 players. Were there at the beginning? Two players from where? Slovakia. We have two players from Slovakia. Martin is with 26. Martin is with 53 million. And Richard is with 26 million. So, as we say, velmi dobre and veľa šťastia.
Veľa šťastia.
Veľa šťastia. That's good, guys. So, please, for the heads up.
You can say tonight you made one girl happy.
At least.
At least. For sure.
Chlapci, good luck.
Ďakujeme.
Do you want to take pictures or? Caroline?
C'est ça, c'est ça.
Je sais pas si tu veux. Tu me dis, sinon on repart. Hein. Heads up.
Attends, il y a justement le... Oups, n'oublie pas. You shake your hands. Attends, dans le...
Veľa šťastia.
Voilà.
Voilà.
Et voilà.
Et voilà. And now you shake your hands.
Ešte raz veľa šťastia.
Now you punch him in the face.
And kiss.
And
Určite. Poďme na tvář, pohľad.
All good?
Yep.
Allez, let's go.
good luck.
So, the blinds are 501 million. Button is on C5. Good luck, gentlemen. Good luck, Shasya.
Yes. Yes.
Welcome back, everyone.
And good luck.
I do not know whether a deal has been discussed or agreed. No one has told me, but I am assuming it has. It makes most sense. Martin double the stack from his Slovak opponent. That's an interesting call with sevens, inducing a raise, maybe. Not getting one. And he's hit a set with a flush draw to Richard. Look at that big trophy. It's a beautiful trophy. Winamax Poker Open main event. A really nice big trophy. That's what they're playing for. Plus 100,000 euros first prize. So small bet with a call. Martin doesn't want to see a diamond. He's hit his. He does now. He's hit his house. Doesn't really care what comes on the turn. Martin in great shape on this flop. On this board, rather. Got a full house on the turn. Cannot be beaten. That's Does Richard think that if he hits this flush, it's going to be any good? No, he doesn't.
C'est small blind, let's go.
Ah, thank you.
This time Martin with a 7-2, worst hand in poker, folds to the king 9. Ace Queen, a massive hand, heads up. How's Richard going to play it?
Guys, 2 million.
Raises 2 million. Martin may well feel the ace 10 is ahead of Richard's range, and in most cases it will be. He may well re-raise here. He's going to think his ace 10 is good. If he folds this, I'll be really surprised. In fact, I might even ask for a VAR on it. He made one fantastic. He's all in and he's going to get a call.
Stop, don't do anything, please. Stop and wait.
Richard played that beautifully. And he may well double up on this hand. Ace Queen against Ace 10. The Ace Queen is vulnerable. He is the player at risk. Richard needs to double up with Ace Queen to make him chip leader.
We can go.
Can I go?
Ace King, the Ace Queen still leading. And 10 would also give Richard a gut shot, even if it comes in. Queen, so now a jack only for Martin to win this tournament, but the Ace Queen big favourite now. Only a jack. So beautiful double up with Ace Queen. He really played that well, Richard. He's back in the game and chip leader. So I don't know whether they have done a discussion and done a deal, but if they haven't, Richard is now in the box seat. Martin has played a fantastic tournament so far, though.
Just compare. You don't need to cut next to just compare.
23, 350.
23, 350.
23 milionov 350.
Exactly. Just prove the stack and it's good.
Trochu. Nevadí vůbec. Trochu.
Just to point out, we have 2 locals, 2 Slovaks in first and second place. I'm not quite sure that's what Winamax wanted. I did have a couple of their pros in the last 2 tables, but didn't go any further. And Davida Kitai was on the final table. But this isn't quite as planned, but they've run a fantastic tournament. There's been a lot of exciting poker, and these 2 have been involved in most of it. Richard started this final table as chip leader and is at the moment ending it as chip leader, but anything can happen. This is heads up. One wrong move, one bad card, and the game could be over. Not a lot there for Richards, 5-4. A gut shot and top pair for Martin. Martin doesn't want to be check raised here, but he still will make a bet.
1.74.
And a fold.
Do toho. Nemá šancu. Mohol.
The 6th row is the new blind level. 6th row.
Already?
1 minute to go.
Fold.
Ja chcę go zlikwidować.
Szesty. Czy 6? Ładnie 6, 10, 200. A on ma 6.
Heads up, a very specialist game. I have poker friends that just do heads up. They earn their living playing heads up online. And they know what they're doing. There are a few other players I know that are very, very good at heads up. Certainly something I am not so good at. I recognise that within my game. I've got too many second places as well as trophies. But a lot of second places where my heads up was just not good enough. And I think it's something you need to practice, need to learn, have a strategy. I think the main strategy is trapping. Here, Richard has decided to 3-bet with a king 2, putting pressure on Martin to see whether he's strong enough to call or raise even. And he gets the respect that his bet required. So lots of ways of skinning it, but having a clear strategy in your mind of how you're going to play heads up, how you're going to play this particular opponent, how can you maximize the value of your good hands and minimize the risk of your bad hands. What's likely to make that player do what you want rather than what they want? A good example of that was how Richard played the ace queen. He allowed Martin to raise and push with a weaker hand, and that was fantastic poker, it really was. Played that very well and had a big double up and is now in pole position for the Winamax Poker Open. Nice hand, king queen heads up, looking to get value from it, but 10-4 will not give any.
Ne, to je to opačné, ne? Já nevím, od začátku hry tak bylo jinak. Fakt? Od začátku hry.
To je super.
Od začátku hry.
Nie, Big Blind má byť prvý.
Big Blind na prvýkrát.
A som ti dala na small.
For Big Blind is first card.
First card is for Big Blind, yes?
Then on miss the one. Víš, jak potom?
It happens. Don't worry about it. It's counter logic that the big blind gets the first card, but it's counter. It's very, very hard to deal with that. It defies the logic. Sorry about that.
There's a very pretty king 10 suited. Martin now with less chips than his opponent. Has to box clever, work out how he's going to get a chip lead. This is a good hand to start with. You're not going to get any action from 10-5. Easy pot. Jack 3 hitting the board massively. 8-7 suited though with no real draw. It's going to be hard to get paid here. Richard has checked. He's now got the house, but the 8 does not really play, so it's really going to be difficult to get paid. Unless he can make Martin bluff into this. Well, he's having a little pop. I'm sure there'll just be a flat call. Just trying to work out what size bet that he can get paid. But you know it's not going to be a lot. Well, might be anything. I don't think there's any bet he can make that will get called. That's a nice bet, but unfortunately for him, Martin had nothing. Martin with a double look decides to call with 8-4 offsuit. Not quite sure what strategy this is, but I'm pretty sure Richard will raise with an ace-7. Yep, and an immediate fold. Martin now with a premium hand. Doesn't want to let a cheap flop come. So we'll be raising pre-flop. There's his second look. Oh, a third one. Immediate fold. Not wasting time, well played. Small ace, raise. But unfortunately, again, difficulty with heads up is when someone raises, you really need the other player to have some kind of hand to call or come back over the top. Otherwise, it's a bit dull. You can go and the other player folds. So it can be a little bit tedious. Just waiting for that bang we had earlier. Ace Queen and Ace 10. But we need some more fireworks, guys. Well, Richard's got the start of it. King Queen offsuit. Nice raising hand. But we need his opposition to have a good hand as well. We need Martin to have a hand. Well, it's a hand. He may decide to play it. It's suited, somewhat connected, low. So he knows where he is. He's assuming he's up against high cards. So it's a possible call. Yep. And we'll see what happens. Obviously, those kind of speculative low hands do need to hit flops. Unlike that one.
Check.
And the original raiser takes it down.
Raise 2.7. Divided 7.
Martin with the raise, with the Queen 5 suited. And I think Richard may be repopping this. Ace 9 heads up, pretty strong hand. $3.5, 4 million perhaps. Could even push with it. $6.2 million. Very strong raise. Being very clear that he has a premium hand. Going to be a tough spot for Martin to continue with his Queen 5. Buying some airtime and then folds. Well played, Richard. Easy takedown there with the ace-10.
Vypíte, dačo. Nechcem, ne. Vy sa napíte. To nosí šťastie, keď ste najebaní. No, tak táto karta... Ďalšia až príde, dobrá. Teraz som mal úplne grč. No.
To som mal 2-7. 2-9. No a drží sa neviem, čo mal som
King 5 suited now. Making the raise. Well, Martin want to have a look with a connected low cards. Looks like he wants to see a flop. 1.4 million to call. Nothing wrong with that. You know where you are with this kind of hand. Although he doesn't quite know where he is, but he's hit second pair. He's up against King 5 suited. That's hit nothing. Gut shot for the King 5. 2 pairs though for Martin. It's a very strong position. Needs to be putting chips in. The Martin fan club cheering every move he makes. Sounds like a sing song. Very well played. How's Martin going to play this monster? Great hand, JJ. Don't know why I like this hand, but I do. It's my namesake. That's why I like it. Oh, we could have a clash here. We got King, Queen suited. This could be the final hand of the tournament, or at least a very big pot. Now we've had a raise from Richard. Martin may well shove because he thinks he's going to get called for that big raise. This will go to the poker gods. A king, queen, or will the jacks hold? We're not there yet, but I think we will get there. Heads up, you can't fold king, queen suited. Here we go, guys. This could be the big one. It could be the tournament win for Richard, or Martin gets back in front. Who's your money on, people? Tournament director.
Our casino poker manager.
Oh. Poker manager's coming in. Just in case we have a winner. I think. Kind of unusual. So Richard, jacks are at risk here. Richard to win the tournament. Needs a king, queen, or a straight or a flush. No one done anything wrong here. Both got premium hands. This is what we've been waiting for. However, we'll be waiting a lot more time if the jacks hold.
Let's go. And a rolling play in.
Then,
Shows
yeah.
pocket jacks called by king, queen of clubs.
There's a club. 2 clubs for the jack. Everyone, something for everyone. Top set for Martin. Flush draw for Richard. This is fantastic. So, Richard needs a club, but the board must not pair at any point. Martin just needs to hold, no clubs. Wow, what a flop.
And the turn, please.
Full house, so the jacks over 3s will win this pot.
No more clubs
And no more clubs anyway. So a lovely double up there for the jacks. You can't blame either player. Richard had every right to get it in with king queen suited. Heads up. Oh, the Martin fan club has gone mental. They are very loud. We don't normally get this in Banco Casino, but there's a lot of energy, a lot of excitement in the room. We close up to midnight local time in Bratislava. And Martin is doing the fist of victory, but not yet. He's got to still go a long way to win the tournament. It's easy to double up the other way.
Koľko bol all-in? 19,6? 29. No, 29, ja som myslel, že 19. Ja som vedel, že tak pod 30 tesne. Oh, sorry.
Ahí, Caro, ahí.
Majú fakt zábavu, ty Francúzi
Škoda,
zase.
že tú trojku hodila hned na ten term.
Hej, že no.
Tam mohla hodiť farbu a potom trojku na ohe. To by bol úplný gól.
To by bolo úplne emočné výpady.
Niekto by určite si infarktoval.
Máš 20, ne?
Back to the action now. 5-6 offsuit. Martin trying to see a flop. But Queen 5 probably won't be raising. He's hit his 6. He's hit 5-6. Richard's hit his 5. This could get big. It's very hard heads up to even hit a pair. So Richard is going to bet. I don't know how big he's going to bet.
1.6. Call.
Small bet and a call. Martin milking along here with his 2 pairs. Not a great card for 5-6. But I think he'll bet again. Half the pot maybe. It's a good size bet. Makes it difficult for Richard. Quarter of his stack. And all he has at the moment is a 5. Does have a pair, but that 4 has made it more difficult for him. Martin's still confident his 2 pairs are ahead, and he's right to be. But good fold there by Richard. Needed a queen to win the pot. Nice hand, nice hand.
Pekný bet, to sa pušnúť. Dal som to pušnúť. To bolo lepšie.
Yes, I can. Yep. Cool. Check.
Both players with low connected cards. Neither has hit this flop.
Check.
At the moment, the 7 is playing. Not that Richard will feel too confident about that. Any bet could win this. 3 million in the pot. Have to mix it up a bit with the bluffs and the bets with real hands. Part of the game. And here comes Martin. Got no other way of winning this pot with a 5-3. Takes it down. Nice bet.
Pass.
Megállom. 16 forint, ez niečo naviac.
Píše 15.
Ja aj tam to píše.
Tough hand to play heads up. He's made a push. He's hoping Martin doesn't have anything.
Pas. Môžeš dať iba tie biele dopredu, čipy trochu.
And he doesn't.
All in.
All in. Pas.
Using hand there.
Pas.
4-8.
Desiny som mal na bigu, no. Desiny na bigu.
Predtým Jacky.
Predtým Jacky, no.
Eight, 9, right in the middle range of raising.
Call.
Just making the call. Richard slightly ahead with the Jack 5, but I prefer the 8-9. The 5 has hit and no real draw for Martin.
Lampan free. 1.2 is minimum, sorry. Pass.
Minimum bet takes it down.
Už mám dostat, nezdál.
Čakám, že to nie.
Precízne, že som podal na tých ordinátorov.
A tak stojí to za to.
Určite. Určite.
Treba dobré, ale... Na hlava bola, jak si a teraz už dobrá. Keď sme tak traja boli.
Nie ráno.
Cool.
Mountain in a great position here with queens, and has to work out how to get value. Dominates Richard so much, it's going to be very hard to get paid.
Race.
And you have a new level, 71414. 701.4 million.
Lines up, new level, still big chip leader. Martin against his Slovak compatriot. One slip by him, and we could see Martin now with Queen 4 suited. But we'd like to see a flop with this hand.
All in.
Decides to push with it against the short stack. Used this tactic quite a while. Well, Jack 8. Jack 8. Is Jack 8 going to call? No, he is not. That's a great bet on the short, on the the small blind. Nice bet, maximising his return, getting a big blind in, and can only get called by a premium hand, really. So he's using his stack well, as Victor did earlier against all the table for about 5 hours, and then he blew up because he just did it too much. But Martin a lot more selective. This time similar hand, and Richard goes all in with Queen 5 suited. Very Very pretty hand, heads up, Jack 10 suited. Certainly see a raise here.
All in.
Could get called by Queen Jack suited though.
Call, showdown.
And we could have a double up situation. Big domination with Queen Jack suited, short stack against Jack 10 suited. So Martin, the chip leader, needs to see diamonds or a 10. Otherwise Richard will double up, and he really is back in the game. It's a very good call. Not an automatic call, but a good call. So diamonds are forever, or a 10 to have our new Winamax Poker Open champion.
Okay, we can be to the flop, Ace 3 10.
The 10 is hit.
Our rolling player is a 3.
So now Richard drawing just to a queen. Martin has hit the magic 10. His dangler. They're going to get a champion unless we see a queen. Or possibly a king for the straight. That's another beautiful one. No, 2 no good.
Richard needs a king or a queen that are not diamonds in order to double
That's
up.
right. Can't hit the queen of diamonds and can't hit the king of diamonds. We have a champion. Martin from Slovakia. I don't know whether a financial deal was done, but on paper wins the 100,000 and the championships. Played a fantastic final table. I'm assuming that's his girlfriend. Otherwise, his girlfriend would be very cross. Oh, yeah, bit of a shake. You've done it. Well done. She's in for a good night, I hope. A bit of bubbly at the end. Well played, everyone. It's been a fantastic tournament. A lot of highs and lows. Fantastic support there in the room. And there's our Winamax Poker Open main event. Over 1,500 runners, one winner. And I think the key one was the way Martin
Nemám na toto čas.
slow played his big hands and maximised return. He really showed what he was doing on the final table. Fantastic stuff. So, next week, guys. Is it next week? No, week after. Banco Masters. Fantastic event. 250k guaranteed for a 170 buy-in. The week after, Slovak series. 300k guaranteed. And then we move on to other tournaments throughout the year. End of November, the festival will be here. Fantastic week of mixed game events with a 500k guaranteed main event. I will be here for that, and we'll be playing lots of horse and 8-game and high-low and PLO, all my favourite games. Lovely to be with you tonight, and thank you to Dara for filling in for me this morning, earlier and yesterday. And I wish you all the best of luck in your poker going forward. Bye-bye. This has been JJ Hazan from Banco Casino in Bratislava.
No, jasno. Tá je práve, že... Ale tých sa to nedá vysypávať. Že tieto sú dobré.
Máme málo čipov.
No, však vidím, no. Stoličku tam preč asi tiež, keď to budú fotiť všetko. No, super to bude vyzerať. Hej. Ešte sa hodia aj tie oranžové, no. No jasné. Ale tiež by som ich dal iba 10. No, však daj 10 a ostatné už netreba tam dávať. Dá sa to oprieť. No však tak sa dá oprať.
Máme...
Nespadne to.
Aha, ja viem, čo myslíš. Hej, OK. Na mne budú držať karty.
Budú.
Nedávaj ho tam.
No čak, ale posunieme ho, však dobre, tak posuň ho, dám to tam a...
Spadne nám to, ti hovorím.
No čak to spadne.
Už mi dneska spadne.
Spadne to. No super. Poď sa na to.
Table finale, finalement, il s'agit assez chanceux de finir deuxième. You can really be proud of yourself. We are ready for now. Promet de revenir sur d'autres. Ah oui, c'était un Well, it's okay.
I will sort and I will, yep, sure.